The 10th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Denis Becirovic, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a special honor for me to address the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly as the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Allow me, Mr. President, to wish you every success in the complex and challenging times of today. Also, I congratulate former President Mr. Denis Francis for successfully presiding over the 78th UN General Assembly session. Esteemed President, it is a great honor to serve the invincible state of Bosnia and Herzegovina, one of the oldest countries of Europe. We are proud that Bosnia has been mentioned in historical sources for 1,075 years now. For centuries, my country has demonstrated resilience, courage, and strength of unity in diversity. Bosnia and Herzegovina was not created in Dayton in 1995, but rather the Dayton Peace Agreement confirmed the continuity of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. These are unquestionable historical and legal facts. Bosnia and Herzegovina has made great progress since the end of the war in 1995. We rebuilt the country destroyed by the war. We united the defense system, the judiciary, the tax system, and numerous other institutions. Today, Bosnia and Herzegovina is at the doorstep of European Union and NATO. Bosnia and Herzegovina is actively working to become a NATO and the EU member. These are our strategic foreign policy goals, which were unanimously defined by the state authorities of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire world is facing numerous challenges and threats. Unfortunately, we live in a world of injustice, insecurity, and intolerance. Never in history has a human had more power and at the same time felt as insecure as he does today. In the past 2 years, we faced new difficult challenges, especially security-related ones. The strengthening of authoritarian populism, the aggression against Ukraine, and the suffering of Gaza have brought humanity into a deep crisis full of uncertainty and fear. The world is seriously threatened by poverty, disease, natural disasters, wars, and injustice. It is estimated that one person dies of hunger every 4 seconds. The fact that millions of children in the world live in extreme poverty is particularly sad. A reasonable question arises: why have we allowed an incomparably greater investments in weapons than in eradicating poverty? It's time for everyone to realize that human lives are more important than guns. Otherwise, I fear that we are collectively headed for a global catastrophe. Regarding climate change, Bosnia and Herzegovina is fully aware of the global situation and is determined to contribute to the global efforts. We are committed to the transition to renewable energy sources and reduction of harmful gas emissions. Terrorism is a serious threat. Countering this threat requires joint and dedicated efforts. The world must have a consensus on fight against terrorism. Bosnia and Herzegovina continues to show a determined commitment to the fight against terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot solve the problems of modern humanity without addressing the causes. The course of history is not something we can stop. However, we can influence its flow. Therefore, I suggest we now focus on preserving the role of the United Nations as the global center of coordination and cooperation, the importance of the UN Charter reaffirming, strengthening the multilateral system in accordance with international law, intensifying the UN reform process, common work to strengthen the credibility of the United Nations, effective implementation of the Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals, rebuilding trust and cooperation among nations on key global issues, giving a chance to mutual trust, inclusiveness, and a democratic vision of leadership, and strengthening preventive diplomacy in times of geopolitical fragmentation of the world. Together, we should open the space for creative global cooperation instead of geopolitics of rivalry and conflict in the 21st century. Conflicts and destruction are not in our civilization's core. We should be building a culture of dialogue, cooperation, and peace. Peace and stability have no alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity is once again facing severe moral and political crisis. UN's response to Ukraine and Gaza was inadequate as it was during the aggression in Bosnia and Herzegovina from 1992 to 1995. The Russian aggression on Ukraine is a flagrant example of violation of the UN Charter and international law. That is why we reiterate our firm condemnation of Russian aggression and the support to the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The suffering and hardship of Palestinian children and civilians is terrifying. Gaza is a heavy defeat of collective humanity in the 21st century. All human lives are equally valuable. Civilized people must fight for the human rights of all, regardless of their racial, religious, ethnic, or other affiliation. Bosnia and Herzegovina is the only European country where genocide was committed after the Second World War. This was ruled by the highest courts of the United Nations. Judgments on genocide committed against Bosniaks have legal, historical, civilizational, and moral significance. Unfortunately, the ideology, politics, and media that fostered the genocide are once again threatening Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to especially thank the UN General Assembly for adopting the resolution on May 23rd for establishing July 11th as the International Day of Reflection and Commemoration of the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica. The adopted resolution is highly moral and civilized act and is just as important for the UN as it is for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Let's preserve the truth about the genocides in Srebrenica and Rwanda for the sake of the past, present, and most importantly, the future. Despite all the injustices, Bosnia and Herzegovina remains firmly committed to the regional cooperation, as that is one of our main strategic foreign policy goals. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a peaceful country committed to strengthening regional cooperation. That is why we actively participate in numerous regional initiatives. For the peaceful future of the Western Balkans, it is crucial that all countries acknowledge there is to be no changes of states' borders. Those who try to do differently risk a dangerous destabilization of the region with unforeseeable consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the podium of the UN General Assembly, I want to publicly warn the global audience that once again the leadership of Republic of Serbia is threatening the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The greater state aspirations of Serbia toward the territories of other countries in the region are the essential reason why Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Western Balkans are exposed to new dangers. One evidence of this is the destructive declaration by the so-called All-Serb Assembly adopted in Belgrade on June 8 this year. It is not just a declarative act, but a dangerous greater state program document that threatens the Dayton Peace Agreement and the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The content of this declaration directly contradicts the democratic and civilized well-established procedures, international and national law, the fundamental principles of the European Union, and the principles that are the foundation of relations between the UN members. This declaration is a threat to regional peace and to the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, as the chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I want to emphasize that I am proud of my heroic and dignified homeland, Bosnia and Herzegovina. My country achieved a civilizational and moral victory in the previous decades, despite genocide, the crimes against humanity, and activities of joint criminal enterprises. People in my country want peace and cooperation. We stand for humanity and solidarity. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a global story of hope, courage, and unity. We will protect Bosnia and Herzegovina and its unity in diversity. In this way, we also contribute to global unity. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UN was founded 79 years ago. At the time, we were in many ways standing at a crossroads. The world had been torn apart by 2 world wars. Something had to be done to contain the belligerence of nation states. We needed common institutions and rules. The mission of the United Nations was actually quite simple: to end war and promote peace, to promote justice and a better life for the entire world. And for most of its history, it's been able to do exactly that. I come from Finland. We're a small country in the northeastern corner of Europe. We're a peace-loving nation. Our recovery from World War II and our rise from one of the poorest countries in Europe to one of the wealthiest and safest and, yes, happiest countries in the world is closely linked to the success of the United Nations. Our ability to demonstrate dignity, act with respect, promote compromise has played a critical role in our success story. We are a free and open society. We understand the value of this institution as we've first-hand experience of what it can bestow on a country and its citizens at its best. I think that today, in many ways, we're again standing at a crossroads, and I have to admit that I'm worried. Divisions between countries and blocs are widening. Our shared understanding of the world has dwindled, and it's been replaced by narratives that fuel controversy, conflict, and hatred. The number of ongoing conflicts is the highest since the Cold War, and the number of states involved in them is on the rise, especially in 3 hotspots: Palestine, Ukraine, and Sudan. Human suffering has long since reached a point that should be unacceptable in this room. The paradox, of course, is that many countries are rejecting multilateral cooperation precisely at a time when we need it more than ever. In my speech today, I will focus on 3 points, and I'll try to be as concrete and constructive as possible. First, on what unites rather than divides us. Second, on how to end the current wars. Third, on how to reform the UN and to reflect the world that we live in today. By adopting the Pact on the Future on Monday here, I think we proved that the UN works. And I have to say that my address here today is to all of us collectively, not to anyone individually. I'm not into blame games or whataboutism. We're all responsible. We are all a part of the problem as well as the solution. So, first, let us focus on what unites rather than divides us. When the Cold War ended, many of us, myself included, believed in the thesis of the end of history, namely that most of the world's roughly 200 nation states would revert towards some kind of form of peace, prosperity, and harmonious coexistence. There was a strong belief that freedom, democracy, and globalization would win the day, that technological development, free trade, open information would automatically lead to global development and stability for all. But it did not. The problem was that we forgot the dark sides of mankind, including power, actually need to be contained in international institutions like the UN. We assumed too much and did too little. The things that were supposed to bring us together, like trade, interdependence, and information, are now tearing us apart. We must turn the tide and focus on how we can find common solutions to common global problems. Now, the biggest challenges in the world, climate change, technology, sustainable development, and conflict, are precisely the ones that we must work on together. We need the UN more than ever. We must get back to the trajectory where our common challenges drive cooperation instead of conflict. We must look for win-win solutions for all rather than zero-sum games benefiting the few. To mitigate and adapt climate change and to halt biodiversity, we need to work together. Our future depends on our response to these challenges in very concrete terms. We cannot respond to the very tangible concerns of small islands, developing states, only by planning. We need results. If we do not solve the climate challenge, the crises that follow become unsolvable. The same goes for technology. Some 30 years ago, we thought that digitalization, artificial intelligence, robotization, and biotechnology would automatically deliver a better world for us. That technology would be a force for good only. We forgot that all disruptive technologies work in both directions, good and bad. So in many ways, we're slipping away from the Sustainable Development Goals. Global poverty is on the increase. When basic needs from nutrition to security are not met, it is impossible to focus on the vision for the future. We've made progress on many accounts, but we need to make sure that the fundamental rights that we have all agreed on together apply to everyone at all levels, regions, nations, peoples, and individuals. We need to ensure that the rights of women and girls are respected. The rights of gender and sexual minorities need to be protected globally. No matter which region we come from then, our rhetoric and actions are often inconsistent. We say one thing and then we do another. Right now, we are at a stage where we must do what we say and work together. So let us focus on what unites us rather than separates us. My second point is about conflict. When the UN was founded, the underlying idea was never again. Never again should anyone experience the horror that our predecessors went through in the first half of the 20th century. The founders of the United Nations promised to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. They, at least partially, succeeded. But are we, the new generation, succeeding? The simple answer is no. Only this year and last year, hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. More than 10,000 children in Gaza. Child abduction is being used as a weapon of war in Ukraine. Millions of people worldwide have been forced to leave their homes. Malnutrition and disease are on the increase. Current wars highlight a glaring contradiction. Critical decisions about war and peace are made by a tiny number of people, often driven by a cynical need to hold on to power. The global majority, who have the interest in peace, do not have enough power in the international system to keep them in check. This is true in Ukraine and Palestine, as well as Sudan. In Ukraine, a just peace, based on President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan, is clearly in the interest of the global community. The war continues because Russian leaders are not willing to end it. While Russia is doing its best to blame others for its own aggression, we systematically revert to the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Neither Russia nor any other country has a historical right to anyone else's region or people. The core of the UN Charter is respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Finland condemns, in the strongest possible terms, the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Finland equally condemns the attempts to manipulate the global information space to destroy the principles that have sustained world peace for decades. I call on President Putin to end this war and end it now. In Palestine, we must ask ourselves whose interests are driving the war. Peace meets the interests of the global majority and the Palestinians and the Israelis. A ceasefire, a two-state solution, and regional security arrangements would ensure stability as well as economic and societal development across the region. International law holds the key to a solution that would keep both Palestinians and Israelis safe. After the most recent tragedies, there's no other direction but forward, and we must find a solution. There are no more excuses. This war needs to end, and it needs to end now. In Sudan, regardless of which of the groups who are fighting will finally win the war, the victims of that war will be the civilians and the transition to civilian rule built by them. The civilian rule behind which the entire international community has promised to stand, and the civilians for whom we promise to seek a better future. In Sudan, we have failed to apply the principle of African solutions to African problems. Instead, Sudan is becoming an arena for regional and international rivalry. Our shared goal is to build a Sudan that would be an equal partner for all of us in security, trade, and in the multilateral fora. And it is moving further and further away from it. No one benefits from this development in the long term. I call, therefore, upon the UN to take the center stage in conflict resolution and prevention once again. Peace mediation cannot be transactional. It has to be centered in the United Nations. International law, the UN Charter, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states must prevail. My third and final point is that we need the UN more than ever, and without far-reaching reform, I'm afraid it will be sidelined. It all begins with agency, with a feeling that we all have a say. Whether it's about climate change, technology, sustainable development, or conflict, the same challenge remains. The current international institutions do not reflect global realities. The majority of the world is not properly represented in the global institutions, and their interests are not met. This must change. Ending wars would benefit most of us, if not all of us, but currently we do not have the mechanisms to drive the interests of the global majority. Many countries do not feel they have a say in global institutions, and as a result, the institutions are losing their legitimacy. Shortcomings in multilateral institutions encourage many to seek solutions outside traditional international institutions. Alliances, whether based on interest or values or both, are creating a transactional world of disorder where size and power benefits a minority rather than the majority. The cold truth is that we cannot postpone reform any longer, and in many ways history is on our shoulders, just as it was with those who founded the United Nations in 1945. If our goal is to focus on what unites us rather than divides us, we need far-reaching reform of the UN Security Council. So let me try that reform then and see what you think. Finland, three-point proposal today is very concrete. Some might say overly optimistic, but I do feel we have to begin somewhere. So here we go. First proposal, all major continents need to be represented in the UN Security Council at all times. It is unacceptable that there is no permanent representation from Latin America and Africa, and that China alone represents Asia in the Security Council. We therefore propose that the number of permanent members be increased by 5. More concretely, 2 from Asia, 2 from Africa, and 1 from Latin America. The total number of permanent members would thus be 10. That, combined with 10 elected members, would ensure that the Security Council would hold roughly 10% of the UN's members at any given time. My part of the world, Europe, should think hard about how best to divide its existing 2 seats. Second, no single state should have veto power. I fully understand that the veto was necessary in the aftermath of World War II, but in today's world, it has too often incapacitated the Security Council and halted decision-making here in New York. The UN agencies are not subject to national vetoes and are working effectively precisely because no single member can prevent them from doing so. My third and final proposal is that if a permanent or elected member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. This decision should ultimately be taken by the General Assembly, and there should be no room for double standards in the United Nations. So, ladies and gentlemen, despite all of our challenges, I want to end on an optimistic note. My optimism stems from an innate belief that when humans are faced with a binary choice, we often end up doing the right thing. Our choice today is simple. We can continue towards a multipolar world of disorder, or we can start getting serious about solving our common problems through multilateral institutions and a reformed United Nations. As my mentor and great friend of the UN, the late President Martti Ahtisaari, said in his acceptance speech for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2008, and I quote, "Peace is a question of will. All conflicts can be settled, and there are no excuses for allowing them to be eternal." End of quote. Let us keep Martti's words in mind and start working towards peace. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Irfaan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, if it is, we all agree on ending and preventing wars. If it is, we all agree that the Security Council requires reform. If it is, we all agree that the international financial system is unfair and unjust to the developing world. And if it is, we all believe in climate, food, and energy security, then what is stopping us from acting? We will all be doomed in the court of conscience for knowing what is right while ignoring what is wrong. Madam President, of the myriad of challenges confronting our world, climate change threatens our very existence, adversely affecting development across all countries. Rising sea levels and temperatures, severe natural disasters, and shifting and extreme weather patterns disrupt agriculture and food security, threaten water supply, and displace communities. These impacts are particularly devastating for small island developing states. Each year, we make the annual pilgrimage to COP, filled with hope for tangible outcomes. And each year, we are regaled and renewed unkept promises are the order of the day. This cycle of hope, followed by disappointment, cannot continue if the Sustainable Development Goals are to be met. We must break free from this pattern of empty pledges. We must unequivocally and immediately fulfill all pledges for the sake of our planet and the future of all its inhabitants. Let me tell you about my country, Guyana, a country that is 83,000 square miles, 86% of which is tropical forests. Guyana has the second highest percentage forest cover on earth and one of the lowest deforestation rate. Our forest stores 19.5 gigatons of carbon and sequesters more than 153 million tons annually. According to WWF, Guyana is one of the world's most important countries for biodiversity density. It straddles two of the richest biodiversity zones, the Guyana Shield and the Amazon. As a country, we are dedicated to the preservation of this vital global asset. I especially salute the indigenous peoples of Guyana, the Amerindians, who are the foremost stewards of this great natural heritage. We recognize their leadership, and 15% of all revenues earned from carbon sales are directly transferred to our indigenous communities. Madam President, even with our newfound natural resource, oil and gas, it would require less than 20% of sequestered carbon to offset our emissions at maximum output. We have preserved our biodiversity and know its value. We believe it is only fair and just that this global asset be monetized in a fair carbon market. Today, I am pleased to announce the launch of a global biodiversity alliance. We will convene the first Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit in 2025, which will focus on creating a market for biodiversity credits, scaling biodiversity conservation debt swaps, accelerating biodiversity bonds, establishing a blueprint for biodiversity taxonomies, and promoting nature-positive action. We do not make this announcement by mere words. Guyana is also committed to doubling its protected areas by December 2025 and achieving the global biodiversity target of 30% by 2030. These are real solutions that Guyana is putting forward to address the global problem of biodiversity loss. We do not lecture, we lead by example without arrogance. Madam President, according to the UN Food Security and Nutrition Report, in 2023, an estimated 28.9% of the global population, 2.3 billion people, were moderately or severely food insecure. The primary causes were conflict and insecurity, extreme weather events, including those related to El Nino and climate change and economic shocks. To effectively address food insecurity, we must take more concerted action to address its root causes, reducing conflict, mitigating climate change, and enhancing food production and trade in food commodities. By prioritizing peace and climate action, we can create environments where food systems, crops, and livelihoods are not threatened by conflict and weather extremes. In turn, enhancing food production and ensuring fair and efficient trade in food commodities can reduce food insecurity. So too can the full involvement of women and youth. In Guyana's National Agricultural Strategy and Policy, at least 35% of our agro-businesses will be owned by women and 60% by young people. While I've spoken of food insecurity, the global malnutrition rates are also alarming and must be addressed. Nutritious, safe, and sufficient food are crucial to a healthy population. Madam President, the United Nations must continue to be a beacon of hope amidst a turbulent global environment. The theme of this year's assembly, and I quote, "Leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations," end of quote, resonates with the vision set out in the United Nations Charter. This vision demands decisive action and enlightened multilateralism. Today, we find ourselves in a world where the quest for peace is met with a defiant echo of conflict, where the promise of sustainable development is eclipsed by the dangerous specter of climate change and food insecurity, and where the dignity of millions of people is trampled upon with impunity. In Ukraine, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a nation are being violated. Yet, decisive action by the United Nations Security Council remains fettered by the veto. Justice demands that we defend the territorial integrity of all states, large, small, powerful, and weak. Equally concerning is the conflict in Sudan, which rages on with devastating consequences for the people of that country, including famine and mass displacement. This conflict will continue to undermine efforts to achieve lasting peace and sustainable development. This assembly must also condemn the continued oppression and persecution by the Taliban of women and girls in Afghanistan, who face not just lack of access to education and restrictions on their movements, but now even their voices cannot be heard in public. Closer to my home, CARICOM has been actively supporting a Haitian-led process for the restoration of democracy, peace, and stability in Haiti. We welcome the deployment of the UN-authorized multinational security support mission led by Kenya as a crucial step towards stabilizing the security situation. We call on the international community to urgently scale up financing for the MSS and secure its renewed authorization so that the mission can succeed. We must also address the dire humanitarian situation where almost half of Haiti's population suffer from acute hunger, mass displacement, and women and girls are enduring brutal violence, including sexual violence. Guyana is leading CARICOM's effort in mobilizing humanitarian effort and support for Haiti. Excellencies, I'll be reaching out to you for your support. We must stay the course with our Haitian brothers and sisters in their quest for durable peace and sustainable development. The people of Haiti deserve nothing less. Madam President, peace, stability, and safety are no more imperiled than in Gaza. Guyana reiterates its strong condemnation of the October 7 attacks by Hamas on Israel. However, the collective punishment of an entire population, including the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, most of whom are women and children, has long gone beyond the realm of self-defense. As the world watches on helplessly, Israel continues to flout its international obligations, including the orders of the ICJ and successive Security Council resolutions. Instead, the right of self-defense is being used as a weapon of mass extermination, stoking legitimate fears of genocide. No state, large or small, should feel comfortable and safe when such atrocities are allowed to continue with impunity. The war in Gaza must end now. We reiterate our demand for an immediate ceasefire and the release of all hostages and Palestinians illegally detained. Madam President, For more than 75 years, the Palestinian people have been denied their right of self-determination. We must advance the two-state solution, as this remains the only viable option for a future where Palestinians and Israelis live in peace and security. Turning to our brothers and sisters in Cuba, their right to development continues to be stymied by the economic embargo. Guyana renews its call for revocation of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Madam President, the United Nations has a special responsibility for the security of small states. Small states look to multilateralism and the rule of international law to protect them from foreign aggression. Guyana is a small state that has had to contend with aggression from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for all 58 years of our nationhood. International law and its strict application have been our armor and our shield in our determination to protect ourselves from this aggression. We remind this August Assembly that the border between Guyana and Venezuela was fully, finally, and perfectly settled in an 1899 award by an international tribunal. Venezuela was fully represented in that tribunal, whose award it proclaimed in its own Congress and welcomed for more than 6 decades. Before reopening the issue on the eve of Guyana's independence, claiming 2/3 of our territory. This controversy, initiated by Venezuela, was submitted by Guyana to the International Court of Justice in accordance with a decision of the United Nations Secretary General and consistent with our position to settle this matter by legal and peaceful means. In 2023, in light of intensified acts of aggression by Venezuela, the ICJ issued provisional measures stating that, and I quote, pending a final decision in the case, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela shall refrain from taking any action which would modify the situation that currently prevails in the territory in dispute, whereby the Cooperative Republic of Guyana administers and exercises control over the area, end of quote. After years of refusing to participate in the proceedings of the ICJ and stating that it does not recognize the jurisdiction of the court, the Venezuelan government has now submitted a counter-memorial to Guyana's submission. We welcome Venezuela's decision to participate in the court's proceedings and express the hope that Venezuela will accept the decision of the court, as Guyana has long pledged to do. I reaffirm Guyana's unwavering commitment to a peaceful resolution of this long-standing controversy in full conformity with international law and the principles set forth in the United Nations Charter. Madam President, peace, development, and human rights are pillars of the United Nations. We all aspire for a form of multilateralism that is equitable, inclusive, and ensures that no one is left behind. Women's participation in leadership in private and public sectors are integral to this. There is a growing movement in the developing world calling for the democratization of global political and economic relations. The disproportionate concentration of power favors a few powerful nations, whilst marginalizing the voices and concern of the broader international community. Developing countries are justly demanding more inclusive and representative decision-making processes in institutions and organs such as the UN Security Council, the World Bank, and the IMF. The World Trade Organization must also be reformed to ensure fairer trade for developing countries. These reforms must go beyond fair representation and ensure that the policies and practices of these institutions align with the developmental needs and aspirations of all countries. In the emerging global order, we must ensure the United Nations remains at the forefront of global governance. If multilateralism is to trump unilateralism, the UN's role as the world's foremost multilateral organization is pivotal. With the necessary resources and resolve, the UN can ensure a future of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. The future we seek, a future where no one is left behind, demands courageous action. The UN must fulfill its role as a custodian of greater global peace, the foremost promoter of sustainable development, and an unflinching protector of human rights, human dignity, and international law. And since the UN is all of us, this body of nations, this is a collective responsibility for us all. Let us not be found wanting. Let us act together for the advancement of peace, for the achievement of sustainable development, and the preservation of human dignity, now and for generations to come. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jose Raul Mulino Quintero, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon,
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President,
honorables jefes de delegación
honorable heads of
presentes,
delegation,
damas y caballeros.
ladies and gentlemen.
Hace poco más de 2 meses
Just over
asumí
2
la
months
presidencia
ago,
de la
I assumed
República de
the
Panamá.
presidency of the Republic of Panama.
En los 5 años que durará mi mandato
next 5
tendré que
years of my
afrontar
mandate, I
en
will
nombre de
have to
todos los
face
panameños
down on behalf
grandes
of all
retos,
Panamanians, major
varios de
challenges,
ellos que
several of
atañen
which
no solo a
affect
mi
not
país,
only my
sino
country,
al hemisferio.
but the hemisphere as a whole.
Nuestra privilegiada
Our privileged
posición geográfica
geographical position
nos
has
convirtió en el
made
punto de
us
paso y
a
encuentro
bridge
de las
between
Américas.
and a meeting point for the
Tuvimos el
Americas.
primer
We
ferrocarril
had
que
the
une el
first
Atlántico y el
railway
Pacífico
to
en
connect
nuestro
the Atlantic and the
continente,
Pacific on our
la
continent,
primera aduana
the
del
first
continente y
customs
la
office of the
primera
continent
en
and
tierra
the
firme.
first, in
Nuestro canal
Tierra
y el
Firme,
hub
the first Spanish
aeroportuario nos
city in the
convierten
form
en
of Tierra
socios
Firme. Our
estratégicos
canal
para
and
todos
our
los países del mundo.
airport hub
En la
have made us
actualidad,
strategic partners for all
nuestro canal
countries of the
sirve a
world. As things stand, our
180
canal serves
rutas
180
marítimas que conectan
maritime routes. These
1920
connect
puertos en
1,920
170
ports in
países,
170 countries.
constituyéndose en un gran
And
valor
that
agregado
means
para
that we are a
productos de todo
major
el mundo.
value add for products from
Conscientes
throughout
de
the
nuestra
world.
importancia como
Cognizant
lugar
of
de
our
convergencia,
importance as a meeting
nuestras puertas
point,
siempre han estado
our
abiertas
doors have
a
always
todas las
been open to
nacionalidades
all
que en buena lid
nationalities who,
quieren aprovechar las
fair and
ventajas
square and
competitivas
plain
de
cleanly,
ser,
wish to
como dice
harness
nuestro
the
escudo,
competitive
pro mundi
advantages
y
we
beneficio.
have as our shield
Pero
states,
hoy
a
Panamá
country
enfrenta
pro
una
mundi
inmensa
y
problemática
beneficio
producto de su
for the world.
ubicación estratégica.
But today, Panama
La
is
inmigración
facing a
ilegal por la
colossal problem
selva
as a
del
result
Darién,
of its strategic
que está siendo
location.
utilizada como
Illegal
llave de
immigration
paso
through the
por
Darien Gap,
cientos de
which is
miles
being
de
used as a
inmigrantes
gateway by
desde
hundreds
hace
of
tiempo,
thousands of migrants and
que
has
huyen
been
de
for
los
some
graves
time.
problemas
Migrants that are
económicos,
fleeing the
políticos y
grave
sociales
political, economic,
en
and
búsqueda
social problems
del
they
llamado
face
sueño americano.
and seeking the so-called
Conozco ese
American
territorio
dream.
muy bien
I know that territory very
Pues hace
well
poco más de
because
una década,
just
cuando
over
fui
a
ministro de
decade ago, when
Seguridad
I
de
was
Panamá,
Panama's Minister for Security,
lideré las fuerzas
I
que
led the
recuperaron el
forces
Darién
who
de la
took back the
narcoguerrilla.
Darien Gap from the narco-guerrilla.
Hoy genera un dolor inmenso
Today,
ver el
it is a
drama
source
social
of
que
great
significa
pain
este camino
to witness the
improvisado
social tragedy
que es
that is
recorrido
this treacherous
por
journey,
mujeres,
a journey
niños
embarked
y
upon
personas
by
mayores
women,
que inician
children,
una
and elderly
travesía
persons
inhumana
who
a
begin
través de
an
ríos,
inhumane crossing
selvas
over
y lugares
rivers,
inhóspitos
jungles, and
a merced de
inhospitable
cualquier tipo de
corners.
riesgo para
They
su
face
integridad.
myriad risks to their very security.
Ese tránsito de
In so
personas es
doing,
liderado
this
por organizaciones
movement of
criminales
people is led by criminal
con base en países
organizations with
vecinos
bases in
que
neighboring
reciben
countries,
dinero maldito para
organizations
lucrar
that
con la
receive
necesidad y
dirty
la
money to
esperanza
make a
de miles de
profit
seres
from the
humanos.
hope and needs of thousands of
Comprendo
human
de manera
beings.
cabal
I
la dura
fully
decisión de emigrar
understand
para
how
escapar de la
hard it
miseria
is
y
to
opresión
decide to
que
migrate
viven
to
en su
escape the
lugar de
poverty and
origen.
oppression that one may experience
La gran
in their
mayoría de
place
las
of
personas
origin.
quieren
The
vivir,
vast majority of
desarrollarse y
people wish to
presentarse
live,
en el
develop,
progreso de la
and
tierra donde nacieron.
progress in the
Reitero,
land where they were
las
born.
causas son
Let me
conocidas,
say it again,
pero solo
causes are well
no
known,
podemos
but
atender.
alone we cannot
Ya
tackle
son
them.
demasiados los
There are
problemas sociales y
we
financieros
are
que
already
enfrentamos como
facing too
nación.
many social and
No
financial
disponemos
problems
de
as a
recursos
nation.
ni
We
de
do
posibilidades
not have the
materiales
resources or
para
the
darle
material
una solución a la
possibilities
crisis
to
migratoria
solve the
por nuestra
migration
propia cuenta.
crisis alone.
La inmigración ilegal por
Illegal
Panamá es
migration
parte
through
de un
Panama
problema
is part
global
of a
inmenso
colossal global
y
problem,
debe ser aquí,
and
en Naciones Unidas,
it must be
que debe ocupar
in
un
the
lugar
United
importante de su agenda.
Nations where this
Estamos
problem is
orgullosos
front
de
and
ser un país
center
de
of
conexión
an
al
agenda.
comercio
We
mundial,
are proud of being
pero no
a
permitiremos
country
ser
which
utilizados
connects myriad
para el
global
tránsito
trade
de
routes,
inmigrantes
but
ilegales
we
con
will
los
not
correspondientes
agree to
costos
be
sociales,
used as a transit
humanos y
point
ambientales que
for
esto supone
illegal
para nuestro
immigrants,
territorio.
because that brings with it social,
Panamá paga hoy un
human
alto
and
costo
environmental
ambiental
costs for our territory.
producto de este
Panama
flujo
is
ilegal de
today
personas,
paying a high
ocasionando
environmental cost
un
as a
daño
result of
severo a
that
nuestra
illegal flow of
biodiversidad.
persons. They are causing
Quiero
severe
decirles
damage
que
to
existe una
our
inmensa
biodiversity.
diferencia
I want to say to you
entre
that there is a
analizar
huge
esta
difference between
problemática desde
analyzing this
recintos
problem
como
from
este,
within forests
en
such
pleno
as
Manhattan,
this, in the
a
midst
ser
of
testigo
Manhattan. There's a
presencial del
great
drama
difference
como
between
yo lo he
that
sido.
and being a first-hand
Ver niños que
witness
han
of the
quedado
drama
huérfanos
that
por la inclemencia de
as
la
I have
travesía
been.
por la selva.
Seeing children
Tocaría el
being
alma del más
orphaned
frío analista
by the
que
harshness
estudia
of a
estas
crossing through the
cuestiones
jungle
desde la comunidad de
would
una oficina.
wreak havoc and tear
No
apart
son
the soul
problemas
of the
aislados en el
coldest
Darién,
analyst who was to study
o
these
por dar otro
questions from the
ejemplo,
comfort of an
en el
office.
Mediterráneo.
These aren't
Es un complejo
standalone
sistema
problems
del
for the
crimen
Darien Gap,
organizado
or to
que
give you
lucha
another example for the
y
Mediterranean.
lucra
What we're talking about is a
desde la
complex system
desidia
of
y
organized
desdicha humana.
crime that
Por
is
la
making
frontera del
profit
Darién
from
en el año
human
2023
misfortune.
ingresaron más de
In
medio millón de
2023, the Darien
inmigrantes
Gap
ilegales.
saw the entry of more than half a
Esto
million
corresponde
illegal
al
immigrants. That
12% de la
accounts
población
for, or is
total de
equivalent
Panamá.
to, 12% of
Si lo
Panama's
mismo
total
ocurriera en los
population.
Estados
If the
Unidos,
same thing had happened in the United
significaría el
States,
ingreso de
that
40
would have meant
millones
the
de
entry
ilegales
of
en un
40
año,
million illegal
es decir,
immigrants in 1 year.
un
In
número
other words,
20 veces
a number
mayor al
20
que
times
reciben hoy.
higher than that seen today.
Otro ejemplo,
Another example,
Italia,
Italy.
que también tiene
They
un grave
also
problema migratorio.
have a
El
grave
año pasado
migrant
ingresaron
problem.
cerca
Last
de
year, indeed,
150,000
around
personas de manera ilegal.
150,000 people entered the country
Si fuese en la
illegally.
proporción de
If we
Panamá,
were to scale
significaría
this
el
up to
ingreso de unos
Panamanian
7
proportions, we'd be
millones de
talking
ilegales
about the
a
entry
este
of
país
7
europeo.
million people
Señoras y
illegally
señores,
to this
les pido
European
que vean la
country.
magnitud de lo que está
Ladies and gentlemen,
sucediendo,
what I'm asking you is to
porque
really
sentimos
take
que no
stock
contamos
of
con todo
the
el apoyo
magnitude of what's
internacional que
happened,
corresponde
because our sense
para
is that
hacerle
we
frente a
don't
una
have the
situación
international
tan
support that we need
angustiante
to
desde el
face
punto
a
de vista
situation
humanitario,
which
tan
is so
costosa en lo
distressing from a
financiero,
humanitarian
tan
point of view,
riesgosa
so
para nuestra
costly from
seguridad
a
y
financial
tan
perspective,
alarmante
so
por la
perilous for
devastación
our
ambiental
security
que
and
nos
so
dejan.
alarming if you look at the
Y es
environmental
precisamente del
devastation
estrago
which it
ambiental
leaves in
que
its
quiero
wake,
hablarles
and it's
ahora.
precisely this environmental destruction
Darién
that
es
I
una de
want
las
to talk
selvas
about now.
neotropicales más
Darien
grandes
is
del
one of
mundo.
the largest neotropical
Cuando
forests
medio
in the
millón de
world, when
personas
half a
pasan
million
y
people
dejan
pass through it
toneladas
and
de
leave
residuos
tons
a lo largo de los
of waste
años,
over the
algunos
years,
altamente
some
contaminantes
of which
como
is
baterías
highly
y
polluting,
plásticos,
such as
genera serias
batteries and
consecuencias
plastic waste.
ecológicas.
That has serious
También,
environmental
y es
consequences.
doloroso decirlo,
Moreover,
quedan
and it's
cuerpos
painful careful to say
en
the following.
descomposición
Bodies,
a la vera del
decomposing
camino
bodies are
o en los
left by the
ríos.
side of the road or
No
in
todos
rivers.
sobreviven a
Not
esa
everyone
terrible odisea
survives this
de
horrific
20 días a través de la selva.
20-day odyssey through the
A
jungle.
Panamá le toca atender un
it
problema
falls
que
to
no es
Panama
nuestro,
to address
pero
a
lo
problem
hacemos
which is not
en
our
la
own.
medida de lo
But we
posible
do what we
con los
can
recursos que tenemos.
with the resources that we have.
Nadie se imagina y
No
menos
one
aceptaría
could visualize, far less
500.000
would they
personas
accept
dejando basura sin ningún
500,000
tipo de
people
planificación
leaving
ni
rubbish and waste
tratamiento
without
en
any
el
type
bosque de
of
Bavaria en
planning
Alemania
or proper
o en el
management
Parque
in
Nacional
the
de
Black
Yellowstone
Forest in
aquí en los
Germany
Estados Unidos.
or in the Yellowstone National Park
Medio
here
millón
in
de
the
almas en
United States.
situación irregular
500,000
pasando sin
souls,
documentos y sin control.
irregular migrants
Tal vez la razón
moving
de la
without
falta
documents
de
or
indignación
oversight.
global
Perhaps
por
the
la
reason for
devastación
the
de
lack of
de nuestra
outrage
provincia de
at a
Darién,
global level
el gran
at the
pulmón verde de
devastation
la
of our
región,
Darien region,
es porque está
the major
en un
green
lugar
lung of the
inhóspito de la
region,
frontera
is
entre
because
Panamá y
it
Colombia.
is in a inhospitable corner of the
Entiendo
border
que
between
parte
Panama
de la
and Colombia. I
responsabilidad
do
de que esto
understand that
ocurra
part of the
recae en funcionarios
responsibility
de
for
anteriores
this
gestiones
situation
en
falls on
nuestro
the shoulders
país que
of
no
previous
tuvieron la
governments in our
decisión
country
ni
that
la
did not
fuerza
show
para
the
poner
resolve or the
este
strength
tema en la
necessary
agenda mundial.
to place this issue on the
Pero eso
global
cambió.
agenda. But that has
Este
all
presidente
changed.
sí lo
This
denunciará
president
y
will
utilizará
speak
cada
out
foro
about this
internacional
problem
para
and will
exigir un
use
esfuerzo
every
compartido
international forum
para
to
frenar el flujo de la
demand
migración
a
ilegal.
shared effort to
Señora
halt the flow
Presidenta,
of illegal migration.
en Panamá hoy
Madam
está la
President,
nueva
in Panama
frontera
today,
de los
we
Estados
have the
Unidos,
new border of the United
porque el
States
Darién
because
y por el
Darien
Darién pasan los que
is the
buscan
corridor
aquí en este país
traveled by those who seek
una
in
mejor
this
vida.
country a better life.
Panamá,
Panama
que siempre ha
has
estado
always
del lado
been
de la
on
paz
the
y del
side
progreso
of
de las
peace and
naciones,
the progress of
hoy
nations.
necesita ayuda y
Today
apoyo de esos
needs the help and
países
support
a
of
los
those
que ha
countries
ayudado
that
históricamente en este
it
y
has
en otros recintos.
historically supported in
Cooperación
this and
concreta
other
y un
fora.
trabajo
We
frontal
need
para evitar
concrete
que usen nuestro
cooperation and
territorio
full frontal
como el inicio de un sueño
to
que gran
avoid
parte
our
de las veces
territory being
es
used as the
generado por
beginning of a
organizaciones
dream,
criminales
a
vinculadas al
dream which
narcotráfico y a
often
la
is
trata de
one trumped
personas.
up by criminal organizations
La
linked to
inestabilidad
drug
política es
trafficking
una de
and
las
trafficking
causas
persons.
generadoras de la migración
Political
masiva.
instability is one
Cuando
cause
existen
of mass
casos graves
migration when there are grave
de crisis
institutional
institucional a lo largo del
crises
tiempo
that
tienen
exist
como
over
consecuencia
time.
inmediata la deserción de sus
Their
ciudadanos.
immediate consequence is
Venezuela es un
the
ejemplo
fleeing
concreto.
of their citizens. Venezuela
Es por eso que
is
quiero
a
hablarles de
specific
nuestra
example
situación
of the
política
above. It is for
regional,
that reason
que
that I now want to
casualmente
talk about our
es el hilo
regional political
conductor de la crisis
situation,
migratoria
which
que vivimos.
incidentally is the major driver of the
La creciente
migration
degradación
crisis
de
we're
su sistema
experiencing.
institucional
The
ha ocasionado la desbandada
increasing
de casi
breakdown of
8
the
millones
Venezuela's
de
institutional
venezolanos,
system has
según
led
datos
to
de
a
la Agencia de las
stampede of
Naciones
8
Unidas
million
para los
Venezuelans,
Refugiados.
according to data from the
Esta
UN
cifra
Refugee
representa
Agency. This
una verdadera
behind this
tragedia
figure is a
migratoria
genuine
a la que los organismos
migration
internacionales
tragedy.
no le han dado
International
una respuesta
organizations haven't
contundente y
provided a
creíble
resolute
a lo largo de
or
estos años.
credible response to this problem.
Los últimos acontecimientos
throughout
en
the years.
Venezuela han
Recent
minado aún
events in
más la
Venezuela
mancillada
have
institucionalidad
further
del país.
tarnished the country's
Seamos
already
claros,
dishonored institutions.
adjudicarse
Let
un
us be
triunfo
clear.
sin mostrar las
Awarding
actas
oneself a
es como
triumph
querer ganar
without
un
publishing
juicio
vote
sin presentar
counts
pruebas.
is like wanting to win a
Querer
trial
ganar
without
sin mostrar
presenting
las actas es lo
any
mismo que
evidence.
perder
Wanting to
y no
win
aceptar
without
los resultados.
publishing vote tallies is
De
like
hecho, el
losing and
régimen
not
actual
accepting the
ha
results.
perdido el
In fact, the
sustento de sus
current
más
regime
fervientes
has lost the
defensores en
support
la
of its
región
staunchest defenders in the
o en el
region.
mejor de los
Or,
casos,
in the very best of
ha
scenarios,
recibido
it has
el frágil apoyo
received
del silencio.
fragile and tenuous
Es más que
support
evidente
expressed only
que el
as
actual
silence.
régimen
It is
no dejará el
resoundingly
poder ni
clear that the
reconocerá
current
su
regime
derrota.
will not leave power,
Es
nor
por
will
eso
it
que hago un
recognize
llamado a
its
las
defeat.
organizaciones
As such, I
correspondientes
call upon the
a que
appropriate
actúen de forma enérgica
organizations to
contra las
take
actitudes y
resolute
comportamientos
actions against the
manifiestamente antidemocráticos.
manifestly
Quiero ser enfático en que esto no es un tema ideológico
I want
o
to
de
emphasize
diferencia
here
de
that this is
pensamiento.
not an ideological issue.
Es sobre
We're
la
not talking
obediencia
about a
estricta de la
simple
voluntad
difference
popular,
in
que es
schools
la
of
madre de
thought.
todas las
What we're
voluntades.
talking about is strictly heeding
Panamá
the
está abierto
people's
al
will, that
diálogo
is
con
the
el resto de
mother
los
of all
países donde
wills.
se respete el
Panama is
sistema
open to
político
dialogue with the
y
rest of countries,
representativo que
any
emana de las
country in
distintas
which
constituciones
there is
nacionales de cada
respect for
territorio.
the political and
Traigo a colación
representational
el tema
system
de
arising
Venezuela
from every country's national
porque se
constitutions.
me
I'm
hace
bringing
muy
up the
difícil hablar de
Venezuelan
salud
issue
y
here
medio
because it's very
ambiente
difficult for me
cuando
to
8
talk about
millones de nuestros
health and the
vecinos se vieron
environment when
obligados
8
a
million
salir
of
de
our
su
neighbors
territorio
have been
huyéndole a la
forced to
miseria que
flee
vive
their
un
home,
país
fleeing
que
the
debería
poverty,
ser una
besetting a
potencia
country
económica.
that should have been an economic
¿De
power.
qué desarrollo sostenible regional
regional
How
podemos
can we
hablar
talk about regional
ante esta
sustainable
interminable
development
crisis
as
política
we
que afecta a
witness
todo el
this
continente?
interminable political
No
crisis
pretendo
face the
disfrazar de
whole
verde
continent?
natural mi
I
discurso
can't can't
cuando hay sangre derramada
look at
de
everything
inmigrantes
through
que arriesgan
a
su vida en nuestra
rose-tinted
selva
lens in my
buscando un
speech,
sueño
when
de
what we
libertad.
have is the spilt
Cuando
crimson
a su
blood
paso
of immigrants
contaminan el
risking
Darién,
their lives
dejando una
in
estela de
our jungle,
destrucción y
pursuing a dream of
desolación
liberty.
que a los panameños nos toca
As
recoger,
they
reparar y
move
costear.
through the Darien Gap, they
Si realmente hay una
contaminate the region,
preocupación por el
leaving a trail of
desarrollo
destruction and
sostenible,
desolation in
le
their
pido a los
wake, and it's up
países
to us to
miembros
pick up,
hacer una
repair, and
defensa
pay for
férrea
all of that.
y establecer
If you
mecanismos
really care
precisos
about sustainable
para
development,
revertir
I
el
ask
daño
you as member
producido en el
states
Darién.
to staunchly
Me
defend the
refiero no
environment
solo a
and
los daños
establish
medioambientales,
precise mechanisms
sino a las
to
causas que lo
redress the
originan,
damage that has
como el
occurred in the Darien
autoproclamado
Gap, and
triunfo del
talking not
actual régimen de
only
Venezuela.
about the environmental damage, but I'm
Como
also
tercer
asking you
punto,
to
quiero
tackle
avanzar
the
en mi
causes
ponencia refiriéndome a las injustas
that
listas discriminatorias
led
en las que ha
to
sido incluido nuestro país.
that led to this migration, such as the self-proclaimed
Listas que nos
triumph of the
ponen
current Venezuelan
junto a
regime. As a
tiranías
third
que han
point, I
cometido
want to
las
talk
peores
about the
atrocidades,
unjust discriminatory list that my
con
country has been
países que
placed
no
upon.
abren sus puertas
Lists
al
that are
mundo,
cobbled together by tyrannies,
no respetan la
and which put us
democracia
together
o que
with
fomentan
tyrannies
el
that have
terrorismo.
committed the worst atrocities.
No
We
aceptamos
are
ser
put
parte
on
de
list with
estas
countries
listas
that don't
elaboradas
open
por
their
intereses
doors to the world,
particulares
that
de
don't respect
naciones que no
democracy, that
logran
foster
ser competitivas ni
terrorism. We
atractivas
don't
para sus
agree to being
conciudadanos.
part of these lists that are drawn up by
Panamá
the
no puede
private
ni debe
interests
permitir esta
of
afrenta,
nations that themselves
menos
can't
después de todos
succeed
los
in being
esfuerzos
competitive or
realizados.
attractive to their fellow
Hemos
citizens.
implementado reformas
Panama
significativas
will
en
not
nuestro
allow
sistema
this affront,
financiero y legal
far less after all
a
the efforts
través de
we've
los
made.
últimos años para
We've
cumplir
made
con
significant
estándares
reforms to our
internacionales de
financial and legal
transparencia y
systems in
prevención de
recent
lavado de
years
dinero
to meet the
y
most
otros
stringent
delitos del crimen
standards of
organizado.
transparency and prevention
Pero
of
eso
money laundering and
no ha
other
sido
organized
suficiente.
crime. But
Nuestra
that
nación
hasn't
ha
been
mostrado
enough. Our
disposición
nation
para
has
colaborar con
demonstrated its
organismos
readiness to
internacionales
work with
y hemos
international
firmado muchos
organizations,
tratados
and
de
we've
intercambio de
signed
información
many
fiscal con muchos
tax
países.
information exchange treaties
Tampoco
with
ha sido
myriad
suficiente.
countries. That wasn't
Como
enough
consecuencia,
either. As a
las recetas
consequence, the
impuestas bajo
measures
la
that
falsa
we've been
promesa de
forced to take whilst
descalificarnos
waved in front
han
of us
sido
has been the false
catastróficas
promise
para
of
nuestra
being
economía
delisted.
y aún así
These
no
measures have
logramos
been
librarnos de estos
catastrophic
temerarios
for our
señalamientos.
economies. And
Panamá
yet we still
no
haven't been
es
able
un
to
paraíso
get ourselves
fiscal,
removed from these
ni nada
reckless
parecido,
lists. Panama
como sí lo
is
son
not a
las
tax
otras
haven,
jurisdicciones
nothing
afines
like it.
a muchos
The people
países
that are
promotores de
tax
estas
havens
listas
are those
que
other
son
jurisdictions
analizados y
allied
se
with the
miden con
countries
otra
that
regla
promote
diferente
these
a la que
lists.
miden a mi
Those
país.
countries are analyzed and measured
Es
by different
paradójico,
standards to those used
pero
for
las
my
naciones
country.
que aprueban la
It's quite
inclusión de
paradoxical,
Panamá en esas
but the
listas
nations that
usan
approved
nuestro
Panama's
canal,
inclusion on these lists
participan en
use our
licitaciones
canal.
públicas,
They participate in
lucran
public
con
tenders,
consultorías
they
pagas y
make
hacen
money
lobby a favor de sus
from
empresas para lograr
consultancy
contratos de
services,
nuestro
and
país.
they lobby their businesses to get
Este
juicy
presidente ha
contracts in
tomado
our
la firme
country.
decisión de
This
no
president has
permitir
taken the
que las
firm
empresas de
decision
los
to
países que
not
avalan
allow
y
the
acompañan esas
businesses of
listas
countries
participen
that
en
endorse
licitaciones
these lists to
internacionales.
participate in international
Tampoco
tenders.
contarán con
Neither
nuestro
will
voto en
those
los
very same
organismos
countries
internacionales.
benefit from our vote in international
Al tiempo que
fora.
nos señalan, han
At
gozado
the
de
same
muchas
time, they
facilidades
point
y
their
ninguna
finger at
medida
us. They've
restrictiva.
enjoyed benefits
Su
and
visión
have
sesgada
not suffered
pretende
any
mantener
restrictive
un
measures.
estigma
The
infame
aim of
sobre
their
Panamá,
bias
que es
is
un
to
país
ensure that
responsable en materia de
despicable
cumplimiento
stigma
financiero.
continues to hover over
Quiero lo
Panama.
mejor para mi
Panama
amada
is
Panamá.
a responsible country
No
when it
llegué a la
comes to
presidencia
financial
para
fair play.
congraciar a otros
I
países,
want the best
sino
for my
para
beloved
atender las
Panama. I
demandas de mi
didn't
patria.
accede to the presidency to make
Hablando de
other
listas,
countries feel good.
quiero
I did
contarles
so
que
to
Panamá es uno de
meet
los
my country's
poquísimos países
demands.
en el mundo
Talking
carbono
of lists, I
negativo.
want to tell you that
Es decir,
Panama is one of the
que
countries in the
eliminamos más
world that is
dióxido de
carbon
carbono de la
negative. In
atmósfera
other words, we
de lo que
remove
emitimos.
more
Pero
carbon
tener esa
dioxide from the
deslumbrante
atmosphere
condición
than the
ambiental no nos ha
CO2
traído
we emit. But this
ningún beneficio.
glittering status has brought us
Tener
no
gran parte de
benefit
nuestro
whatsoever.
territorio protegido implica
A
desafíos
large,
mayores para
vast
poder lograr
swathes
un
rather of our
auténtico
territory is
desarrollo.
protected, and that brings with
Hoy,
it major challenges in
países
terms
que
of
acabaron
achieving
con su
genuine development.
biodiversidad para
Today,
desarrollarse
countries that utterly
imponen a otros
destroyed their
en vías de
biodiversity for the
desarrollo
sake of
el cuidado
development force
ambiental
other
que ellos no
developing
tuvieron.
countries to abide by
Esto
standards of
supone una
environmental
asimetría
care that they
en
dismissed.
cuanto a las
This
oportunidades para el
produces an
progreso.
imbalance in terms of
Por un lado,
opportunities for progress.
debemos
On the
mantener
one
nuestras
hand, we're
selvas
forced
en
to
estado primario
maintain our
y por
forests
otro,
in a
nos
primary
señalan en
state.
listas que complican la
And on
llegada
the other
inversiones
hand,
y truncan el desarrollo de un
fingers are
sistema
pointed to
financiero
us and we're
mundialmente
placed on lists
competitivo.
which make it difficult
Panamá
for
no
investment to
acepta
arrive
estas
and which
reglas del juego.
stymie the development of a globally
Quiero reiterar en
competitive
este
financial
recinto el
system.
mensaje a la
We do
nación
not
panameña cuando
accept the
asumí el
rules
cargo
of
de
this
presidente
game.
de la República.
I want to reiterate the message
Panamá es un país amigo de las buenas causas
delivered when I
y no
assumed the
permitiremos más
presidency. I
señalamientos
said there and I'll
injustos
say now,
que
Panama
perjudiquen
is
nuestra
an
capacidad
ally of good
económica,
causes and we
nuestro
will no
prestigio
longer
y socavan la
allow
imagen de
fingers
nuestro
to be
país.
pointed at us unjustly in such a way
Finalizando,
that
quiero expresar
harms
nuestra
our economic
honra como
capacity,
panameños,
our prestige,
pues en enero
and in a
del
way that
próximo año
besmirches the
seremos
very
miembros
image
no
of our
permanentes
country.
del Consejo de Seguridad de esta
I'd like to
organización
say to
por
you
sexta
what an
vez
honour
en
it
la
is for
historia.
the Panamanian people
Esto es un fruto de un
to
trabajo
become
sostenido en el
non-permanent
tiempo.
members of the Security Council,
Es
as we
por la
will do in
conducta de
January
nuestro
this
país
year.
en la
That will
lucha
be
contra
the
el
6th time in
terrorismo,
history.
contra la trata de
That
personas y
accolade
contra el
is the fruit of
narcotráfico.
sustained work over time.
Panamá contribuye
We've
a la
been
paz y la
given
concordia
that
entre
seat
todos los
because
pueblos.
of our country's work
Todo
to
esto es
fight against
contradictorio
terrorism, to
a las
fight
listas antes mencionadas.
trafficking in persons,
Perdón
and to
por mi
fight drug
insistencia,
trafficking.
pero es
Panama
inaceptable que a un
contributes to
país
peace and
con
concord
una
between
conducta
peoples.
íntegra y coherente a favor
I
de la
am
libertad,
sorry for
la
hammering
paz y la
home this
seguridad
point
internacional
again and
se
again
le
and
asocie
again.
con quienes
But
hicieron
all
todo lo
of this
contrario a
is
esto,
completely impossible
colocándonos
to
en
reconcile
arbitrarias
with the aforementioned
listas
list.
que
We
no
can't
coinciden
accept
con
that
la
a country
realidad.
whose conduct is
Verdaderamente
unimpeachable
inaceptable.
and a country that works in favor of
Continuaremos
peace,
luchando
freedom and
de forma
international
pacífica y
security
sostenida para que se
be
termine
lumped together
con
and
este
tarred with the
hostigamiento
same brush
innecesario
with
y
those who
sobre todo
do quite the
discriminatorio en
opposite.
manos
We're
de
placed on
países que
arbitrary
jamás
lists that
aplicarían en
don't
sus
tally with
territorios
reality. All
las
of that is
condiciones que ellos nos
genuinely
exigen.
unacceptable. We'll continue fighting
Para
peacefully and
finalizar, quiero
doggedly
expresar
to put an end
que
to this
seguiremos
unnecessary
construyendo un
and
país al servicio de la
discriminatory
humanidad,
harassment at the hands
cuidando
of
nuestra
countries that would never
biodiversidad
abide by
a
the same
pesar de las
conditions we are
adversidades,
forced to.
defendiendo la democracia
To
a
conclude, I'd
pesar
like
de
to
las
say that we'll
amenazas
continue
concretas que hoy
building a
existen
country
en
that is
nuestra región.
at the service of humankind.
Panamá
We'll care for
seguirá
our
conectando el
biodiversity. In the
comercio
face of
mundial,
adversity,
el
we'll
comercio
defend our
mundial,
democracy in spite of
luchando
concrete
por la
threats
libertad,
today hovering over our region.
integrándose al mundo
Panama will
y
continue
exigiendo
connecting
el
global
respeto que
trade,
damos y
fighting for
que nos
freedom,
merecemos como
being
una
a part
nación
of the
íntegra,
world and
como un
calling
pueblo
for
noble,
the
trabajador
respect that
y
we
que
give
lucha
and the respect
todos
that
los
we
días para hacer de
deserve
este
as an
mundo
upstanding
un
nation.
lugar
We
mejor
are
para
a
vivir.
noble working people and we'll fight every
Distinguidos
day to
miembros
make
de
this
esta
world a better
organización,
place to
señora
live.
Presidenta,
Distinguished members of this organization,
en
Madam
nombre de
President,
Panamá y
on
de todo el
behalf
pueblo
of Panama
panameño,
and all of the
muchas gracias
Panamanian
por esta
people, many
oportunidad que nos
thanks
brinda.
for this opportunity.
Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Panama. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faure Gnassingbe, President of the Togolese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Presidents,
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de
Excellencies,
gouvernement,
heads of state and
Monsieur le
government,
Secrétaire général des Nations Unies,
Secretary General of the United
distingués
Nations,
invités, Mesdames et Messieurs,
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
l'histoire des Nations
the history
Unies
of the United Nations
est celle de la confiance
is one
dans des
of
réponses collectives aux
trust
crises
in
les plus graves.
collective responses to the most serious
Mais chacun d'entre nous
crises.
voit bien
But each
que
of
nous
us
sommes
today
aujourd'hui
sees
à la
that
croisée des chemins.
today we are at a crossroads.
D'une part, notre modèle
On the one
multilatéral
hand, our
et
multilateral
nos
model
institutions vieillissantes
and our aging
ne sont plus à
institutions
même
are no
de
longer
faire
able
face aux
to
nouveaux défis
tackle
qui sont,
new challenges
convenons-en,
which are
d'une complexité
admittedly of
inédite.
an unprecedented complexity.
D'autre part,
On the
nos
other
discussions
hand,
comme nos engagements multilatéraux
our
de ces dernières
discussions,
années
just as
restent
our
souvent
multilateral
lettres
commitments
mortes.
in recent years,
C'est pourquoi
often
il y a
are
de
not
réelles
accompanied
raisons
by action. That is why
d'être inquiet
there is
quand
real
on regarde
reason to be
l'avenir.
concerned as we look to the future.
Inquiet pour le futur de notre
Concerned
planète
for the future of our
qui est
planet,
traversée par des crises complexes.
which is ravaged by complex crises.
Inquiet pour le
Concerned
futur de notre jeunesse
for the future of our youth,
au vu des défis dont elle
given
hérite.
the challenges
Je pense
that
bien sûr
young people will
d'abord aux
inherit.
défis environnementaux.
And of course, I refer first and foremost to
Inquiet
environmental
enfin
challenges. And finally,
futur de nos
concerned about the
institutions
future of our
qui ne sont
institutions,
pas adaptés
which are
aux
not
réalités
adapted to
contemporaines
current realities
et qui ne remplissent plus
and which
leurs
no
promesses.
longer fulfill their promises.
Nous n'avons donc pas le choix. Nous
We
ne pouvons
have
pas persister dans des systèmes
No choice. We
peinent
cannot
à tenir leurs
persist
promesses
with our systems that no
et qui ne
longer
reflètent
deliver
plus
on their
la
promises and
réalité
no
du
longer
monde.
reflect the realities of our
Nous
world.
devons nous engager dans une
We
transformation
must
profonde.
begin
C'est
a
pourquoi
profound transformation.
Je me présente
That is
devant vous
why
aujourd'hui
I stand before you
avec
today
une conviction
with
et une vision
a
claire
clear
pour l'avenir.
conviction and vision for the
Ma
future.
conviction, c'est que notre chemin est
My
possible.
conviction is that
C'est un
another
chemin
way is
où la
possible,
coopération internationale
a way
se
forward
revitalise
where international
en se faisant
cooperation is
plus
revitalized,
et
is
plus
more
respectueuse.
inclusive and more respectful.
Ma vision, c'est celle d'une Afrique
And my vision is
qui
one of
prend
Africa
pleinement
that
son rôle de partenaire
fully assumes
stratégique
its role as a
dans la
strategic
construction de nouvelles
partner
règles
in
de régulation
building
planétaire.
new rules for global governance.
Ma première observation est que mon pays, le Togo,
My
regarde
first
vers l'avenir
observation
avec espoir et
is that
détermination.
my country, Togo, looks to the future with
Au
hope and
Togo, nous travaillons à un
determination. In
développement
Togo,
qui doit être
we are
durable.
working on a
mais
type of
aussi
development that will
équitable
be
et
sustainable
inclusif.
but also equitable and
Pour
inclusive.
cela, nous savons qu'il nous faut
We
bâtir
know
un
that in
État
order to
fort,
achieve this, we must
visionnaire
build
et
a
protecteur.
strong, visionary
Nous le faisons en
state
tant
that
que
ensures
nation,
protection. We
parce
are
que c'est
doing this
notre
as a
responsabilité
nation
envers
because
les
this
générations
is
actuelles et
our
futures.
responsibility towards current
Cela
and future
passe
generations.
Par des investissements
This
massifs
requires
dans nos
large-scale
systèmes
investments
d'éducation et de santé.
in our education and healthcare systems.
Cela passe par la
This
réduction de la
requires
fracture numérique.
reducing the digital divide.
Cela passe aussi par notre engagement
And this
dans la
also
transition
requires
écologique
a commitment to an
comme par notre
environmental
action
transition
en faveur de
as
l'égalité
well as
des genres.
action in favor of gender equality.
Ma deuxième observation, c'est que
My second observation
regarder vers l'avenir aujourd'hui,
is that
c'est regarder
today,
vers
looking
l'Afrique.
to the future means looking to
Notre
Africa.
continent n'est plus seulement une région en
Our
développement.
continent is
C'est tout simplement
no
le
longer
prochain
just a
moteur
developing
de
region,
la
it is
croissance
also
mondiale.
the future driver
Car
of
c'est en
global
Afrique
growth, because
que se trouve et se trouvera
it is
encore pour
Africa
longtemps
that is home
la jeunesse mondiale.
and will continue to be
C'est
home
là
for a
que
long
se
time to the
trouvera le
majority of
potentiel de
global
développement le
youth.
plus fort pour les
That is
marchés
where the
émergents
strongest development
liés à
potential
l'innovation
resides for
technologique
emerging
et à
markets related
l'entrepreneuriat.
to technological
C'est
innovation
notamment en
and
Afrique
entrepreneurship.
que l'économie
It is in
verte et bleue
Africa that the blue
offre
and
des
green
opportunités
economies
considérables pour un
open up
développement
considerable
durable.
opportunities for sustainable development.
Notre continent est riche en ressources naturelles.
Our continent has a wealth of natural
Correctement
resources.
exploitées, elles peuvent transformer
When
l'Afrique
properly
en
leveraged,
un
they
pôle
can
mondial
transform
d'énergie
Africa
propre
into
et
a global
renouvelable.
hub for clean, renewable
C'est aussi
energy.
là que nous devons
And it is also in
expérimenter
Africa
les nouveaux modèles de partenariat
that we
dont nous avons besoin, notamment
must test out new
entre le secteur
partnership
privé
models
et le
that
secteur
we
public.
require, specifically
Ma
between the
troisième
private and
observation,
public sector. My third
c'est que
observation
la réponse aux défis de notre
is that
temps suppose une
addressing the
coopération
challenges of our
multilatérale
times requires
efficace.
effective multilateral
Les défis
cooperation.
alimentaires, sécuritaires ou
Challenges
écologiques
in the food
dépassent
security
ce
and
que chaque
environmental
pays
realms go
est
beyond
capable de gérer
what
efficacement
each
à lui
country
seul.
can address
De
individually
plus,
and alone.
Il s'agit de crises
More and more, we
fondamentalement
are dealing
asymétriques.
with fundamentally
Ces
asymmetric
crises qui impactent
crises.
rapidement et
These
durement les
crises
régions du monde
quickly and
qui ne sont
harshly
pas
affect
directement responsables
regions
de
of the
leurs
world that
causes.
are not directly responsible for the
C'est pourquoi
causes
je
of those
redis ici
crises.
ma conviction
That is
profonde.
why I reiterate my
D'abord,
deep
face à ces
conviction.
menaces globales, il n'y a d'avenir meilleur pour les
First,
générations actuelles et futures que dans l'action
given these
collective
global
et coordonnée
threats,
de nos États.
the only way to ensure a better future
ensuite,
for current and future
cette action
generations
collective
is to
doit
take
se
collective
mettre,
and
doit se
coordinated
mener
action by
à
states,
l'intérieur des
and
cadres politiques mondiaux rénovés.
this
Ceci est
collective
vrai
action must be
en
carried out
particulier
as
pour nos
part
efforts
of
d'adaptation et de
revitalized global
résilience
political
climatique.
frameworks.
L'Afrique
This is in
est l'une des
particular true
régions
for our
les plus
efforts when it comes to
vulnérables
climate adaptation
aux
and
effets du
resilience.
changement climatique.
Africa is a
Et
region
cela,
that is one of the most
bien
vulnerable
que
to the
nous
impacts of
contribuions le moins
climate change.
aux émissions de gaz à effet de
Even
serre.
though Africa as a continent contributes
Les
the least
effets
to greenhouse gas
délétères
emissions,
en Afrique du changement
the
climatique
harmful impact
en
of
termes
climate
de
change
sécurité
seen in Africa in
alimentaire
terms of food
et ses
security
conséquences migratoires
and the
ne peuvent plus
migration
être
challenges
sous-estimées.
that this causes cannot be
Si nous n'y veillons
underestimated.
pas, la question
we do
environnementale sera à l'origine
The
de grandes vagues de migration
issue
vers le nord,
of the
ce qui, à
environment will
l'évidence,
lead to
en
major
fait un
waves
sujet
of
commun.
migration towards the north, which
Mais ce besoin d'action
is
collective
clearly
est
something
vrai
that is
aussi
a common
du
concern.
défi de la paix et
But
de la
this need
sécurité.
for collective action is also true when it comes to the
Et ce
challenge of
défi non
peace and
plus
security.
ne peut pas être,
And that
ne peut plus
challenge
être le fardeau des seuls Africains.
Also a burden that can no longer be
En
carried
Afrique
by
de l'Ouest,
Africans alone.
nous
In
faisons
Western
face
Africa, we
aux menaces persistantes du
face the
terrorisme.
persistent threat of
Selon
terrorism.
moi,
In my view,
la réponse repose
the
sur
answer
une
to
combinaison de dialogue
requires
inclusif,
a
de réformes
combination of
sécuritaires
inclusive
et
dialogue,
d'initiatives de
security
développement
reform,
économique
and economic
pour
development
éradiquer
initiatives that
les causes
would
profondes de la violence.
address and eradicate the root causes of
Mais
violence.
nous ne résoudrons pas tous ces défis seuls.
But we cannot tackle all
La
of these
coopération
challenges
multilatérale
alone.
est nécessaire pour
Multilateral
faire face
cooperation
à cette
is
menace
necessary
collective.
in order to face this collective
Nous le
threat.
savons tous,
We all
le
know
développement,
that
la
development,
transition climatique comme la sécurité
the climate
sont
transition and
devenus des
security
sujets qu'il faut aborder
have all
de
become
façon
issues
multilatérale.
that need to be tackled
pour
in
cela,
a multilateral manner.
Il faut d'abord réinventer
But to do
notre
this,
modèle de
we
coopération
must
internationale.
first
Et ceci me conduit
refashion our model
à
for
ma dernière
international
observation.
cooperation. And this brings me to my last
Il n'y aura pas de
observation.
coopération internationale
We
renforcée
cannot strengthen
sans un
international
nouveau
cooperation
modèle de
without
partenariat
a new model for
plus
partnerships
équitable
that is more
et plus respectueux
equitable
des États africains.
and more respectful
Nous
towards
avons un
African
besoin
states.
urgent de
We
réinventer le
urgently
modèle du
need
multilatéralisme
to
pour rééquilibrer les
rethink our
efforts
model of
dans la coopération
multilateralism in order
internationale.
to rebalance efforts
Dans ce cadre,
in the context of international
notre continent
cooperation.
l'Afrique
And in
mérite
that
une attention
context, our
particulière.
continent, Africa, deserves particular
Tout d'abord,
attention.
il faut davantage de respect
First of all,
et de dignité pour les États
there
africains
needs to be
sur
more
la scène
respect,
internationale.
dignity for African
Il est
states
temps de
on
reconnaître
the
que nous sommes
international stage.
des acteurs stratégiques
It is
à
time to
part entière,
recognize that we
capables
are
de
strategic
contribuer de
actors in
manière
our own right,
significative
capable of
aux
making
efforts
a
mondiaux
major
pour la paix,
contribution to global
le
efforts
développement
towards
durable
peace,
et la dignité
sustainable
humaine.
development, and human
Le
dignity.
respect de la dignité humaine n'est
Respect for
pas
human
seulement un
dignity
principe
is
qui
not
doit
only
guider
a
l'ensemble de nos
principle
actions
that
quotidiennes
must
à
guide
l'intérieur de nos
our
frontières.
daily actions within our borders.
Le respect et la dignité de nos peuples
The
doivent être
respect
reconnus
for and dignity
à
of
travers
our
leur
peoples
représentation
must be
et
recognized
surtout
through their
l'importance donnée à leur
representation
voix,
and
qui
the
doit
elevation of
s'exprimer
their
et être
voice,
respectée
which
dans les
must be
forums
heard
internationaux.
and respected in international fora.
Ensuite, il faut un nouveau modèle de
And
coopération
finally, we
internationale
require a new
qui
model of
s'appuie plus
international
largement sur la
cooperation
localisation.
that is more broadly
Les
based on
solutions universelles
localization.
imposées de l'extérieur
Externally imposed
peuvent, c'est vrai, avoir quelques
so-called
vertus,
universal solutions
mais elles n'ont
can,
que
it
très
is true, have some
partiellement fait
advantages,
leurs preuves.
but
Malgré
they
les
do
efforts
not
de ces
always
dernières
work.
années,
Despite
l'aide
the
internationale
efforts made
reste
in
trop souvent
recent years,
déconnectée
international aid
des
often
besoins et des
remains
capacités d'agir des
disconnected
populations qui en
from the
bénéficient.
needs and the capacities of the
La
populations that
localisation doit
receive this
être
aid.
un engagement profond
Localization must be
à
a
reconnaître l'expertise locale
major
en permettant
commitment
aux États
to
de jouer
recognize
leur
local
rôle dans la
expertise while allowing
définition des
states
priorités et la
to
mise
play
en
their
œuvre des
rightful role in
programmes.
defining priorities and implementing
Le Togo est
programs.
résolu à être un acteur de premier plan dans cette
Togo is
transformation.
resolved
Je
to
lance un appel à tous
play
les
a
acteurs
leading role in this
internationaux
transformation,
pour qu'ils
and I call on
soutiennent
all
une
international
coopération
stakeholders
plus
to
équitable et respectueuse.
support a more
Excellences,
equitable and
Mesdames et
respectful
Messieurs,
cooperation.
l'Afrique est
Excellencies,
prête.
ladies and gentlemen,
Elle est prête à
Africa
jouer le
is
rôle qui lui
ready.
revient sur la
It
scène
is ready
internationale,
to play
mais elle
its
aspire
rightful role on the
à être
international
respectée,
stage, but seeks to be
et soutenue
respected,
dans les efforts de
listened
manière
to,
équitable.
and supported in its
Ensemble,
efforts in an
travaillons à
equitable way.
construire un monde
Together,
où
let us
chaque
work
nation,
on building a world where
chaque
each
individu
nation
peut vivre avec
and
dignité
each individual
en
can live
harmonie
in
avec les
dignity,
autres
in
et
harmony
avec notre
with others
planète.
and
Je vous remercie.
with our planet. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Togolese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General Assembly,
Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de
heads
gouvernement,
of state and government,
Monsieur le secrétaire général,
Secretary
Madame
General,
la secrétaire générale adjointe,
Deputy Secretary General,
Mesdames, Messieurs,
Ladies and
distingués
gentlemen,
invités.
distinguished guests,
Avant tout propos, je
at
voudrais
the
saisir
outset,
cette
I wish
tribune
to take
pour
this
saluer à
opportunity
nouveau la
to
mémoire de
once
mon
again pay
compatriote,
tribute to the memory of my
Amadou Makhtar
fellow
Mbow,
countryman,
qui vient de nous
Amadou
quitter.
Dabo, who has just left
Ancien
us.
directeur général de
Former
l'UNESCO
General Director
de
of Director General
1974
of UNESCO
à 1987,
until
il fut un homme d'État
1998.
émérite
He was
et un
eminent
fervent
statesman
acteur
and a
panafricain de la
staunch
lutte pour les indépendances.
Pan-African defender
Je
of
félicite
independence.
M. Philomen
I
Yang
wish to congratulate
pour
Mr.
son
Philomen
élection
Yang
à la
on his
présidence de
election
cette
to
Assemblée
the
générale des
presidency
Nations
of
Unies,
this United Nations
ainsi
General
que son
Assembly.
prédécesseur,
I also congratulate his
pour sa
predecessor
contribution à la
for the
mise en œuvre
contribution
de
he
notre
made
agenda
to
commun.
the implementation of our common
À
agenda.
travers vous,
Through you,
je formule mes vœux de succès
I
dans la
convey my
conduite de nos
wishes
travaux.
for
Je salue
your
également
success when
l'engagement
it comes
constant
to
du
discharging
secrétaire général Antonio
your
Guterres,
mandate. We see the
dont les
unwavering
efforts
commitment
pour
of our
promouvoir
Secretary General
la paix,
Antonio Guterres, his
la
efforts
dignité
to
humaine
promote peace,
et le
human dignity
multilatéralisme
and multilateralism
sont plus que jamais
are now more
nécessaires.
than ever before
Le
necessary.
Sénégal renouvelle son
Senegal
plein
once
soutien
again
à sa
expresses its
mission
full support
en ces temps
for
de
his
turbulence
mandate
mondiale.
in these times of
prenant la
global
parole
turbulence.
aujourd'hui,
As I take the floor
Je
before you
suis habité
today,
d'une conviction profonde
I speak with the
l'unité
conviction, the deep
dans la
conviction
diversité est la
that we are
clé
united in
pour garantir
diversity.
le développement
Indeed,
durable
unity in diversity
et
is
la
the
dignité
key to
humaine
guaranteeing
pour tous,
sustainable development and
partout
human
dans le
dignity
monde.
for all, everywhere in the
Ce
world.
thème de la présente
The
session
theme of this
qui guide
session
nos discussions
that will guide
nous
our
invite à
discussion
repenser
invites
nos
us to
responsabilités
rethink
collectives
our collective
et à nous
responsibility
assurer que les
and to
principes
guarantee
fondamentaux
that
des
the
Nations Unies
fundamental principles of the
définis il y a
United
près de 8
Nations
décennies
set more
continuent de
than
porter
around
la
8
promesse
decades
d'un
ago
monde plus
contribute
juste
to
et plus
upholding the
équitable.
promise of a
Mesdames,
fairer and more
Messieurs,
equitable world. Ladies
Nous
and
vivons
gentlemen,
dans un monde troublé
ours is a troubled
où les
world,
principes de la
a
Charte des
world in which
Nations
the
Unies
principles of the
qui
United
prônent
Nations
l'égalité,
Charter, which
la justice
talk
et le
about
respect des droits
equality,
humains
justice,
sont
and the
chaque
respect
jour
for
mis en
human
balle.
rights are every
conflits
day put
s'étendent.
to the test.
Les
Conflicts are
inégalités se
spreading,
creusent.
inequalities
Et
are
les crises
widening,
climatiques
and
aggravent la
climate crises
vulnérabilité de millions
are
de personnes
rendering
à
millions
travers
of
le
people
monde.
throughout the world even
De
more
surcroît,
vulnerable than they were
Nous
before.
assistons à une
Moreover,
remise
we
en cause
are
inquiétante du
witnessing
multilatéralisme.
a worrying trend
À
to
un
call
moment
into question
où l'humanité
multilateralism
en a
at a
le plus
time when
besoin.
humankind needs it more
Le
than ever
monde doit
before.
se regarder en
The
face.
world must stare the truth
complaisance.
in the eye.
Les valeurs que nous avons juré de défendre sont
The
piétinées dans
ideals
plusieurs
that we
régions du
swore
globe.
to defend are being
Que l'on
trampled
soit à
upon in all
Gaza,
four corners of the
à Tel
globe, whether
Aviv,
we're talking about
à
Gaza,
Dakar
Tel
ou
Aviv,
ailleurs.
Dakar, or
Chaque
elsewhere.
être humain est porteur de
human
cette égale
beings
dignité.
are
Une dignité qui
equal in
transcende les
dignity,
frontières,
dignity which
les
transcends
cultures
borders,
et les appartenances
cultures,
religieuses.
and religious
C'est notre devoir
affiliation.
à tous
It
de
is
veiller à
incumbent
ce
upon
que
us
cette
all
dignité
to
soit
ensure that
protégée
this
et
dignity be
respectée
protected
pour
and
chaque être humain
respected
sans
for
exception.
all human beings, regardless of who they
Ce
are.
devoir est l'essence
This
même des Nations
duty is the
Unies.
very essence of the United
Pourtant,
Nations.
Nous
However,
constatons chaque jour que le droit
every day we
international,
see
ciment de la
international
paix
law
mondiale, est souvent
as the
violé.
very foundations of
Des résolutions
international
adoptées
peace
par
is
cette
violated.
Assemblée sont
Resolutions
ignorées.
adopted by this General Assembly
Intolérance et
are
violence
treated with
répétées.
flagrant
Nous
disregard.
foulons
We have
aux pieds
repeated
les principes de la
violence.
Charte des Nations
The
Unies
principles of the UN
et
Charter
sapons
are
les
kicked to the
fondements même
corner,
de cette maison
and
de la paix.
we see the undermining of
Jamais
this
les
very
fondements
house of
des
peace.
Nations Unies
Never before
n'ont
the
autant
foundations of the
vacillé
United
dans ces temps
Nations
de
have been
violence
as
et de peur
shaky as
et
they are now.
d'incertitude.
We're seeing
Si nous
violence,
voulons
fear, and
éloigner le
uncertainty being
spectre de la
sown.
guerre
If we wish to
et œuvrer
vanquish
à
the spectre
l'avènement
of
d'un
war
monde meilleur,
and usher in
alors
a
il est
better
temps de
world,
changer
well,
les
it's high
paradigmes.
time to
Il
change
est
our
temps de remettre
paradigms. It's
l'humain
high
au centre
time
de l'agenda
to
international, comme nous y invite le thème de cette session.
put human
Monsieur le
beings at the heart of our
Président,
international
Mesdames,
agenda, as we're
Messieurs,
invited to do by the
nous
theme of this
voulons-
session. President,
nous ne
ladies and
voulons plus
gentlemen,
fermer les yeux
we
sur la
no
tragédie
longer
qui
wish
se déroule
to
dans le Sahel.
stand idly by
Des groupes
and watch the
terroristes
tragedy in the
terroristes
Sahel
sèment la
play
terreur,
out. Terrorist groups there
pillent,
are sowing
tuent
terrorism,
les
they're
populations
pillaging, they're
civiles
killing
innocentes.
innocent
Cette
civilians.
région autrefois
This
stable
region
est
was
désormais
once
en
stable,
proie à une
and now
violence
it is in the
quotidienne,
grips of
tandis que les
daily
Nations
violence,
Unies
At the same time, the United Nations, specifically the Security Council, it remains inactive all too often. Moreover, we can't allow the Sahel to become the theatre of foreign rivalries, clashes between which do nothing other than destabilize the region. Here, I must remind you that peace and security of Africa are inextricably linked with global peace. It is vital that the Security Council better play its role as a guarantor of international peace and security. Once again, let me say that Senegal is deeply concerned by the tragic situation playing out in Palestine. Entire generations have grown up in Palestine in the shadow of oppression. They are deprived of their fundamental right to a viable state. Senegal, as president of the chair of the Committee on the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, calls for an immediate, lasting ceasefire. We reiterate our support for the two-state solution, with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine, in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. This war spares no woman, no child. It does not spare vital infrastructure and is an open wound on the international conscience. It's vital that international humanitarian law be restored in all conflict zones. It's vital that the United Nations fully play its role as mediator and guarantor of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, peace is not simply the absence of war. Peace is also every human being having the possibility of living in dignity, the possibility to feed themselves, have accommodation, get an education, and to receive healthcare. And yet, today, more than 750 million people are going hungry, and a million every day live in abject poverty. These figures are drawing the world ever further away from achieving the SDGs set for 2030. We can no longer allow mechanisms for global governance continue to reproduce these inequalities. It's high time to do away with a dog-eat-dog world and to build a new global contract based on solidarity and cooperation. This social contract must include major reforms to address political, economic, and the environmental challenges of our age. Firstly, it's vital that we safeguard and strengthen multilateralism as the unique framework within which we can achieve and protect international peace and security. Doing that involves an urgent reform of global institutions, namely the Security Council, the IMF, the World Bank, so that these institutions become more inclusive and reflect the economic and geopolitical realities of our time. The African continent in particular must have a more meaningful place in these decision-making bodies. Secondly, it's high time to repair the economic injustices which hinder the development of many countries in the global south: illegal trade, tax evasion, illicit financial flows, and abusive tax systems harm developing countries, namely in Africa. These injustices must be corrected in order to allow all countries to fully participate in global trade and to benefit from economic growth. Third, it is vital that we resolutely work to tackle climate change. We must do that by respecting the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. The industrialized country historically responsible for mass greenhouse gas emissions must step up their efforts to finance a just and equitable energy transition which does not penalize developing nations. We must, as an absolute imperative, protect our planet without sacrificing the rights of the most vulnerable nations to continue their development.
Il est nécessaire de rompre avec toute tentative d'imposer des normes civilisationnelles unilatérales. Depuis son indépendance, le Sénégal a toujours défendu l'égale dignité des cultures et des civilisations. Et cette diversité doit continuer à être la base de la coexistence pacifique entre les peuples. Aucune nation ne devrait imposer aux autres ses pratiques ou ses valeurs comme normes universelles. Le respect des différences est le fondement de la stabilité et de la paix dans le monde. Mesdames et messieurs, le Sénégal est fermement engagé dans cette voie. Nous avons choisi de bâtir un État résolument tourné vers le développement durable avec des initiatives ambitieuses dans des domaines tels que les énergies propres, la souveraineté alimentaire et la gouvernance transparente. Mais nous savons que pour réussir, nous avons besoin de l'action collective et de la solidarité internationale. Aucun pays, aussi puissant soit-il, ne peut relever seuls les défis qui menacent l'humanité. Il nous faut donc agir ensemble, unis dans la diversité, pour construire un avenir où la dignité humaine est respectée, où la justice prévaut, et où la prospérité est partagée. C'est par la coopération et le respect mutuel que nous surmonterons les crises qui secouent notre monde. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Sylvanie Burton, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mabrika, I greet you in the language of my Kalinago people, the first people of the Caribbean, of whom I am proud to call my ancestors. I proudly bring you warmest greetings from the citizens of the nature island of the Caribbean and the homeland of Olympian gold medalist Pierre Lafont Gadson, the Commonwealth of Dominica. It is an extraordinary honor to address this august body in my capacity as the first female president of the Commonwealth of Dominica and as the first president of indigenous descent. Madam President, our organization was born out of the need to enable dialogue and facilitate cooperation among its members to avoid international conflict. Over time, however, our understanding of human development's contribution to peace building and civilization has improved to the point where cooperation to enhance the human condition now lies at the core of our organization's work. Madam President, progress in many spheres of human endeavor is not equitable, and deliberate action is required to ensure that the most vulnerable among us, namely women, boys, girls, the physically challenged, and senior citizens, are brought from the shadows of neglect and into the light of opportunity. In essence, Excellencies, though we are a small nation, subject to the many challenges of growth and development, we insist that we continue to be our brother's keeper and join our voice with those who believe that no one, regardless of location, race, ethnicity, gender, or religion, no one is left behind in the relentless pursuit of advancement. To leave no one behind in our quest for a sustainable and resilient future, we must embrace multilateralism to combat the many major global challenges we face. Madam President, we remain concerned that despite the resources and publicity given to UN Agenda 30, its outputs so far do not inspire confidence that we are on track to realize the much heralded goals. Alarmingly, the 2024 Sustainable Development Goals report indicates that far from building on the progress achieved during the first 5 years, and I quote, fully half of the 17 targets are showing minimal or moderate progress, while over 1/3 appear stalled or going in reverse. It is therefore the hope of my government and the Caribbean community, of which we are proud members, that this assembly will be known as the forum at which the United Nations family rededicated itself to ensuring that the SDGs remain central to our claim, that our civilizations are caring and progressive, and that our collective management, scientific and diplomatic capabilities will be assigned to ensuring that the well-being of the present and future generations is guaranteed. Madam President, for example, despite SDG 3, good health and well-being, the growing burden of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, is an urgent crisis that calls for unified and aggressive approach by all global leaders. The World Health Organization, WHO, concludes that NCDs such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension, cancers, and chronic respiratory diseases account for 75% of all deaths worldwide. These diseases not only shorten individual lives, but also imperil the future of our societies, our economies, and our shared global development goals. The fight against NCDs is not one that any nation, particularly a nation as small as ours, can win alone. That fight requires strong leadership, innovative strategies, and collaboration at every level. In Dominica, we have made significant progress in enhancing our healthcare system to better meet the needs of those at risk or living with NCDs. I had the opportunity to share Dominica's perspective, vision, and action on non-communicable diseases with the global group of heads of state and government for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases at the 3rd annual gathering held here yesterday at the UN headquarters. Dominica is proud to play its part in this global effort, and we remain committed to working with international partners to share knowledge, resources, and best practices in the fight against NCDs. Madam President, we stand today at a critical juncture in human history. Climate change, as we know, is not just an environmental challenge. It is a threat to every aspect of life as we know it. For Dominica, as for many small island developing states, this is not a distant or abstract issue. It is a daily reality. We have said it time and time again. We see it so vividly year after year that our communities are on the front lines, facing intensified hurricanes, devastating floods, and prolonged droughts. We recall our own devastation in 2015 with Tropical Storm Erica, which wiped out 96% of Dominica's GDP. And then again in 2017, against the deadly Hurricane Maria, which destroyed over 225% of Dominica's GDP in a matter of hours, mere hours. That is why this year we watched in agony as Hurricane Beryl swept through the island states of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, and Jamaica. Madam President, these tragic occurrences embolden us to state firmly that the time for rhetoric has long passed. Business as usual simply will not suffice. We need urgent, bold, and decisive action to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius as science clearly dictates. But to do this, we must drastically reduce emissions, boldly honor financial commitments, and build critical resilience infrastructure in regions particularly vulnerable in relation to climate change. This is a moral imperative, a matter of the utmost urgency, a matter of climate justice. Our future depends on the decisions made in these halls. Excellencies, this assembly is meeting at a time when the Commonwealth of Dominica and the rest of the Caribbean direct our gaze to the east and on the storms and hurricanes that emerge in the Atlantic. There is no denial that climate change is happening. We see, indeed, we feel its disastrous impacts on a daily basis. Already, the warnings of weather scientists regarding global warming and the consequent increase in frequency and severity of storms have proved to be accurate. The government and people of Dominica stand in solidarity with our sister CARICOM nations and others adversely affected by this year's storms. Dominica, along with other Caribbean states, have already prioritized the development of national climate adaptation strategies, invested in resilient infrastructure and agriculture, invested in community education and in renewable energy. Still, the reality is that, as important as our interventions in this crucial space are, they will remain ineffective if our friends and partners in the industrialized world do not honor their commitments to reduce global warming and provide the funding that is required to enable our low-emitting states to become resilient. We therefore seize this opportunity to urge that the ethical pledges made via the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, the Climate Action Summit, and within the framework of the Green Climate Fund be honored in the interest of the global community. Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit has been sounding that call at every opportunity he gets. We are sounding that call again at this assembly. The high-emitting countries need to recognize and accept responsibility for their destructive practices and do the noble thing. We will not relent until they do. Madam President, our world is at the crossroads. Now more than ever, leadership at every level matters. My delegation is of the firm view that the fundamental principles of the UN Charter must be respected, no matter which member state may be under scrutiny. Madam President, this is no source of joy to my delegation, but these critical times demand that important truths be spoken frankly. Madam President, a glaring hypocrisy clouds this august body. When right seems to pass as wrong, wrong seems to pass as right, depending on which member state is being impacted. This practice of might makes right must be discontinued. Madam President, my delegation remains deeply concerned about the ongoing conflicts, particularly in Ukraine, the Middle East, and Sudan, among others. We recognize the crucial role of peace in human development. We are convinced that war is futile. It is this conviction that impels us to urge that the fullest support be given to those entities that are engaged in promoting peace and reconciliation in the Middle East, Ukraine, and Sudan. Just a few examples of locations where war is setting back the human development gains achieved over the years. The continuing loss of innocent lives, particularly innocent lives of the most vulnerable among us, namely the innocent lives of women and children, is of dire concern. There is no winner in these conflicts. And if history has taught us anything, it is that the cost to rebuild after such terrifying and inhuman conflicts is extremely prohibitive. To this end, as long as these conflicts persist, my delegation will not cease to echo the call for an urgent end to these conflicts which have decimated the lives of so many innocent ones. Madam President, we stand in solidarity with the people of Haiti and insist with the other CARICOM member states that the current crisis being confronted by our sister CARICOM state in no way nullifies the entitlement of its people to the recognition of their sacred sovereignty and their right to be central in the search for a fair and durable peace. The government of Dominica remains convinced that the present challenges faced by our sister CARICOM state are in part related to the glorious contribution Haiti made to the quest for justice and freedom in our region and the world. Indeed, the current complexion of this august body would have been unimaginable without the heroic struggles of the Haitian people. As such, the crisis in Haiti is much more than a Caribbean crisis, even if the solution is an obligation that all of the Caribbean states accept wholeheartedly. My delegation therefore unreservedly supports the position of CARICOM on the situation in Haiti, a position that rightly calls for a Haitian-led and owned transition process to bring across systematic changes to our fellow CARICOM member state. It is high time. The heroic sacrifices of Haitian blood and treasure that opened the door to the liberation of so many of our countries, making it possible for us to be members of this august body, deserve no less than the abundant peace and prosperity of the wonderful Haitian people. It is, Madam President, in this same spirit that we welcome the installation of the interim government under the leadership of Dr. Gary Conil and the swearing in of a new cabinet of ministers on June 12th. This process of normalization of life for the people of Haiti has been nothing if not daunting. However, with the support of the international community, there is a glimmer of hope, the dawning of a new day as progress is being made. We remain ever optimistic that ordinary Haitian citizens will once again be able to live, work, and feel at peace in Haiti, an outcome they so richly deserve. Madam President, no mention of this glimmer of hope for the Haitian people would be complete without recognition of the strategic support of the Kenyan volunteers, who have played a major role in bringing the security situation under some measure of control. The Kenyan people standing so closely in the struggle for peace and prosperity with the Haitian people is as natural gets, because their stance echoes the ancestral and historical connections that we share, as well as the imposition history placed upon us to struggle for our liberation. We therefore thank the government and people of Kenya for their mighty effort. We thank also the United States of America and Canada for their generous support for the effort to stabilize Haiti. We also thank the other states which have made and pledged their support to Haiti towards the restoration of an environment conducive to peace and development. Recognition is also due to those who made material contributions to this effort. We urge member states who have pledged financial support to honor those pledges so that the humanitarian gaps can be closed and the food crisis can be resolved. The Haitian people, a people as heroic and resilient as people ever were, deserve better. It is our firm conviction that we in the international community have a responsibility to ensure that the living conditions of the Haitian people are brought to the natural standards of human dignity. Madam President, the Commonwealth of Dominica is keen to underscore its commitment to advocating for unity, justice, peace, and the sustainable human development that they foster. In this regard, we continue to urge that the long-running economic embargo against the people of Cuba be set aside. It hurts the people of Cuba as well as the image of its sponsors. The trade embargo imposed against our brothers and sisters in Cuba continues to be of great concern to us in the Caribbean. Its lifting grows increasingly urgent. Therefore, the Commonwealth of Dominica once again joins the voices of the overwhelming majority of members of this global organization to call for the immediate lifting of trade restrictions and export bans imposed on the good people of Cuba. They are unjustified, they are unjustifiable, they are antiquated, they belong to a bygone era. They should cease to exist. They fall, in our view, within the grand narrative of yet another Caribbean people's struggle for liberation. It is for these reasons that the government of Dominica strongly urges a radical reconsideration of these actions. Madam President, our steadfast advocacy for respect for the United Nations norms of sovereignty and non-interference impels us as well to urge that the right of the government and people of Venezuela to resolve internal challenges without outside interference be respected. We renew our condemnation of the United States' imposition of sanctions on Venezuela. The resulting hardship forced upon the people of Venezuela needs an immediate and complete end. Madam President, in closing, my delegation is pleased to leave this august body with reference to a most valuable and appropriate gift for this forum at this point in time. My ancestors, the Kalinago people, lived in harmony with Mother Nature, drawing on nature for food and general well-being, including medicinal plants. The benefits to a life in harmony with Mother Nature are many. Their impact on the environment was minimal. The benefits to human health were long, active lives with minimal burden of chronic diseases. My ancestors also lived a communal life marked by social cohesion. My delegation recommends this way of life of our Kalinago people to this body. Madam President, I wish Your Excellency and all the delegations participating in the 79th session every success in their deliberations. In the language of my Kalinago people, Ayahora, Ayahora, which means thank you. I thank you for the courtesy of your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Hilda Heine, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, I bring you warm greetings of Yahweh on behalf of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Madam President, I congratulate you upon your election and look forward to your leadership. Madam President, we cannot ignore that our common multilateral progress is failing us in the hours of greatest need. Perhaps most at risk are human rights, the fundamental freedoms which must be afforded every citizen of this planet. This accountability applies to all, without exception or double standards. The Human Rights Council must also work towards a balanced agenda, an inclusive approach to human rights within our diverse global setting. Our own unique legacy and complex challenges with nuclear testing impacts, with climate change, and other fundamental challenges informs our perspective that the voices of the most vulnerable must never be drowned out. These convictions are why the Marshall Islands is a candidate for UN Human Rights Council term 2025 to 2027. With the endorsement of the Pacific Islands Forum leaders. Madam President, for nearly a year, nations around the world have expressed grave concern regarding extreme violence in Gaza and Israel, not just the horrific events which led to this grave conflict, but also the disproportionate and devastating response visited upon an innocent civilian population. Madam President, as we look forward to next year's UN Oceans Summit in France, it is vital that the international community takes action to protect the health and biodiversity of our oceans. The youngest and future generations of islanders must not be robbed of the benefits we know today. Without sustainable ocean ecosystems, the economy, stability, and cultural identity of our region will collapse. Through regional institutions, our island nations are defining sustainable fisheries and changing the global market. Our distant fishing partner nations at the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, many of whom are also global superpowers, need to place long-term sustainability ahead of immediate commercial goals. Illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing is not just a threat to our own economic future, but also global food security. Madam President, the world needs to ensure that the high seas seabed is not stripped of its unique biodiversity before we even document it. Without a clear-eyed scientific understanding of impacts and risks, the world's oceans are too fragile to turn into a speculative experiment. The Marshall Islands joins the growing chorus applying a precautionary approach towards high seas mining, at least until there is adequate and meaningful agreement at the International Seabed Authority on binding environmental measures and the mining code. Madam President, sea levels have risen, and we are too late to prevent them from eating away at our shores. But we must also be clear. We will not be wiped out off the map, nor will we go silently to our watery graves. Sea level rise poses a threat to long-term ability to remain in our islands and to our fundamental security as a nation and within our ocean-locked Pacific Island region. But for small island developing states, our stability and legal identity remains fixed in the future, just as it is now. The Marshall Islands strongly supports the recent declaration of the heads of state and government of the Alliance of Small Island States on sea level rise and statehood, and we urge other nations to join us in support. The Marshall Islands welcomes this year's high-level meeting on sea level rise and the ongoing work of the International Law Commission as an opportunity to engage on complex multilateral questions, even where SIDS have already established state practice. Madam President, we must do all that we can to prevent further melting of the cryosphere. By February next year, every nation on Earth has committed to putting forward new nationally determined contributions that set out how they'll reduce emissions to keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need governments to show both ambition and cooperation, as we all agreed last year, to triple renewable energy deployment, double energy efficiency, and most importantly, to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels and end the subsidies that support them. Despite this, we have seen some of the planet's wealthiest countries break their pledges as they double down on fossil fuels. This failure of leadership must stop. There must be no new coal mines, no new gas fields, and no new oil wells. The financial needs of this energy transition for adapting to climate impacts and for repairing the rising loss and damage are in the trillions of dollars. In Baku later this year, we will decide whether that money is made available to developing countries. We must see vastly increased contributions. We must also find money wherever we can. Instead of rewarding some of the richest and most polluting businesses on the planet, we should repurpose these funds to the rollout of renewables and to directly supporting the poorest and most vulnerable. Right now in the IMO, Pacific Island negotiators are leading efforts to agree on a universal greenhouse gas levy, which gives the right incentive to drive decarbonization of the shipping industry and raises revenue in the billions, a portion of which should be used to address the climate impacts from shipping pollution and help build resilience in vulnerable countries. I urge every country to join us. The Marshall Islands emphasizes the importance of the advisory opinion from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea regarding the marine environment from climate-driven pollution. We look forward to the advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice regarding the climate obligation of states. Madam President, the Marshall Islands experienced 67 known atmospheric nuclear tests between 1946 and 1958, resulting in an ongoing legacy of death, illness, and contamination. The impacts are handed down generation to generation. These impacts continue to challenge our human rights. In our culture, our identity is our land. Testing impacts left behind deep scars, with communities remaining in exile from their home islands. billions of dollars in unmet adjudicated claims, and a social and environmental burden upon our youngest and future generations. To help ensure nuclear risk is eliminated, the Marshall Islands is working towards accession to the 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty, as well as the Treaty of Rarotonga and its nuclear-free zone. Madam President, we did not choose this nuclear fate. It was chosen for us. UN Trusteeship Resolution 1082 and 1493 were adopted in 1954 and 1956 respectively, despite petitions to the contrary by our Marshallese leaders. These tests were undertaken by the United States, acting as the United Nations administering authority. These resolutions remain the only time in which any UN organ has ever explicitly authorized the detonation of nuclear weapons. We cannot undo the past, but as a United Nations, we owe it to ourselves to make amends through the adoption of a resolution which formally apologizes for the failure to heed the petition of the Marshallese people. By doing so, all of us will begin the process of healing and to reestablish faith and trust in this institution. Madam President, our strong work on human rights and nuclear testing impacts is a fundamental and foundational effort to address transitional human rights, and we call attention to document HRC/57/77, the report of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights on the nuclear legacy in the Marshall Islands and its human rights impacts. In particular, I emphasize my nation's unequivocal support for the High Commissioner's important conclusions and recommendations on further action for my own government, for the United States, and for the United Nations. Madam President, as a nuclear-affected state, we seek to work with other affected nations and peoples, including Kiribati, French Polynesia, Australia, Algeria, Kazakhstan, North Korea, and the Xinjiang province of mainland China, and within the United States. All should realize that the responsibility to fully address the harms resulting from the use, detonation, or testing of nuclear weapons lies, respectively, with the member states that have done so. This is the basis of UN General Assembly Resolution 78/240 on victim assistance and environmental remediation. And all must know that the scars upon our collective lands and peoples are firm lessons for nuclear weapons elimination. Madam President, the Marshall Islands welcomes this year's adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS as a companion to the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. It is vital that island-driven strategies are better addressed. We are particularly pleased to welcome the strong efforts of the new UN Multi-Country Office for the North Pacific in the Federated States of Micronesia, and we look forward to a groundbreaking ceremony for the new UN complex. Madam President, this year's Triennial Conference of Pacific Women hosted in the Marshall Islands demonstrated the region's continued commitment to advancing gender equality with a focus on the health of women and girls, gender-responsive climate justice, and gender-based violence to strengthen and uplift women and girls across the Pacific. It is important in our work going forward that we progress national implementation at scale and build intersections with UN Women and international system assistance, including as a full region and with the UN North Pacific Multi-Country Office. Madam President, we have long understood island-led security in our region, but for many, we are only starting to build formal security foundations at a time when full policy strength is needed to turn the Pacific Islands Forum Boyd Declaration on Regional Security into action. Recent UN action under the Secretary General's Peace Building Fund is a key step up to strengthen treatment of the link between climate and security. We now need to address with our own direct Pacific voices geopolitical tension to ensure that our democratic island priorities drive our future, free of external influence and coercion. Climate impacts pose a grave security challenge alone, but tackling them with core institutions under external stress, coupled with our underlying fragility, risks epic disaster. Madam President, Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine is a threat to basic democratic norms, human rights, and international accountability. As island democracies and as vulnerable nations in the shadow of changing geopolitics, the war in Ukraine is of great concern to the Pacific Islands, as though Eastern Europe was next door. Madam President, the Marshall Islands look forward to the upcoming high-level visit of the Pacific Islands Forum Troika Plus grouping to New Caledonia. In addition, we support ongoing forum engagement with Indonesia and West Papua to better understand stakeholders and to ensure human rights. Madam President, if we are truly serious that no one is left behind, the UN would not be blinded to Taiwan's efforts and partnership towards achievement of the SDGs. Only this independent, democratic government can represent its 23 million people. UN Resolution 2758 does not mention Taiwan and should not be used as a pretext to exclude Taiwan from participating meaningfully in the UN system. This resolution has been misused to threaten cross-strait and regional peace and security. This was never its original intent. It cannot serve as a sound basis to prohibit Taiwanese citizens and journalists from the UN premises. The UN Secretariat should maintain neutrality and should not be complicit in limiting media freedom. Madam President, as key risks worsen in and around the world, multilateralism must be strengthened. For small and vulnerable nations, the United Nations, despite all its faults, remains the only institution which offers us a vital platform to voice our concerns, issues, and at times seek shelter from the ravages of conflicts and climate change. The word multilateralism can be expressed in the Marshallese proverb, "Warin Kangal," meaning the coral where all the fish congregate to seek shelter and feed. Let us all nourish and maintain it for ourselves and future generations. Mr. President, the United Nations is that very coral, Warin Kangal. Let us leave no country behind. Thank you, and komoltada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Irakli Kobakhidze, Prime Minister of Georgia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of my country, it's a great honor to be with you today to address so many different nations of the world. We are a government that believes Georgia inherently deserves to be a peaceful, stable, and developed country. With this in mind, over the last decade, we have ensured that Georgia develops along this trajectory. We have made some tough choices and were never afraid of the challenge. We never chose an easy path, and we always prioritized our nation and our people. As a result, we are reclaiming our nation's pride, the pride and dignity that a country with 3,000 years of history deserves. We gather here in times of unprecedented global challenges, when interlinking crises of escalating conflicts, climate change, and rising humanitarian needs remain complex. These challenges require bold actions. Georgia has never been afraid of bold actions. The last couple of years have been difficult for our region. While we should be concentrating on global challenges such as development and problem solving, the ongoing war in Ukraine has caused an unprecedented level of uncertainty and a humanitarian crisis. I would like to underline once again Georgia's support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders remains firm and unwavering. Understanding the first-hand importance of peace, we have led the effort to transform our immediate South Caucasus region from a region of conflicts into a region of opportunities. We welcome the process of peaceful settlement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and in particular, the efforts aimed at normalizing relations with neighboring countries. We have been and are willing to provide a regional cooperation format that will support collaboration and trust building between countries to make sure differences are left in the past and that we move forward together to capitalize on all the resources and advantages our region has to offer the world. Georgia's strategic location, serving as a natural bridge between Europe and Asia, makes Georgia the shortest route between East and West. With our sea access and strong relations with China, as well as Central Asian countries, Georgia is a key player in the regional and broader Eurasian context. We are a hub not only for the exchange of goods, but also for energy transit and much more. Georgia ensures that 7 landlocked countries of the South Caucasus and Central Asia are connected with the rest of the world via our port infrastructure, which we are committed to further developing with the soon-to-commence Anaklia deep-sea port construction. If you look at the political map, Georgia is the single safest and most reliable transit route to ensure the timely and efficient movement of goods and services. Our commitment to maintaining and enhancing our role as a reliable transit corridor ensures we are able to support our strategic partners in Europe with their energy security needs. By diversifying supply routes and investing in robust infrastructure, Georgia can offer additional predictability in east-west connectivity, especially within the framework of the Middle Corridor initiative. As we all know, the last couple of years have brought significant challenges. Despite these multiple tests, Georgia has demonstrated a remarkable resilience to such external shocks. Our average annual economic growth since 2021 has been 9.7%. Thanks to strong macroeconomic fundamentals and fiscal discipline, the government debt and the fiscal deficit declined to 39.3% and 2.5% respectively. Additionally, Georgia has maintained one of the lowest regional inflation rates, further showcasing its economic stability. Despite significant economic improvement and cutting the poverty rate in half over the last 10 years, further reducing poverty and inequality is at the heart of Georgia's socio-economic development agenda. In 2023, the employment rate showed significant improvement, coinciding with an increase in the labor force participation rate. The positive trend continued in the first half of 2024 as well, when the unemployment rate decreased to a record low of 13.7%. Georgia's effective performance is duly reflected in international rankings from the world's most reputable agencies. The Global Competitiveness Survey by the World Economic Forum ranks Georgia 20th in the world and 11th in Europe in terms of corruption control, while in terms of rule of law, Georgia ranks 29th in the world and 14th in Europe. The International Budget Partnerships Open Budget Survey ranks Georgia as #1 in terms of budget transparency globally. Transparency in the Time of War by the European Research Center for Anti-Corruption and State Building placed Georgia 17th in its 2023 ranking, ahead of 15 EU member states and 4 G7 states. Additionally, Georgia is the 25th freest economy in the world, according to Fraser Institute's Economic Freedom of the World Report, once again ahead of many leading economies. The Heritage Foundation's Index of Economic Freedom ranked Georgia 19th in Europe and 32nd globally, once again ahead of many EU countries. According to the OECD FDI Regulatory Restrictiveness Index, Georgia ranked 8th among more than 80 countries as one of the most open economies in the world in terms of attracting investments. That's the reason why Georgia's FDI to GDP ratio is one of the highest among peer countries. FDI in 2023 amounted to $1.9 billion USD, representing 6.2% of GDP. In the post-pandemic period until now, Georgia has attracted $6.2 billion USD in FDI, further supplementing Georgia's transformation into a regional multifunctional hub that serves all things business. Even so, we hosted more than 7 million tourists last year, showing a strong bounce back in post-COVID recovery. Georgia still maintains one of the lowest crime rates globally. According to Numbeo, Georgia ranks 8th in Europe and 21st globally, thanks to our law enforcement agencies and professionals. Despite the fact that 20% of our territories are under illegal occupation, we continue to thrive, continue to grow, and continue to make sure that our children live in a better, stronger, and more dignified Georgia. We are diligent and tireless in our quest to make sure Georgia is a country that every citizen is proud of. I want to use this opportunity to address our people on the other side of occupation line, in the Abkhazia and Skhin Valley regions. Whatever actions we take are done to help our people so that one day, with our children, we can live together in one happy, united, and developed Georgia. On this side of the occupation line, we will always meet you with an open heart. We have to rebuild all the broken bridges in our country. Dear colleagues and friends of my country, in conclusion, Georgia is at a pivotal point in its modern history, and we, as the government of the people, are determined to guide our country in the best interests of the nation, to make sure we overcome all our challenges and become stronger and more successful than ever before. We are optimistic that Georgia's desire to become a full-fledged member of the European Union will be achieved by 2030. As we look ahead to the future with a commitment to shaping a prosperous community together with our allies and partners, our united efforts will persist in supporting peace-building measures and sustainable development. In doing so, we will advance human dignity not only for the citizens of Georgia today, but also for the well-being of all future generations to come. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Georgia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castillo, President of the Government of Spain. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President,
señoras y señores jefes de Estado, de Gobierno, embajadores, embajadoras, delegados, delegadas, Les hablo en nombre de
I'm
un
speaking
país
to you on behalf of a
comprometido
country
con
committed
los valores
to
que esta
the values
institución
which
encarna
this
y
institution
con un
embodies,
orden
and
internacional
committed
basado en
to
las normas
an
y los principios
international
consagrados
rules-based
en la
order,
Carta
one
de
based
Naciones
on the
Unidas.
norms and principles
Un
enshrined
país,
in the United Nations
España,
Charter, a
que
country,
cree en los
Spain, which
mecanismos
believes in
internacionales de
international
rendición de cuentas,
accountability mechanisms,
que lucha
a
contra la
country
impunidad
which
desde
fights
el valor
against
de la
impunity,
experiencia y la
prompted to
memoria
do so by our
histórica,
first-hand
un país
experience and our
defensor de
history.
instituciones
We
como
are
la
a
Corte
country that
Internacional de
defends
Justicia, la
institutions
Corte
such as
Penal
the
Internacional,
ICJ, the
fundamentales
and the
para
ICC,
garantizar la
both
paz, la
crucial
seguridad
for
y la justicia
the guarantee
y la
of
reparación
peace,
de las
security,
víctimas.
justice,
Un
and the
país, en
reparation of
definitiva, que
victims.
practica y se
Ultimately, a country
conduce
which
desde una máxima
whose
fundamental
practice and
y es el valor
conduct is guided
de
by
la
a crucial
coherencia,
maxim, and that is the value
la
of
que
coherence.
nos ha
That
llevado a
maxim has
decir lo mismo en
compelled us
Ucrania,
to take
en
the same
Gaza
stance
y
on
en
Ukraine,
cualquier
Gaza,
otro lugar.
and on any other
Defensa de la
place.
paz,
We
de los derechos
defend
humanos
peace,
y de un
human
orden
rights,
internacional
and an
basado
international
en reglas.
rules-based
Y que,
order.
ante las dudas de otros,
In the
responde
face
con
of
más
the
confianza
doubters,
en el
we
multilateralismo.
respond by placing greater trust
Ese
in
mismo sistema multilateral
multilateralism. This very
el que el
same
mundo
multilateral
levantó
system
pieza a pieza
is
de las
one which the
cenizas de la
world
barbarie
built brick by
se
brick
encuentra
on
hoy
the ashes
bajo
of
una
barbarism
enorme
is
presión.
today
Una
withstanding
presión que
great
impacta de lleno
pressure
en
which
tres
is dealing a
aspiraciones
heavy
esenciales
blow
para el
to three
progreso
key
de las
ambitions
naciones:
for
la
the
paz,
progress of nations,
la democracia
peace,
y el
democracy,
desarrollo.
and development.
Tres
These
aspiraciones
are three
inalcanzables por
aspirations,
separado,
peace, democracy, and
la
development,
unas y
which
las
cannot
otras.
be achieved
La
in
paz
isolation.
es incompatible
One cannot
con
be
la
achieved
tiranía.
without the other
La
two.
democracia, a su
Peace
vez,
is
necesita
incompatible
proveer
with
bienestar y
tyranny.
desarrollo para
Democracy
legitimarse
needs
como
to
lo que
provide
es
well-being and
la
development
forma
in
de
order to
organización
earn
social y política
legitimacy
más
for what it
avanzada que
is,
el
the
hombre
most
ha
advanced
creado
form of
en la
social and
historia.
political organization that man
La
has
paz
ever
sin
created.
democracia
Peace
es
without
la paz de las
democracy is the
cárceles.
peace of
La
jails,
democracia sin desarrollo
prisons.
ni progreso es la
Democracy
antesala
without
de la
development and
autocracia,
progress
como
is a
atestigua
precursor
un
to
pasado rico en
autocracy,
enseñanzas que
as
nunca
clearly evidenced
deberíamos
by a past
olvidar.
rich in lessons that
Por
we
tanto,
must
trabajar
never
activamente
forget.
por la paz, la
Consequently,
primera de
working
esas tres
actively for peace,
aspiraciones,
the first of these
es
three
hoy
aspirations,
mucho
is
más que una
today
exigencia
much
moral,
more than a
es
moral
una
imperative.
necesidad
It is instead
existencial.
an existential need.
Por primera vez,
For the
señoras y
first
señores,
time,
en 2
ladies and
décadas,
gentlemen, in 2
crece
decades,
el
the
número de
number of
conflictos en el mundo.
conflicts in the world is
Crece el
growing.
número de países
The number
involucrados
of
en
countries
guerras fuera
involved in
de sus
wars
fronteras,
outside
a
of their
niveles sin
borders is
precedentes
growing,
desde
rising to levels
1945.
not seen since
Aumenta el número de
1945.
víctimas,
We're seeing
de
an
heridos,
increase in the
de
number of
heridas,
victims, the
de
wounded,
mutilados,
the
de personas
maimed, and
desplazadas.
in the number of
Y lo hace
displaced
también
persons.
el impacto económico
Also
de la
growing
violencia.
is the
Hasta el
economic impact of
13%
violence.
de todo
It today
el
accounts
producto
for up to
mundial,
13%
según
of global
algunos estudios.
GDP, according
Es
to
decir,
some studies.
el
That is,
equivalente
in other words,
a
the
toda la
equivalent
riqueza creada
of
en un
all the
año
wealth
por
created in
180
one
países
year by
juntos.
180 countries
Estas cifras
combined.
no solo ponen
These figures
voz a un
are
gran
not
fracaso
only the
colectivo, que lo
expression of a major
es, son la
collective
constatación de una
failure, as
enfermedad
they
global
do,
que
but they are
corroe
the
tanto los
symptom
cimientos del
also of a
sistema
global
multilateral
illness which
como
is
los de un orden
eating away
internacional basado
at the
en
foundations of a
principios y en
multilateral
normas.
system and an
Principios que
international
hasta hace poco
order based on
parecían
principles and
inviolables:
norms. These
el
are
respeto a la
principles which
soberanía,
until just a
la
short time ago
independencia
seemed
política,
inviolable,
la
the
integridad
respect for
territorial
sovereignty,
de los
political
países,
independence and the territorial
como
integrity
ocurre,
of
por ejemplo, en
countries.
Ucrania.
These
A
principles
esta hora,
are
mientras
being
estamos aquí,
eroded in
se
Ukraine
cumplen
as we
31
gather in
meses
this hall.
del inicio de una
Indeed,
agresión que la
31
Rusia de
months have
Putin
elapsed since
dirige
the
no solo
beginning of
contra el
an
pueblo
aggression
ucraniano,
which
sino contra
Putin's Russia is
el
waging
conjunto de
not
la
only
comunidad
against the
internacional.
Ukrainian people but also
Una
against the
agresión que
whole
no
of the
debería
international
prolongarse
community.
ni un
That
día
is
más.
an aggression which cannot last
La reciente
even
conferencia de
one
paz
day
en
longer.
Ucrania,
The
celebrada
recent peace
en Suiza,
conference
a mi juicio ha sentado
for
las bases
Ukraine,
para
held
construir
in
una paz justa y
Switzerland, laid the
duradera,
foundations for
respetuosa con
a
el derecho
just and lasting
internacional
peace in
y con la
line with
Carta de Naciones
international
Unidas,
law and the United
tal
Nations
y como
Charter,
proclama la fórmula de paz
as
del
called
presidente
for by
Zelensky.
the peace formula
Invito,
of
por tanto, a
President
todos todos los países
Zelensky.
que aún
Consequently,
no lo
I
han
invite
hecho
all
a
countries
sumarse
who
a
have
esta
not yet done
iniciativa,
so to
así
join that
como trabajar
initiative
también en
and
el
to
siguiente paso,
work
que es la
on the next
recuperación y
step,
la
that is
reconstrucción de
recovery and
Ucrania.
rebuilding in Ukraine.
Este año
This
España
year, Spain
aumentará
will
su
increase
financiación humanitaria y para
its humanitarian
el
aid
desminado
and
en
mine
Ucrania hasta
clearance
14 millones de
funding
euros. Y en el año
to
2025 la cooperación
14
española
million
incorporará
euros in
una línea
2025.
de
Moreover,
trabajo
the Spanish
específica
Development
sobre la
Agency will
recuperación
establish
y
a
la
new work
reconstrucción
stream
centrada
on
en la salud,
recovery
en la
and
energía
reconstruction
y en el agua
focused
en
on
Ucrania.
food, water and
Ocurre
energy in
en
Ukraine.
Ucrania, pero ocurre también en
The
Palestina,
principles to which I referred
donde
are
desde
being
hace casi
eroded
un
in
año
Ukraine, but also in
asistimos a una
Palestine. For
insoportable
almost a year
espiral
now,
de
we've been
muerte y de
witnessing an
devastación
unconscionable
que ya se
spiral of
extiende
death and devastation,
desgraciadamente al
which
Líbano.
is now unfortunately
Esto
spreading
supone
to Lebanon.
una escalada del
This
conflicto
is
de la máxima gravedad. Y por tanto, desde España condenamos con rotundidad la muerte de civiles inocentes una vez más, y por ello quiero hacer un nuevo llamamiento a la desescalada, a la distensión y a la vía diplomática. El derecho internacional
International humanitarian law must be respected, as must international law.
Abordando las causas profundas del conflicto israelí-palestino,
to the conflict in Gaza and tackle the root causes of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's the only way that we'll be able to successfully extinguish the hotbeds of tension that are jeopardizing regional and global stability. Everything we're seeing daily in Gaza and now unfortunately in Lebanon is forcing us to think about the very validity of international humanitarian law. Just as we mark the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, Spain will continue doing everything it can to provide humanitarian aid to the Gazan population, with UNRWA as the key actor on the ground. However, none of this will be commensurate with need without a ceasefire. Everything except a ceasefire is insufficient. Once again, I appeal for a ceasefire, the release of hostages and the access of humanitarian aid. In any case, the evidence is resoundingly clear. We cannot go back to the situation which previously prevailed. It is imperative and urgent to apply a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine to coexist side by side in peace and security. That is the only possible solution to a conflict which has already dragged on for decades and which has claimed so many innocent lives. Moreover, the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, requested, moreover, by this General Assembly of the United Nations, has ruled that the occupation of Palestinian territories is illegal. What we're seeing is an occupation which must immediately stop. The time has come to work on the stabilization phase. That is the sole responsibility of the Palestinian Authority. Spain is committed to the PA and determined to increase that support. Ladies and gentlemen, as you will be well aware, Spain took the decision to recognize the state of Palestine on the 28th of May. That was a decision supported by the overwhelming majority of Spanish society, and one whose only aim is to further the quest for peace in the region. A desire which has long been held. In 1949, a Spanish man, Pablo Diaz-Canel, was the first representative of the UN mediator in Palestine. Today, it continues to be moving to read his notes about that mission, which are full of bitterness in the face of the catastrophe that he senses was around the corner. Pablo Azcárate was a man in exile, a Spanish Republican, that the dictator prevented from returning to his homeland. It is perhaps for that reason that he empathized so much with the suffering of that land. And his name deserves to ring out loud and clear 75 years since those events. This year, before the end of this year, Spain and Palestine will hold the first intergovernmental meeting to broaden and deepen our bilateral relationship. I also want to underscore the importance of the recent meeting in Madrid of the Euro-Arab Islamic Group to catalyze the peace processes and to allow the two-state solution to come to fruition. It is urgent that we convene the peace conferences with the parties in the international community. This is an initiative supported by more than 90 countries, and that is a peace conference which will allow us to revive the spirit of dialogue which prevailed in Madrid in the beginning of the 1990s, when the Israelis and Palestinians sat around the same table to negotiate. At such a complex juncture, I wish to reaffirm Spain's unconditional support for and commitment to
en la Fuerza Interina de Naciones Unidas en el Líbano,
demonstration of that commitment is the 670 Spanish troops deployed in UNIFIL under the command of a Spanish general. The work of peacekeeping missions is key in many arenas, such as in the Western Sahara. We will continue to support the special envoy of the United Secretary General to achieve a mutually acceptable solution which abides by law and which exists within the UN framework. But it's clear that beyond peacekeeping missions, relations, we must tackle the underlying causes of conflict, as indicated by the new agenda for peace championed by the Secretary General. We resolutely support that agenda. With that in mind, the Indo-Pacific has become a center of gravity, and we must all contribute to maintaining peace in that region. We must all continue to demand the respect of basic principles of international law, such as the freedom of navigation at sea. Spain is willing to collaborate with to the work of partners to maintain stability and security. Ladies and gentlemen, while this turbulent landscape could cause us to lose heart, we can look at some projects such as the European project as an example of hope. No one would have imagined that in only a few decades we'd have seen such radical change in Europe's geopolitical landscape. Consequently, as part of the European Union, Spain is committed to that agenda for peace. In December 2020, Spain and the United Kingdom reached a bilateral agreement on Gibraltar, on something very important to Spain, that is Gibraltar, in the context of the United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union. We continue to work flat out, and have done since then, now with a new British government, so that that agreement can lay the foundations for a future relationship between that territory and the European Union. We have every faith that as soon as possible we'll be able to reach an agreement between, or the EU and the UK will reach an agreement around Gibraltar. This agreement must be fully consistent with the UN doctrine on that territory. Of course, Spain fully aligns itself with that doctrine. Any agreement reached must be fully consistent with my country's legal position regarding the sovereignty and jurisdiction where Gibraltar is concerned. We must work to develop a prosperous area of social and economic development which encompasses Gibraltar in its entirety, including the Campo de Gibraltar. Together with the threats to peace, the world is facing a real risk of democracy being dismantled, and this brings me to the second aspiration that I want to touch upon. Rights that we thought acquired are today being called into question or undone. A reactionary global agenda is paving the way towards heated mistrust in institutions, polarization, and demands for the return of an invented past, as false as their proclamations. Democracy is waging a battle for its very survival. Let's be clear. We cannot give ground to our enemies. Democracy cannot hope to win this battle with its hands tied, because let's be clear, we're facing people who have no scruples. They are activists of lies, they are spreaders of fake news and hatred, and they're ready to tear societies in two to impose their regressive agenda. We must raise a shield to protect democratic institutions from those who deliberately seek to undermine them. We can no longer simply evoke the moral superiority of democracy. We need to correct mistakes, work on internal rejuvenation of democracies, and of course strengthen transparency and accountability of our democracies. We must also work to ensure that our citizens feel that democracy is close to them, something that belongs to them, that it is something alive, something living. With that in mind, Spain will champion that vision via our co-chairmanship of the Open Government Partnership that will hold its 9th Global Summit next year in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Against the backdrop to which I've referred, I think that the relationship between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean becomes newly meaningful. These are two regions called upon to work together with a shared vision of the world. The situation, the unfortunate situation in Venezuela after the elections of the 28th of July is one of grave concern. I wish to once again reiterate Spain's unstinting commitment to democracy and the defense of human rights in that country. I wish to condemn any detention of or threat against political leaders. It is vital that the will of the Venezuelan people be respected. There must be a recount of votes in absolute transparency. This recount must be verified. I am convinced that we need more common arenas for dialogue. As such, Spain supports the holding of the next Ibero-American Summit in November in Cuenca, in Ecuador, and we will host the Ibero-American Summit in 2026. We will continue also to practice a feminist foreign policy. We'll do that to remain coherent and consistent with our past, because
above all, to talk of feminism is to talk of human rights. Today I wish to say loud and clear that the time has come, the time to act is now. Both the Secretary General and the President of Presidency of this Assembly, when new people are appointed to these posts, those people must finally be women. Spain supports and will firmly support the idea of men and women taking turns at the helm of this organization, and will work to put an end to a situation which is quite simply unacceptable. For peace and democracy to prevail, it is vital, ladies and gentlemen, to heed the third aspiration that I want to talk about, and that is the Sustainable Development Agenda. Democracy and peace gain legitimacy by their results. They gain legitimacy from their ability to provide well-being, to fight against inequalities in all their forms, and their ability to champion social justice, to promote the dignity of human beings. But it's not just a question of covering current material needs. It's also about doing that without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It's about safeguarding the future of our children, and it's about linking development and sustainability and seeing that as an existential need, not simply a moral imperative. I'm not going to issue a fatalistic speech about the climate emergency. We are all well aware of the impact on migratory flows and the cost of not acting where climate action is concerned, but I'm not going to succumb to the melancholy of those that say that our battle is a lost one. I won't do that. Science is the answer. Science that puts the human being at the heart of our concerns and its concerns, and it's science that today reminds us that there's only one alternative. We need to eliminate fossil fuels. There needs to be more renewable energies and more energy efficiency. If we follow this guide, not only is there light at the end of the tunnel, there are major opportunities for development and substantive improvements to global competitiveness. I know all of this from my own experience. More than half of the electrical energy produced by Spain last year came from renewable sources. And at this point in this year, this volume is already surpassing 60%. There's much, much more behind these figures than cheap, clean and affordable energy for millions of homes. There's also better and more employment in emerging sectors and more opportunities for territories that hitherto haven't had industry. That's why it's so important to strengthen international development financing so that we can turn it into an authentic lever for prosperity for countries in need. Spain is a country that knows that in order for its 48 million people to aspire to a better future, we have to work so that the 8 billion inhabitants of our globe also have a dignified life and a better future. We have platforms on which we can, or within which we can take action to achieve wholesale reform of IFIs and within which we can update them. And this goes for multilateral development banks, but we need to go further. We need to move towards more just and more inclusive mechanisms. We need to tackle the debt problem, mobilize more sources of financing, and ultimately guarantee more help for those that need it most. We must implement more effective, transparent and just tax policies which champion the mobilization of domestic resources, including a minimum global tax on major fortunes and the full implementation of the two pillars of the OECD and G20 on the taxation of multinationals as a basis for a future framework convention on tax cooperation. We will have an opportunity to make progress here at the 4th International Conference on financing for development that we have the great honor of hosting in Seville in June 2025. Of course, you're all invited. This is a key event, an opportunity to demonstrate that we're all able to update our multilateral system to ensure it can meet the challenges of the day. Seville will be a unique opportunity to expedite the achievement of the SDGs to which we are committed, that is fighting poverty, eradicating hunger, eradicating AIDS, or ending gender discrimination, among many other challenges. It might be difficult to believe, but today we continue to hear insane speeches which criticize such noble ends and see ideological diktats in agendas where there's nothing other than common sense of humankind.
como una construcción de supuestas élites globalistas.
Which criticize this clearly humane agenda that is Agenda 2030 and call it a concoction of global elites. That is the craziness of our times. We will be a rational voice and will work to ensure that the FFD negotiating process is transparent and inclusive and that it brings about tangible results.
Y con el objetivo que hoy quiero hacer público de incrementar nuestra contribución al sistema de Naciones Unidas en al menos un 25% de cara al año 2025 y del año 2025 al año 2027. Y en esta visión, pues lógicamente, África ocupa un lugar preferente para España. Y además tengo la convicción de que debería ocuparlo también para el conjunto de la comunidad internacional. No solo por su condición de socio imprescindible para hacer frente a los grandes desafíos, sino porque ya no caben más excusas. Ya ha llegado la hora de que el continente africano ocupe el lugar que merece. Y ese es el espíritu que impulsa nuestra agenda estratégica para África. Se trata no solo de fortalecer vínculos con los países de la zona, sino de asumir que nuestra prosperidad, que nuestra seguridad, que nuestro progreso están intensamente unidos a la prosperidad, a la seguridad y al progreso inclusivo de todo el continente africano. Señoras y señores, termino con dos reflexiones. La primera es que la humanidad se enfrenta a viejos desafíos como los que he mencionado someramente. Pero también emergen algunos nuevos, como el que representa la expansión de la inteligencia artificial. Como tantas veces en el pasado, el surgimiento de un avance disruptivo genera miedo y desconfianza. Y si miramos al pasado, no es la primera vez. El descubrimiento, por ejemplo, de la escritura, dijeron algunos, liquidaría conocimiento a través de la memoria. La imprenta, dijeron otros, limitaría la profundidad en los pensamientos. Hasta la electricidad fue vista como un asesino silencioso en la paz del hogar por muchos otros. Toda disrupción abruma. Lo que marca la diferencia es nuestra capacidad para embridar las riendas del progreso, para conjugar el progreso con una ética imprescindible en este gran salto que sin duda alguna va a cambiar el mundo. Hace pocos días conocimos las 7 recomendaciones clave del órgano consultivo del Secretario General para la gobernanza global de la inteligencia artificial. Debemos apoyar estas recomendaciones, seguir adelante con ese esfuerzo común para asegurarnos de que las decisiones sobre inteligencia artificial no queden en manos de unos pocos y que su desarrollo se realice de manera ética y responsable en beneficio del conjunto de la humanidad. Y frente a los apóstoles del desastre, que siempre los hay, los datos nos dicen que sabemos cómo hacerlo. Y esta es la última reflexión que querría hacer ante esta Asamblea, señora Presidenta. En poco más de medio siglo, la mortalidad infantil se ha reducido del 50% al 4% del planeta. El número de estudiantes universitarios se ha duplicado en tan solo 2 décadas. La presencia de las mujeres con escaño en Parlamento alcanza el 27%, es decir, el doble que en el año 1990. Y el mundo ha doblado la potencia solar instalada en tan solo 4 años, mientras la energía producida por los combustibles fósiles se reduce drásticamente año a año. Por tanto, no aceptemos como inevitable el inicio de una nueva era de violencia y de guerras. El futuro es una conquista relativamente reciente para la humanidad. Tener la capacidad de mirar hacia adelante, de ordenar prioridades, de pensar en el porvenir, es un privilegio que nos ha dado la modernidad. Honremos, por tanto, esa tarea, mirando al horizonte sin miedo y con esperanza. Apostemos por la refundación del multilateralismo que nos permita dejar un futuro mucho mejor que el actual presente a nuestros hijos y a nuestras hijas. Hagámoslo con creatividad, con audacia, con ilusión y con ambición que nuestro tiempo demanda. Nada más y muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Allah Maye Halina, Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de délégation,
heads of state,
Mesdames et
heads of
Messieurs,
delegation, ladies and gentlemen,
avant tout propos,
at the outset,
au nom du président de la République du Tchad,
on behalf of the President of the Republic
ma
of Chad,
délégation et
on
en
behalf
mon
of
nom
my
propre,
delegation, and in my personal
je tiens
capacity,
à adresser mes chaleureuses
I would like to
félicitations à
convey
M.
my warm
Philemon Yang,
congratulations to Philemon
ancien Premier
Yang,
ministre de la République du Cameroun,
former Prime
pour
Minister of
sa
the Republic
brillante
of
élection à
Cameroon,
la
and
présidence de
congratulate
la
him on his
79e
brilliant election to the presidency
session
of
de
the
l'Assemblée
79th
générale.
session of the General
Je
Assembly.
lui souhaite un plein
I
succès
wish
dans
him
sa
every
mission
success in his work
et l'assure du soutien
and
de la
assure
délégation
him
tchadienne
of the support of my
tout au long de
delegation
son mandat.
throughout his mandate.
Je tiens également à exprimer
I would also like to
nos
express
sincères remerciements et nos
our
vives
sincere
félicitations
gratitude and
à Monsieur
warm
Denis
congratulations
Francis,
to Dennis Francis,
président sortant de
outgoing
l'Assemblée
President
générale,
of the General
pour
Assembly,
l'excellent travail
on
accompli
the
au cours de son
excellent
mandat.
work carried out
Je
throughout
voudrais
his term.
aussi faire part de ma très
In
haute
addition, I wish to
appréciation
express my most sincere
et de soutien
appreciation
et de mon soutien total
full support
à M. Antonio Guterres,
to Antonio
le
Guterres,
secrétaire général de l'ONU,
Secretary General of the
pour
United
son leadership
Nations,
et son engagement
for his
en
leadership
faveur d'une
and his
organisation des
commitment
Nations Unies
to a
renouvelée,
renewed United
capable de
Nations
répondre
that is
aux attentes
capable
des
of
peuples du
meeting
monde.
the expectations of the peoples of
Excellences,
the world.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellencies, ladies
le
and
thème de
gentlemen,
cette session,
the theme
l'unité dans la
of
diversité,
this session, unity
pour
and
l'avancement
diversity
de
for
la
the
paix,
advancement of
du développement
peace,
durable et de la
sustainable
dignité
development,
humaine
and human
partout
dignity
et pour tous,
everywhere and for
résonne
everyone
profondément avec les
resonates deeply
aspirations et les
with the
défis que nous
aspirations
rencontrons au
and
Tchad,
challenges that we see in
en
Chad,
Afrique
in
et dans le
Africa,
monde entier.
and throughout the world.
La promotion de la paix, du
Promoting
développement
peace,
durable et de la
sustainable
dignité humaine
development, and human
ne
dignity
doit pas rester un
should
slogan
not remain a mere
ou un
slogan
exercice
or
rhétorique.
an exercise in rhetoric.
Cette session doit nous
This
inciter à
session should
agir
inspire us to
avec
act
détermination
with
et compassion
determination and
pour
compassion
construire ensemble
in order
un
to
monde
together
et
build
pacifique où chaque
a just
individu
and peaceful world
et
where
chaque
every
communauté
individual and every
peut
community
prospérer dans la dignité.
can enjoy prosperity
Pour
and
ce qui
dignity.
concerne le Tchad, mon pays,
For Chad,
comme de nombreux
my
pays du
country,
Sahel,
as is the case for
la
many
paix demeure
countries
un
in the
enjeu
Sahel,
crucial.
peace
Bien
remains
que
a
nous
major
soyons
challenge.
confrontés à des défis,
While we
il est
face
essentiel de reconnaître
challenges, it is
les efforts
essential to recognize the
déployés par nos
efforts
États
being made by our
face aux groupes
states
terroristes
against terrorist
dont les
groups
origines et les
whose origins
ressources
and
restent
resources
obscures
often
et qui
remain
menacent
unclear
nos
and who
institutions,
threaten our
entravent nos
institutions,
efforts de développement
undermine our
et
development
exacerbent
efforts,
la misère des populations.
and aggravate the hardship
Le
of our
manque d'une
populations.
réelle volonté de la communauté
The lack of a
internationale
genuine collective will on the part of the international
le
community
désastre
to
terroriste dans le
eradicate the
Sahel
scourge of terrorism in the
risquerait
Sahel
de faire passer
risks
l'Afrique
bringing
tout entière
Africa as a
sous
whole
le giron
into the grip
des groupes
of
terroristes.
terrorist groups.
Nous sommes convaincus
We are
qu'un engagement
convinced
ferme de la communauté internationale
a firm
est
commitment
nécessaire pour faire
is
face
required
à
from
ce
the
défi.
international community in order to tackle this challenge.
Nous devons gagner cette lutte
Together,
contre
we
le
must
terrorisme
win this battle
en
against
renforçant
terrorism
notre coopération
by
pour
strengthening
promouvoir
our cooperation
la stabilité
in
de
order
notre
to promote
continent
stability
et
on our
partant
continent
celle
and,
du destin commun de
as a
l'humanité.
consequences, that of the shared
Excellences,
destiny of
Mesdames et
humanity.
Messieurs,
Excellencies,
À
ladies and
l'échéance de
gentlemen,
2030,
in
nous
2030,
évaluerons ensemble
we
l'agenda des
will
Nations Unies sur
together
le développement
assess
durable.
the results of the United
Le
Nations
Tchad,
Agenda on Sustainable
Comme de
Development.
nombreux pays africains,
Like many African
se trouve à un
countries,
carrefour où
Chad
convergent
finds
des
itself
défis
at a
multiples,
crossroads of multiple
notamment
challenges,
les changements climatiques
such as
qui
climate
menacent
change,
notre sécurité
which
alimentaire,
threaten our food security,
les sécheresses prolongées,
protracted
la
droughts,
désertification et les inondations
desertification,
imprévisibles
and
mettent à
unpredictable
mal
flooding
nos économies et
are
les
undermining
populations
our
vulnérables.
economies and hurting vulnerable
Nous appelons
populations.
donc
We
la communauté
therefore
internationale
call on the
à
international
honorer
community
ses
to
engagements
honor its
en matière de
commitments
financement
on
et de justice
climate
climatique
financing and climate justice,
ainsi qu'au
as
transfert
well
des
as
technologies
on the
vertes.
transfer of green technologies.
Le Tchad, sous la
Chad,
conduite du président
under the
Mahamat Idriss
leadership
Déby
of
Itno,
President Ahmed
élu
Idriss Déby
démocratiquement sur la
Itno,
base d'un
democratically
programme
elected
politique
based
structuré,
on a well-rounded political
ambitieux, et
program
que j'ai l'insigne
and an
honneur
ambitious program, and whom
de
I have the
représenter à
distinct
cette
honor of
79e
representing at
session,
the 79th
travaille
session,
sans relâche
has been working tirelessly to improve access to education, safe drinking water, energy, healthcare, and economic opportunities. We must fight poverty and inequality, particularly gender-based inequality, by building a renewed global partnership that recognizes the specific needs of the least developed countries and ensures full inclusion. We ask for equitable access to vaccines as well as to cutting-edge medical technologies, because healthcare and education are the foundations of human dignity. We are likewise determined to promote social inclusion, the empowerment of women and youth, and the protection of human rights. And the support of the international community is essential in this regard. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the future that we are building today will shape the world that we wish to bequeath to future generations. In Chad, our young people, comprising more than 65% of our population, are our greatest wealth. We are investing in their education and their participation in political life in order to prevent our youth from being instrumentalized by radicalism and violent extremism. In addition, we call on the United Nations to support an open labor market and to ensure an environment that allows young people to flourish, because the reason for the migration of African youth is the great divide that separates our states, even though we share a common destiny. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of our domestic policy, we are proud of our political transition culminating in free, democratic, and transparent elections, which have resulted in the election of the President of the Republic, Mahamad Idriss Déby Itno, to the presidency of our country for a term of 5 years on May 6th. This milestone reflects our commitment to a peaceful, democratic, and inclusive governance of our country, thus strengthening our democracy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change also represents a major global challenge, with devastating consequences for vulnerable regions such as the Sahel. The recent floods in my country, which have affected more than 1.5 million people, make this reality clear. Given the magnitude of this situation, we call for international solidarity in order to address this emergency. Meanwhile, our country is hosting more than 2 million refugees, which represents nearly 15% of our population. This is placing a heavy burden on our resources and exacerbating the humanitarian emergency. This figure is due to a massive influx of Sudanese refugees caused by the crisis in Sudan, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of refugees coming from other neighboring countries. We call for strengthened solidarity on the part of the international community to support refugees as well as host populations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ongoing hostilities in Sudan are prolonging the suffering of civilian populations in Sudan and exacerbating the humanitarian situation both in combat zones as well as in neighboring countries such as Chad, which continue to see a daily influx of new refugees. Chad regrets
appels à un cessez-le-feu ne soient pas entendus par les parties belligérantes. Mon pays est vivement préoccupé par la poursuite des affrontements au Soudan, accentuant la détérioration de la situation humanitaire et ses répercussions sur les pays voisins, dont le Tchad. Le Tchad réitère, une fois de plus, son appel pressant aux parties en conflit pour qu'elles cessent immédiatement les hostilités et facilitent un accès humanitaire sans entrave aux millions de victimes de cette guerre fratricide et renoue le dialogue politique. Le Tchad reste convaincu que la crise actuelle au Soudan ne saurait trouver de solution par les armes, mais par la voie pacifique, à travers un dialogue intersoudanais en vue d'une paix durable. Le Tchad réaffirme enfin son soutien à toutes les initiatives en cours pour restaurer la paix et la stabilité au Soudan. S'agissant de la crise libyenne, nous appelons toutes les parties à faire preuve de dépassement en vue de sortir de l'impasse politique dans laquelle le pays se trouve. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les conflits ne se limitent pas qu'à l'Afrique.
Conflicts are not limited
La
to Africa alone. The situation in Ukraine, as well as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, underscore the dangers of this inexcusable violence, which is claiming untold innocent lives against the backdrop of increasing geopolitical tensions. With regard to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we strongly condemn the violence and atrocities committed against innocent civilians and reaffirm our commitment to a two-state solution as well as the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, while calling for a peaceful solution and negotiated solution to this conflict.
Le monde ne peut rester insensible
The world cannot remain indifferent with a clear conscience, given the horrifying images that we see coming from Gaza and other areas of Palestine. This conflict has now spread to Lebanon, which is worsening the regional situation, and this escalation poses a serious threat to peace and stability, not only for the countries that are directly involved, but for the region as a whole as well. Chad
de l'embargo
also calls on
l'embargo sur le Cuba,
calls for the lifting of the embargo on Cuba,
qui nuit à son peuple et entrave son développement.
Which harms the country's people and hinders its development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
l'attachement du Tchad à la position commune africaine
to the common
sur la
African
réforme
position on
du Conseil de sécurité tel qu'exprimé dans le consensus
as
des
laid out
États-Unis
in the
et
Azawini
la déclaration de
Consensus
Sirte
and the Sirte
et en
Declaration.
appel au sens de justice et de solidarité
on
de
the
toutes les
sense of
nations
justice and solidarity of all nations to prevail in order to accelerate this much desired and eagerly awaited
L'Afrique ne
reform.
demande pas autre chose que
Africa
la
is asking for
réparation
nothing
d'une
more
flagrante
than the redress
injustice
of a flagrant
causée
injustice
à tout un continent
dealt to an
qui
entire
compte plus de 1
continent,
milliard d'âmes,
a continent with more than a billion souls, a continent deprived of its
dans la
legitimate
gouvernance
place
mondiale.
in global governance.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President,
Excellences, Mesdames et
Excellencies,
Messieurs,
ladies and
le
gentlemen,
chemin vers un avenir de paix,
the path
de développement
towards a future of
et
peace,
de dignité humaine
development, and
est
human
semé
dignity
d'embûches.
is fraught with
Mais
pitfalls.
il est de notre responsabilité collective
It is our collective
de le tracer.
responsibility to follow that
Pour
path.
conclure,
To conclude, Chad reiterates its commitment to the founding ideals and principles of the United Nations Charter and urges the international community to strengthen multilateralism in order to build a peaceful world, a world with greater justice, fairness, and solidarity. Thank you for your kind attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea doy las gracias al primer ministro y jefe de gobierno de la República del Chad.
General Assembly, I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Chad.
Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Peter Szijjarto, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio de Hungría.
Minister of Foreign Relations and Trade of Hungary.
Permission, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. Unfortunately, I have to start by saying that we are living in the age of dangers. And 34 years ago, when we got rid of our communist oppressors and we shifted from a one-party dictatorship to parliamentary democracy, and we shifted from a planned communist economy to market economy, or 25 years ago when we joined NATO, or 21 years ago when we joined the European Union, we would not have thought that we will be faced once again with the phantom of Cold War. And similarly, a couple of years ago, we would not have thought that war would return to Europe. And dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, nowadays this is the reality. We are faced with the phantom of the Cold War, and war returned to Europe. I'm representing Hungary, a country which is a neighboring country to Ukraine. That means that for the last 2.5 years, we have been living in the shadow of a war. 2.5 years, almost 1,000 days. And we have been confronted with the consequences. 1.3 million refugees. Even nowadays, there are several hundreds of schools and kindergartens in Hungary which enroll the children of the refugee families. And we have been paying a price of a war which is not our war, and for the outbreak of which we do not bear any kind of responsibility. So I do believe that almost after 1,000 days, the real question is not what we do think about the war, but the real question is how peace could be made. Or even more precisely, Mr. President, the question is, which is the fastest way to peace? Because we have to pick that one, the fastest one. Because the later peace will be reached, the more people will die, the more destruction will take place, and more families will be torn apart. And we Hungarians don't want more destruction. We don't want more families to be torn apart. We don't want to see more videos about violent conscription. We don't want more people to die, especially putting into consideration the 150,000 Hungarians living in Ukraine, a community members of which have been mobilized to the Ukrainian army. Many of them have been deployed to the front line, and unfortunately, many of them have died already. And I think that after almost 1,000 days, this is high time to make an honest stock-taking and to analyze what has worked out and what has not worked out, while the international community or Europe has made as a reaction to the war. And if we are honest to ourselves, we have to say that practically nothing has worked out what international community and Europe has done as a reaction to this war. Nothing has worked out what was based on an assumption that there might be a solution at the battlefield. We have to raise the question honestly whether weapon deliveries have made any sense. And obviously they have made no sense. No sense because weapon deliveries have not changed the situation at the battlefield, and they have not brought us closer to peace either. Weapon deliveries have only increased the volume of weapons on both sides of the front line, causing more casualties and causing the prolongation of the war. And I do hope that those who are still thinking about delivering more weapons to Ukraine will consider this impact and this consequence as well. And similarly, I hope that those who are supposed to make decisions whether the weapons delivered from the West would be allowed to be used against strategic depth in Russia will make a responsible decision. Because if Western weapons will be allowed to be targeted at strategic depth for Russia, that would cause a serious risk of escalation for sure. And I do believe that in case of such a crisis situation, we really have to put into consideration the weight, the significance of words. Because in such situation, words do have a much more serious significance than in peace times. And we are seriously concerned in Hungary about the open and shameless reference of possible use of nuclear weapons. So, dear colleagues, basically nothing has worked out of those measures which have been based on the assumption that there might be a battlefield solution. That means that solution must be looked after somewhere else. And if you raise the question, where should we look for this solution, then the answer is around the negotiating table. Therefore, Hungary argues in favor of an immediate ceasefire and the start of peace talks. This would be the fastest way to peace. And with this, with starting peace talks, many lives will be saved. I know it's easy to say, but very complicated to implement. Why? Because international liberal mainstream made peace as a cussword. And whoever argues in favor of peace will be immediately attacked and stigmatized. And that's a huge mistake as well, that diplomacy is now being given a diverted definition. Many would like us to believe that diplomacy is only about talking to those with whom you agree 100%. This is not diplomacy, this is something else. This is not an achievement. Diplomacy is a capacity to talk to those with whom you might not agree, to talk to those with whom you might disagree in everything. And here I do believe, Mr. President, that the United Nations should have a great role, because United Nations was not established as a group of like-minded countries. It was established to give platform for everyone to talk to everyone about everything. And UN gives a legitimate possibility even for those countries who are at war with each other to talk to each other. Therefore, we reject any kind of federalistic efforts which would limit or restrict us in whom we would like to talk in the framework of United Nations and what would be the topic. I'm representing a small or mid-sized, depends on the level of self-confidence, country coming from Central Europe, a landlocked one. And I have to tell you that we do consider it as nonsense and unacceptable that the representatives of the big powers are not ready to talk to each other. Because the fact that they don't talk to each other, that poses a serious security risk on us. And there's another risk, that they don't talk to each other. If they don't talk to each other, then the world can easily be divided into blocks again. And that's a nightmare for us. Why? Because we have already experienced it once. We have lost 40 years of our lives, 4 decades, when the world was divided into blocks. Therefore, we have to speak very clearly. We don't want such kind of period to come back. We don't want the world to be divided into blocks again. And I would like to disillusion everybody. It would not only be us to lose everything, or almost everything, in case the world's going to be divided into blocks. Everybody would lose on that. I do believe that a civilized East to West cooperation could bring a lot of profit to the whole world. Therefore, we Hungarians argue in favor of connectivity. We wish the next period, the next part of global history would be not about a new Cold War, but would be about connectivity. And although we are a relatively small country, but we can serve as a good example. What a big growth potential is being represented by a civilized East-to-West cooperation. We have been carrying out a pragmatic, patriotic foreign policy based on common sense and aiming at reaching the national interests. And as an outcome of that, Hungary became a meeting point of East and West. The biggest corporates of the Eastern and Western economies are meeting in Hungary. Imagine in Hungary, the top German premium car makers and the top Chinese electric battery manufacturers are not only working together in one country, in one city, they are building their factories next to each other on the neighboring plots. So therefore, I have to underline that the strategies of those corporates which have a determining impact on continental economies cannot be successful without free global economic cooperation. Dear colleagues, it has not been a long time ago that that time Federal Chancellor of Germany was speaking about a economic and trade cooperation zone starting from Lisbon, ending at Vladivostok. And it has not been a long time ago that European political leaders spoke about Eurasian cooperation. Unfortunately, nowadays, we are far away. But it's not impossible to return there. But there's one very important major precondition. Global politics must change fundamentally. What would that mean? It means in our reading that global politics must come back to the basis of mutual respect. And dialogue and diplomacy must return as the major tools here. And this is absolutely not hopeless, because our experience here at the General Assembly, being convened in New York, our experiences do prove that the friends of peace are in majority in this chamber. And we Hungarians are proud to be part of this global majority for peace. And we are ready to support all global initiatives which are aiming at reaching peace. And we are ready to discuss all peace plans. And we consider it as unacceptable that some countries would like to give exclusivity to one or another peace plan, acting as if the other one would not exist. We absolutely want all peace plans to be discussed. And here I would like to commend the People's Republic of China and Brazil for putting together a plan. And we do hope that that plan will be on the agenda as well. Dear colleagues, if we could reach peace, it would not only save lives of the people, but would give a big support, a big help to many countries in the transatlantic community where I'm coming from, to get rid of the huge burden of hypocrisy. And I tell you why. Many Western colleagues of ours like to say that they got rid of the energy sources of Russia, for example. This is one of the biggest fake news ever. Because the Western countries continued to do business with Russia just like others. They just simply deny it. If you look at the share of Russian gas in the LNG ports in western part of Europe, you might be surprised. Or if you have a look at the oil arriving to the western countries in Europe, where it comes from originally, you might be surprised as well. And if you look at who is the #1 uranium supplier of this very country, United States, you would be surprised as well. In order to avoid your homework to look for it, this is the Russian Federation. Dear colleagues, all this proves that economic sanctions are totally useless in this regard. They absolutely don't work out. They put much more harm on some European economies than on the Russian economy. Many Western countries and Western economies do evade the sanctions. So I think it's no wonder that we cannot recall any successful sanction mechanism in history. These sanctions do not make any sense as well. Dear colleagues, the war in Ukraine puts a serious security risk on Europe. But this is not the only security risk there. We in Europe have been faced with massive waves of illegal migration, and unfortunately, Brussels made a huge mistake there because they wanted to manage migration instead of stopping it. And this approach has encouraged a massive number of people to hit the road, to pay thousands of euros to smugglers, and take the life hazard to come to Europe. But we Hungarians, we do stick to our own right to make a decision on our own, whom we allow to enter the territory of our country and whom we are ready to live together. And I think, Mr. President, that UN is the best place to recall international law. International law speaks very clearly. Everyone who has to escape from his or her home has the right to stay temporarily on the territory of the first safe country, but not on the second, on the third, or the fourth one. Therefore, Hungary will continue to stop the flow of illegal migration on its border, through which basically we save Europe from further huge security-related challenges. And in the meantime, this is insane that while Hungary is protecting its border, has to pay a fine of multiple tens of hundreds of millions of euros because of complying with international law. So my summary goes as follows, Mr. President. In the last 10 years, Hungary has carried out a pragmatic, patriotic foreign policy strategy aiming at national interest and guaranteeing the security of our own citizens. And we will continue to do so, as we will continue to be always honest and open. And we will do always what we say, and we will always say what we think. It might be unusual nowadays. How it is possible? It is possible because there's an unusual political stability in Hungary, which is very unique in Europe. We have won all elections in the last 18 years, the one-party right-wing government. That means that people like what we are doing, they support what we are doing, and they give the approval to continue. And the government will continue. We will not have the intention to satisfy NGOs or external actors, but we will always have the intention to satisfy our own electorate, our own citizens, because we do believe that democracy is all about that, the people. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Doy las gracias al Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio de Hungría. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Bakhtiyor Saidov, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Uzbekistán.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to convey greetings and best wishes of peace and prosperity from the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, to the United Nations leadership, heads of states, and delegations participating at the 79th session of the General Assembly. Let me also express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to address this esteemed Assembly. I would like to thank the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his firm focus on Central Asia. This was once again confirmed by his recent visit to our region, which laid a solid foundation for further expanding cooperation with the United Nations. Our debates are taking place at a time of escalating global challenges. Wars and conflicts, triple planetary climate crisis, worsening of the world economy and technological gap are affecting all countries without exception. We firmly believe that the United Nations must remain central in addressing the challenges of the 21st century. Resolving global issues at the national level is crucial for maintaining stability and the well-being and prosperity of our people. In this context, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is very important. The consistent implementation of the SDGs has been identified by the President of our country as a cornerstone of Uzbekistan's state policy. Our Uzbekistan 2030 development strategy is fully aligned with SDGs. In recent years, Uzbekistan has made significant progress in poverty reduction, improving public access to education, transitioning to a green economy, and promoting gender equality. Our GDP has more than doubled, and the poverty rate has fallen almost 4 times in less than 10 years. We are taking solid steps to create jobs and improve the quality of human capital with the aim to reduce the unemployment rate from 11 to 7%. Full-scale implementation of the SDGs is impossible without attracting investments and advanced technologies. Uzbekistan is actively pursuing these goals, leveraging our state resources and private sector. However, many developing countries face challenges in accessing global financial resources. We share the view to reform the international financial system to establish a modern financial architecture. Humanity's future is closely linked to the development and application of modern technologies. New scientific advancements should bring people and nations closer together, not separate them. We proceed from the principle that access to technology is not a privilege, but a right for every person and every nation. Digital technologies are especially crucial. We have adopted the Digital Uzbekistan 2030 strategy. We are rapidly advancing our IT sector. Yet, there is another side of the coin. Rise of the digital technologies presents new challenges, particularly concerning the uncontrolled use of artificial intelligence. Based on this idea, at the previous session, Uzbekistan supported and co-sponsored UN General Assembly resolutions on utilizing safe artificial intelligence for sustainable development and strengthening international cooperation. We will continue to advocate for broad international collaboration to address these issues. Last year was one of the hottest in the history of meteorological observations. We have witnessed record-breaking heat and extreme cold conditions worldwide. This once again proves the growing urgency of the climate change problem. Central Asia is among the most exposed and vulnerable regions of the world climate change. The air temperature in Central Asia is rising faster than the global average. This creates a wide range of problems which pose serious risk to food and energy security. Thus, the level of the water availability per capita in Central Asia has halved over the past few decades. The Aral Sea disaster continues to have an extremely negative impact on the ecosystems of all states in the region. We call on the international donor community to expand projects in the Aral Sea region aimed at mitigating the devastating consequences of this disaster. The RLC became the first region in the world to be granted by the UN the status of a zone of environmental innovation and technology. Our best experience could benefit other countries facing similar problems. Central Asian countries are unified on climate action. Last December, at the initiative of the President of Uzbekistan, the General Assembly by consensus adopted a resolution that Central Asia in the face of environmental problems, strengthening the regional solidarity for sustainable development and prosperity. We also developed a regional climate change adaptation strategy and established a climate council to create a national climate change program. At the same time, we are aware of the need for broad international cooperation to effectively overcome these challenges. In this regard, we propose to adopt the UN Resolution International Year of Land Restoration and Increasing Drought Resistance. Ladies and gentlemen, our updated constitution sets ambitious goals for building a welfare state. Uzbekistan is committed to enhancing social protection, improving service quality, and implementing international standards. For this purpose, we have established the Social Protection Agency. We plan to hold the World Conference on Social Protection in 2025, and we invite all UN member states to this important event. Empowering women and girls is a key component of our state policy. Uzbekistan has made notable progress in ensuring gender equality, ranking among the top 5 countries in this regard. The Asian Women's Forum, held in Samarkand in partnership with the UN Women, has become a crucial platform for dialogue on gender policy issues. We propose expanding this forum to a global women's forum and adopting the UN resolution on enhancing the social, economic, and political activities of Asian women. Youth represents our common future. In Uzbekistan, where over half of the population is under 30, effective youth policy is vital to build a new Uzbekistan. We are a global leader in implementing the UN Youth Strategy 2030. However, the rising radicalization and increased violence involving youth are alarming. We must focus on fostering proper spiritual and moral education of young people to prevent their involvement in radical movements. We propose enhanced cooperation in this direction based on the UN General Assembly resolution, Enlightenment and Religious Tolerance, adopted at the initiative of our President in 2018. The global threat of terrorism requires unified international action. In the fight against this evil, there should be no place for selective approach and double standards. The Central Asian states maintain close cooperation in ensuring regional security. Together with the UN Counter-Terrorism Office, we have successfully launched the Regional Expert Council in Central Asia on rehabilitation and reintegration. We appreciate the UN's assistance in developing the national strategy of Uzbekistan to combat drug trafficking and drug abuse for 2024-28. As a state party to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, Uzbekistan welcomes anti-corruption efforts. We support enhancing the role of the UN in fostering international cooperation against corruption. In December last year, together with the State of Qatar and support of the UN ODC, we have hosted the high-level International Anti-Corruption Award ceremony in Tashkent. In recent years, our country has become an active participant of all UN processes. For the first time in our history, we have joined the UN Human Rights Committee, ECOSOC, and the governing body of the International Labour Organization. In 2025, we will host the 43rd session of the UNESCO General Conference in Samarkand, an event that will be held outside of Paris for the first time since 1985. We invite all UNESCO member states to actively participate in this event. We have decided to run for the non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council for the 2035-2036. We count on your support of our candidacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Central Asia remains top priority in Uzbekistan foreign policy. The new political atmosphere in Central Asia allowed us to address many global issues regionally. We will continue to consolidate our efforts to transform the region into a zone of lasting peace, good neighborliness, stability, and dynamic development. Our region remains one of the least integrated economies in the world in terms of its transport and communication networks. Due to the geographical location of the Central Asia, the cost of transporting goods to the nearest seaports can reach up to 50% of the final value, which is 4 to 5 times higher than the global average. Today, our region is firmly focused on connecting to major global markets and revitalizing the Great Silk Road. Uzbekistan is taking strong steps to establish effective transport corridors leading to international markets. We are implementing an ambitious project to build the Trans-Afghan Railway, which will provide access to global ports and have a positive effect on the economic development of our vast region. The key to ensuring the stability and sustainable development in our region lies in addressing the Afghan problem. Afghanistan is an integral part of Central Asia. Unfortunately, the international community has been unable to implement measures capable of reversing the challenging situation in this country. Uzbekistan is pursuing a pragmatic policy towards Afghanistan. We will continue to contribute to Afghanistan's economic reconstruction and the development of its transport and energy infrastructure. We are ready to expand the educational center for Afghan citizens in the Uzbek city of Termez into the global training center. Recently, we have established the Termez International Trade Center, designed to foster a favorable business environment and enhance logistics. In order to achieve stability, it's crucial to uphold the UN's central role in resolving the Afghan issue and developing coordinated strategies to ensure sustainable development. Your Excellencies, in conclusion, I would like to once again emphasize that the challenges and threats we face today can only be addressed through comprehensive international efforts. Uzbekistan remains committed to actively participating in shaping the agenda for multilateral cooperation, achieving common goals, and supporting measures to reinforce the Central Asia role of the United Nations. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Uzbekistán. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Yvan Gil Pinto, ministro del Poder Popular para Relaciones Exteriores de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
Distinguidas jefas y jefes de delegación, ministras y ministros, embajadoras y embajadores, señor presidente, a lo largo de estos últimos días hemos escuchado en esta Asamblea General dos narrativas. Una, el discurso de los oligarcas y sus satélites que pretenden gobernar el mundo. Y otra, la de los pueblos dignos que luchan por su soberanía e independencia. Los oligarcas, dirigidos por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América, arremeten contra la Carta de las Naciones Unidas con el objeto de destruir esta organización desde afuera y desde adentro, lo cual casi han logrado. Para ello, promueven la participación de corporaciones privadas, organizaciones no gubernamentales y otro tipo de estrategias para desconocer la soberanía de los estados. Esto lo han denominado un orden basado en reglas. No conforme con ello, las oligarquías recurren a expresiones políticas que creíamos ya superadas, como el fascismo y el nazismo. Estas corrientes políticas de imposición y dominación impulsan el supremacismo blanco, el racismo, la xenofobia y otras expresiones, normalizadas con el apoyo de grandes monopolios de la mediática internacional y por las redes sociales, que se encuentran al servicio del imperialismo y el neocolonialismo, apoyando sus planes para crear tensiones, fabricar conflictos y enfrentar a los pueblos. Mientras hablamos en esta asamblea, caen bombas en Gaza, donde Israel ha asesinado decenas de miles de niñas, niños, mujeres y hombres inocentes, con la complicidad de los gobiernos de los Estados Unidos de América y la Unión Europea. Se comete el mayor crimen de exterminio y genocidio desde aquel perpetrado por Hitler en la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Hoy pretenden exportar su odio y destrucción a toda una región, bombardeando y asesinando inocentes en el Líbano, en Siria y tratando de desestabilizar la República Islámica de Irán. Esto es una verdadera amenaza para la humanidad y la paz mundial. Una nueva forma de terrorismo se ha aplicado sobre el Líbano, con la complicidad de las empresas privadas que manejan las cadenas de suministro de las tecnologías de consumo masivo. Esto sienta un grave precedente que pone en riesgo la seguridad mundial. También bombardean infraestructuras civiles en este país, asesinando inocentes, tal cual hacen en Gaza. Israel se ha convertido en una maquinaria de muerte que debe ser detenida de inmediato. Pero, en lugar de parar la masacre y juzgar a los responsables, los poderosos insisten en expandir la guerra a Europa y a otras partes del mundo, a través de bloques militares como la OTAN. Después de la derrota de Ucrania en su aventura nazi, pretenden ahora llevar la guerra y el terrorismo a la gran Rusia, la cual, como nos ha enseñado la historia, siempre saldrá victoriosa. La expansión de la OTAN también amenaza la paz de América del Sur, con la instalación de bases militares, contando para ello con la complicidad de los gobiernos lacayos de la Argentina y del Ecuador. Los discursos de odio estimulan y promueven el terrorismo en sus distintas manifestaciones. Desde el territorio de los Estados Unidos de América, por ejemplo, se planifican atentados, intentos de magnicidio, desestabilizaciones y agresiones contra los pueblos soberanos, como el de Venezuela. Para ello, han recurrido al uso de tecnologías de la información y las comunicaciones, especialmente las redes sociales, controladas por los testaferros del imperio, quienes fabrican guerras psicológicas dirigidas a explotar los sentimientos de odio y destrucción sin ningún tipo de control. A esto se suman ataques cibernéticos a la infraestructura crítica vital, incluyendo servicios públicos, sistemas bancarios, petroleros y electorales, como ocurrió en mi país el pasado 28 de julio. Señor presidente, ¿cómo avanzar en los temas de paz y seguridad mientras el órgano encargado de velar por su mantenimiento se encuentra secuestrado por los Estados Unidos de América, cuyo gobierno insiste en brindar un marco de impunidad a los violadores del derecho internacional? Desde esta tribuna reiteramos nuestra inquebrantable solidaridad al hermano pueblo palestino, a quien respaldamos con determinación en su justa causa y en todo su esfuerzo encaminado a preservar un horizonte político claro, que preserve la viabilidad de la solución de los dos estados sobre la base de las fronteras previas a 1967. Saludamos que, por primera vez en la historia de esta asamblea, la delegación de Palestina se sienta junto a nosotros como un Estado más. Hoy más que nunca es urgente que garanticemos su inmediata incorporación como miembro pleno derecho en esta organización. Nos preguntamos también cómo concluir la agenda de descolonización si se insiste en preservar un status quo que solo favorece a las potencias ocupantes y administradoras. Vaya desde aquí
toda nuestra solidaridad y nuestro firme apoyo para con todos los pueblos que luchan por su derecho inalienable a la libre determinación, para alcanzar su independencia plena y ser verdaderos dueños de su destino, de sus tierras y sus recursos. Es hora de que los anhelos de libertad de nuestras hermanas y hermanos del Sahara Occidental, de Puerto Rico, de Nueva Caledonia, de la Polinesia Francesa, de Bonaire y de tantos otros territorios sean finalmente realizados. Venezuela es un país con una profunda vocación anticolonial, heredada de nuestra gesta independentista y del legado de nuestro libertador Simón Bolívar. Y por ello abrazamos con determinación todas estas grandes causas que hemos asumido históricamente como propias. Estamos decididos a contribuir hacia el fin del colonialismo en todas sus formas y manifestaciones. En este mismo sentido, seguiremos reclamando por la restitución de los derechos de soberanía sobre el archipiélago de Chagos y las Islas Malvinas a sus legítimos dueños, como lo son la República de Mauricio y la República Argentina. A pesar de la traición a la causa de las Malvinas por parte del inefable Javier Milei, el hermano pueblo argentino podrá contar siempre con la solidaridad y el pleno apoyo de Venezuela en este justo reclamo histórico. Señor presidente, todavía hoy los pueblos del mundo siguen pagando el precio de las desgracias que dejó el colonialismo de imperios como el del Reino Unido, que cometió crímenes en todos los continentes y ahora intenta borrar de nuestras memorias de manera impune. Uno de ellos, cuyo efecto nocivo aún persiste, es el despojo de los derechos soberanos de Venezuela sobre nuestra Guayana Esequiba. Ese robo tuvo su origen en la política expansionista y violenta ejercida por el Imperio Británico en el territorio venezolano durante todo el siglo XIX, la cual buscó imponerse de manera fraudulenta en 1899 mediante un arbitraje amañado entre las potencias de la época. El pasado 3 de diciembre de 2023, el pueblo venezolano se expresó con claridad y contundencia en un referéndum consultivo, mediante el cual otorgó un mandato ineludible al Estado venezolano para recuperar la Guayana Esequiba, territorio que representa una herencia sagrada de la lucha de nuestros libertadores. En ese referéndum, el pueblo venezolano ratificó la posición histórica de nuestro país de no reconocer jamás la jurisdicción de la Corte Internacional de Justicia para este caso, ni ninguna decisión que pueda adoptar en este asunto. El presidente de Guyana ha mentido en esta tribuna sobre este aspecto. Venezuela solo reconoce el Acuerdo de Ginebra de 1966 como única vía para alcanzar una solución que restablezca los derechos de Venezuela sobre el territorio de la Guayana Esequiba. En la actualidad, los Estados Unidos de América y Guyana vulneran la declaración conjunta de Argyle, poniendo en peligro la paz, la seguridad y la estabilidad regionales, mediante la presencia militar de actores extrarregionales y el ilegítimo otorgamiento de concesiones petroleras en un área marítima no delimitada. En ese contexto, aprovechamos para reiterar nuestro firme compromiso con la proclama de paz de la CELAC de América Latina y el Caribe como una zona de paz. Es momento que Guyana demuestre su compromiso con esta proclama, con el diálogo, con el respeto mutuo, con la tolerancia y el entendimiento, volviendo al Acuerdo de Ginebra. Señor presidente, la ilegal aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra pueblos enteros por parte de Estados Unidos de América y de la Unión Europea representa una flagrante violación de la Carta de Naciones Unidas y de toda norma de derecho internacional. Estas medidas se constituyen en violaciones en masa de los derechos humanos, incluyendo el derecho al desarrollo, así como en verdaderos crímenes de lesa humanidad. Reiteramos nuestro llamado al levantamiento completo, inmediato e incondicional de todos los regímenes de mal llamadas sanciones y bloqueos que hoy son aplicados contra más de un tercio de la humanidad, incluyendo 30 millones de venezolanas y venezolanos. Nuestra solidaridad con las hermanas y hermanos de Belarus, de la República Popular Democrática de Corea, de Cuba, Eritrea, Irán, Nicaragua, Zimbabue y a tantos otros que sufren día a día los efectos de estas políticas criminales. Señor presidente, los pueblos dignos que luchan por su soberanía e independencia también han levantado su voz en estos espacios y deben ser escuchados. Venezuela enfrenta hoy los embates de novedosas formas de colonialismo y es
Desde hace varios años, el gobierno de Washington ha puesto en marcha un experimento neocolonial que busca destruir por todas las vías posibles nuestro sistema democrático, nuestras instituciones, nuestra soberanía, nuestra independencia y el derecho inalienable de nuestro pueblo a la libre determinación. Se trata de un gran plan de recolonización que busca, a partir de un golpe de Estado continuado, destruir nuestra república. Para la ejecución de ese plan, todas las opciones han estado y siguen estando sobre la mesa. Desde la cruel e inhumana aplicación de un feroz bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero, con casi 1.000 sanciones que han costado a nuestra nación 642 millardos de dólares, tan solo en los últimos 7 años, a los que se suman las pérdidas de nuestra estatal petrolera PDVSA, que ascienden a 232 millardos de dólares, y el robo de 31 toneladas de oro depositadas en el Banco de Inglaterra, así como de otros importantes activos propiedad de la República en el extranjero, sin olvidar el robo por parte de Argentina y la República Dominicana de aeronaves al servicio del Estado venezolano. Venezuela no es la única que padece el intervencionismo. Profundamente arraigado en la tradición colonialista de la doctrina Montt, que continúa acechando cualquier expresión de independencia política en nuestro continente, como es el caso de la valiente Cuba y de la bendita y siempre libre Nicaragua. También promueven golpes de Estado como en Bolivia. También promueven golpes de Estado como en Bolivia en el año 2019 y en el año 2024. Y atacan sin clemencia con el apoyo de las oligarquías locales al gobierno del presidente Gustavo Petro en Colombia y de la presidenta Xiomara Castro en Honduras. Todo nuestro apoyo y solidaridad. Señor presidente, el pasado 28 de julio, tal como es costumbre en nuestra democracia revolucionaria, el pueblo venezolano se expresó de forma consciente, pacífica y masiva para elegir con plenas garantías, transparencias y libertades al jefe de Estado del gobierno venezolano para el periodo 2025-2031. El presidente Nicolás Maduro resultó reelecto con un apoyo claro y contundente. Luego de esa gran victoria popular, la oligarquía de mi país apeló una vez más al desconocimiento de las leyes y de las instituciones, generando una violencia criminal que dejó como consecuencia 27 muertos, cientos de heridos y la destrucción de propiedades públicas y privadas. Con el uso de bandas criminales, instalaron barricadas, quemaron escuelas, hospitales y sedes de instituciones públicas y asesinaron a ciudadanos comunes solo por sus afiliaciones políticas. Nada de esto lo verán en los grandes medios. Peor aún, tampoco habla de ello el alto comisionado de los derechos humanos de las Naciones Unidas, quien, a pesar de haber recibido toda la información sobre estos hechos criminales y sobre la responsable actuación del Estado venezolano, ha preferido convertir las víctimas en victimarios y a los victimarios en víctimas. A lo largo de estos últimos días se han alimentado desde esta tribuna esa campaña fascista y de desinformación contra nuestro país. El gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América y sus gobiernos satélites y serviles se han dedicado a mentir, a atacar y a amenazar nuestro pueblo. Desde este recinto, que es símbolo de paz y entendimiento, intentando imponer una falsa narrativa. Pero aquí venimos una vez más a presentar la verdad de Venezuela y de nuestro pueblo. Hoy venimos a desenmascarar a todos esos farsantes. Señor presidente, al frente de esta gigantesca operación se encuentra, como ya de costumbre, el gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América y sus agentes. Como parte de su fracasada política de golpe de Estado continuado contra la revolución bolivariana, iniciada ya hace más de 25 años. Desde su territorio, específicamente desde el estado de la Florida, se planifican ataques terroristas contra funcionarios e instalaciones públicas. También utilizan las redes sociales con impunidad y pleno apoyo de la Casa Blanca para promover incursiones mercenarias, como ya sucedió en mayo del año 2020. Aunque Washington niega estar involucrado, en esta oportunidad fueron capturados infraganti. Las investigaciones sobre los últimos planes de agresión han arrojado que detrás
de la violencia postelectoral se encontraban varios mercenarios norteamericanos y europeos, incluyendo un militar activo de los Estados Unidos de América especializado en operaciones terroristas y de desestabilización. Estos criminales han confesado que pretendían asesinar al presidente Nicolás Maduro, a la vicepresidenta ejecutiva y a varios altos funcionarios del Estado venezolano, además de atentar contra la infraestructura fundamental de servicios como el agua y la electricidad. Informamos que todos han sido capturados, incluyendo 2 personas vinculadas al Centro Nacional de Inteligencia de España. También han sido incautados más de 400 fusiles de distintos tipos, algunos de ellos de uso exclusivo de las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos de América. En las próximas semanas, nuestro gobierno presentará más pruebas de lo ocurrido, mucho más contundentes, las cuales sorprenderán al mundo. Señor presidente, una fase adicional de este plan criminal de agresión se ha desarrollado en los últimos días a través de otro grupo de mercenarios que abrieron una página web en este país para abiertamente recaudar fondos para atacar Venezuela y ejecutar magnicidios. Esta iniciativa cuenta con el respaldo público de agencias gubernamentales y parlamentarios de los senadores estadounidenses. La hipócrita narrativa oligarca no condena tal aberración. En este orden, es pertinente subrayar la obligación que tienen los estados de garantizar que su territorio no sea utilizado para financiar, planificar, facilitar o cometer actos de desestabilización a través de recursos a mercenarios y terroristas. En este sentido, exigimos al gobierno estadounidense que cumpla sus obligaciones internacionales en esta materia. Asimismo, tenemos que enfatizar que estos planes terroristas planificados durante meses ocurrieron en simultáneo a las negociaciones y la firma de acuerdos entre Venezuela y los Estados Unidos de América en septiembre del año pasado, a través de los cuales se buscaba avanzar hacia la normalización de las relaciones entre ambas naciones. Una prueba más de que no se puede confiar en la palabra y la supuesta voluntad del imperio. El pueblo venezolano exige el inmediato cumplimiento de todos los acuerdos, todos los compromisos acordados en Doha, de levantar todas las sanciones, todas las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que ilegalmente pesan hoy sobre nuestro país, y agradecemos al gobierno del Estado de Qatar por sus buenos oficios como facilitador en estas negociaciones. Por otra parte, y aquí tenemos que decirlo, todo esto ocurre también mientras el gobierno de Estados Unidos de América, que fomenta y financia acciones criminales alrededor del mundo, incluye a Cuba sin fundamento alguno en una lista espuria de países que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo. Exigimos también el cese de ese ataque contra la patria de Martí y de Fidel, que profundiza aún más los impactos del bloqueo. Señor presidente, esta nueva agresión contra Venezuela, que continúa en desarrollo, tendrá exactamente el mismo destino que todas las anteriores, un estrepitoso fracaso. A pesar de las operaciones psicológicas con las que se busca generar confusión, de las operaciones abiertas y encubiertas desde Washington, en el marco de una denominada política de máxima presión, en Venezuela hoy reina la paz social. Los planes para generar violencia han sido derrotados gracias a la firmeza de nuestro pueblo por defender su derecho a vivir en paz. Hoy, además, Venezuela viene experimentando un crecimiento que le permite insertarse con fuerza en la dinámica económica mundial, aportando su fortaleza en la producción de energía, de alimentos, de bienes y servicios de primera necesidad. Esta épica ha sido posible gracias al empeño del pueblo venezolano y a un liderazgo firme que ha logrado enfrentar el bloqueo. Señor presidente, en medio de esta coyuntura, nuestro llamado a los pueblos libres del mundo y amantes de la paz es a fortalecer la unidad frente a quienes intentan dividirnos para lograr así sus planes de denominación neocolonial. Es la hora del sur global. Es la hora de ese anhelado nuevo orden mundial. Es la hora de consolidar este nuevo mundo pluripolar y multicéntrico de paz y prosperidad económica, libre de hegemonía. Es la hora de rescatar los principios fundacionales expresados en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y hacer honor a que esta organización esté al servicio de nosotros los pueblos, como reza su preámbulo. Venezuela pone al servicio de la humanidad su diplomacia bolivariana de paz para avanzar en esa dirección, tal como lo demuestra demuestra su liderazgo frente al grupo de amigos en defensa de la Carta de la Organización de Naciones Unidas. Estos son los principios que constituyen la narrativa de los pueblos libres, que expresan en las nuevas formas de asociación basadas en los principios de solidaridad y complementariedad, como la alternativa bolivariana para los pueblos de nuestra América, ALBA-TCP, los BRIC y otros horizontes esperanzadores del nuevo orden mundial emergente en el que nuestro país se viene insertando a paso acelerado. Señor Presidente, permítame concluir enfatizando que en Venezuela seguimos de pie, dando la batalla de la mano de nuestro pueblo, en permanente organización y movilización popular, en la lucha por seguir consolidando nuestra independencia. No importa quién sea el jefe del imperialismo estadounidense que hable en esta tribuna dentro de un año, tengan por seguro que la voz clara y rebelde del pueblo de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela seguirá presente en este foro bajo la firme conducción del presidente Nicolás Maduro Moro. Con Bolívar decimos, Dios concede la victoria a la constancia. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias al ministro del Poder Popular para Relaciones Exteriores de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Frederick Makamure Shava, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio Internacional de Zimbabue.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are confident that under your astute leadership, significant progress will be made on the critical global agenda that is before us. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's unwavering support throughout your tenure. I would also like to pay tribute to your predecessor, Ambassador Denis Francis, for his exemplary stewardship of the 78th session of the General Assembly. As the General Assembly had to contend with a number of delicate issues, Ambassador Francis worked hard, so hard, to promote compromise and the collective resolution of issues anchored on the principle of multilateralism, understanding, and mutual respect. Mr. President, in an increasingly polarized and insecure world, dialogue and diplomacy are indispensable. Our world is besieged by numerous global challenges, both natural and man-made. The interconnectedness of our world means that events in one region inevitably affect others. In this regard, the theme of this session, therefore, and I quote, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, unquote, is so relevant and timely. The theme is a reminder of our shared responsibility to build a world that is inclusive, a world that is just and sustainable. It is through collective action, grounded in solidarity and mutual respect, that we can advance peace, foster sustainability, and strengthen multilateralism, as well as uphold human dignity. In this spirit of unity, we must prioritize the most vulnerable and marginalized populations, ensuring that no one and no place is left behind in our pursuit for progress. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace, and peace cannot be sustained without addressing the root cause of conflict, chief among them poverty, inequality, intolerance, scarcity exacerbated by climate change, and unwanted and unwarranted external interference in internal affairs of some states. By investing in education, healthcare, and sustainable economic opportunities, we can create resilient societies that empower individuals and communities to thrive. To attain this, we should commit to a renewed sense of global partnership, where every nation, large and small, continues to and benefits from our collective efforts. Mr. President, as the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Agenda goals, SDGs, approaches, the global community is at a crossroads and needs to make a critical choice on how to advance these ambitions and ambitious targets. Climate change, geopolitical conflicts, and economic disparities continue to pose substantial barriers to the achievement of the 2030 agenda. It is therefore essential to accelerate action, enhance funding, and foster innovative solutions. The next 6 years are pivotal if achieving the SDGs is to remain within reach. Zimbabwe fully supports the proposed SDG stimulus so as to reinvigorate the implementation of these crucial goals that we set for ourselves. In this regard, the just held summit of the future was an opportunity and indeed an opportune moment for the international community to come together to forge robust frameworks and innovative strategies to address the complex and interwoven challenges we face. We must leverage this moment to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, sustainable development, and the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It is imperative, therefore, that we adopt a holistic approach that integrates economic, social, and environmental dimensions, ensuring that we are all inclusive as we navigate the path towards a more resilient and equitable world. The devastating impact of climate change is our common challenge that requires collective action to enable vulnerable communities to adapt while at the same time mitigating the impact. Our SADC region has been affected by the El Nino-induced drought that has created a serious food and nutrition security. In that context, the SADC heads of states and government launched an international humanitarian appeal amounting to US $5.8 billion at the end of May 2024. That figure will go up as more countries of the region complete their own national assessments. The overreaching and overarching objective is to meet the immediate needs occasioned by the El Nino-induced drought, while at the same time building resilience for future shocks, including through the establishment of early warning systems. Excellencies, I wish to reiterate our steadfast commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, spearheaded by our transformative Vision 2030. This national blueprint sets forth our aspirations to propel Zimbabwe to upper middle income status by the year 2030, focusing on robust economic growth, sustainable development, and holistic societal transformation. Our strategic thrust encompasses substantial investments in critical sectors that include infrastructure development, education, modern heritage-based education 5.0, model healthcare, and modernized agriculture, pivotal for ensuring the inclusive prosperity across all strata of our society. In earnest pursuit of the SDGs, Zimbabwe has recorded commendable strides across various domains. We have implemented rigorous policies such as our Agricultural 6.0 model aimed at bolstering food security, enhancing access to potable water and sanitation facilities, and investment in renewable energy. Our comprehensive and social protection frameworks and healthcare systems have yielded tangible reductions in poverty levels and disease burdens. Furthermore, we remain unwavering in our commitment to empowering women and youths, recognizing their pivotal as architects of sustainable transformation and development. The government of Zimbabwe is advancing a devolution policy driven by our mantra, which I quote, leaving no one and no place behind. The focus is on promoting grassroots development through empowering provincial and district authorities to lead the way in fulfilling their development aspirations. Our goal is to ensure that no community, no village, no town center or province is left behind in our development efforts. As a result of this policy thrust, we have witnessed a life-changing and transformative impact driven by this bottom-up approach. Our valiant developmental efforts notwithstanding, Zimbabwe is confronted by formidable challenges in its quest to attain the SDGs. The adverse impact of the punitive, illegal, unilateral sanctions, compounded by the exigencies of climate change, present real threats and barriers to our development strategy. In this regard, we call upon all those that have maintained illegal and unjustified sanctions on Zimbabwe to remove these unwarranted measures immediately and unconditionally to allow us to continue with our noble efforts to uplift the lives and livelihoods of our citizens. And in the same spirit, Zimbabwe stands in solidarity with the government and people of Cuba in their struggle against the harsh economic, commercial, and financial blockades. We call for the immediate lifting of this stifling embargo to enable the people of Cuba to pursue their aspirations without hindrance and interference. Mr. President, my country remains committed to supporting the self-determination of both the people of Palestine and Western Sahara. The time for mere rhetoric has long passed. The international community cannot continue to turn a blind eye or be numb to the systematic injustices and suffering of the Palestinian people. We call upon the Security Council to fulfill its mandate by implementing robust measures that ensure the protection of civilians, the upholding of international law, and the facilitation of a just and lasting peace. Most importantly, we need to continue supporting efforts towards a two-state solution which will help resolve the question of Palestine and the resultant peace and security challenges in the Middle East. In the SADC region, we are working tirelessly towards the achievement of peace and security in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, and in the Cabo Delgado province of Mozambique. Excellencies, the international financial architecture as it stands today is an anachronistic construct that no longer meets the needs of the global community, particularly those of developing nations. Our economies, which are the livelihood of the global market, are disproportionately affected by the rigid and often inequitable policies imposed by dominant financial institutions. The current system, steeped in historical power imbalances, has failed to provide the necessary flexibility and support required for sustainable development. It is therefore imperative that we reform these structures to ensure that they are more inclusive, more equitable, and more reflective of the diverse realities that are faced by all member states, particularly in the global south. In a world facing all manners of insecurities, the current paralysis of the Security Council on crucial topics is unconscionable, as it negates its very important existence. Reform of the Security Council is not just an aspiration, but a present-day necessity. This reform is not just a matter of fairness. It is essential for ensuring that the Council's decisions are all-inclusive, are credible, and truly reflect the global community's diversity. In this regard, Zimbabwe stands by the African Union's Ezulwini Consensus and the SETI Declaration, which advocates for at least 2 permanent seats with the veto power for African countries on the Security Council. Excellencies, information communication technologies have transformed our lives for the better and can be harnessed for fast-paced development. Yet, the same technology has also been employed to commit crimes and destabilize societies. It is therefore prudent for us to come up with a global digital governance framework in order to guard against the harmful consequences of this otherwise transformative technology. Zimbabwe is fully committed and will contribute positively in all negotiations aimed at global cooperation in both harnessing the good from the digital world and also combating the negative aspects and abuse of the same. Mr. President, as I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Zimbabwe's commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. The challenges we face are immense, but not insurmountable. By acting together, we can advance peace, we can promote sustainable development, and uphold human dignity for the present and future generations. Zimbabwe stands ready to collaborate with all member states to ensure that our shared aspirations for a better world are realized. Let us work in unison, guided by the spirit of multilateralism, solidarity, and mutual respect in order to address the pressing issues of our time and to build a more inclusive and just and sustainable future. I thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias al Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio Internacional de Zimbabue. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Ramadan Abdallah Mohamed Go, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional del Gobierno de Transición de Unidad Nacional Revitalizado de Sudán del Sur.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, at the onset, allow me to extend warm greetings and congratulations on behalf of His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, to Your Excellency Philemon Yang on your election as the President of 79th Session of United Nations General Assembly. His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, would have loved to be here but could not due to competing demands back home. Republic of South Sudan stand ready to support you during your tenure as at the helm of the General Assembly. Allow me also to warmly bid farewell to His Excellency Ambassador Denis, who was the President of the 78th Session of the General Assembly of United Nations, for his stellar work in service of the ideals of the UN Charter. We are especially grateful for his proactive leadership as illustrated by goodwill visit to the Republic of South Sudan in June this year, which he undertook in support of the ongoing efforts to consolidate peace, security, and development in our country. Mr. President, the theme of the 79th session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancements of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, speak directly to the present state of global affairs. The ideals and value envisioned in the UN Charter are as important, relevant, and crucial now as they were at the founding of this noble organization on October 24, 1945. They remain essential to addressing serious global challenges from conflict, nationalism, geopolitical competition, food insecurity, climate shock, natural disasters, pandemic, and threat to the international peace and security. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, the revitalized government of national unity in the Republic of South Sudan, as repeatedly stated by the President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, is fully committed to consolidating peace in our country. The implementation of the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan is primary vehicle for ensuring peace and stability in our country. Thus far, we have made tangible progress in our quest for durable peace and political stability in the country, but we have been constrained by resource challenges to fully meet key benchmarks of the agreement. Nonetheless, all the signatories to the peace accord remain steadfast in consolidating the gains made so far in the form of relative stability and joining hands to complete the rest of the outstanding elements. This unity of purpose was illustrated in the recent endorsement by the Cabinet, the Revitalized Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission, the RJMEC, and the Revitalized National Legislature of 24 month of extension of the transitional period, paving the way for the organization of free and fair general election that will be conducted in the Republic of South Sudan by the end of December 2026. The decision to postpone the elections, as previously scheduled for, was justified by the fact that essential security sector mechanisms and election-related institutions require more time to fulfill their mandate. Mobilization of funds to complete these important tasks that are critical to the conduct of free, fair, and credible election in the Republic of South Sudan also demands more time. Most importantly, the process of constitution making covers a series of activities and require an adequate time frame for effective consultation with all stakeholders to ensure that a broadly accepted constitution is adopted in South Sudan. We therefore call on the United Nations and the broader international community to join us in ensuring that this new roadmap for peaceful transition in South Sudan is met by availing the required financial and technical support for the process. Furthermore, I am pleased to report that the revitalized government is currently engaged in robust and promising negotiation with the All-Out Group through the Tumaini Initiative under the auspices of the government of the Republic of Kenya to address all grievances and guarantee the return of those opposition leaders to the Republic of South Sudan. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, over the last year, the conflict in Sudan is the country neighboring to South Sudan, has created one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. As stated by the United Nations and other United Nations agencies, as an immediate neighbor, we have been impacted by this conflict with about over 800,000 refugees and returnees crossing our borders on a daily basis, coming to South Sudan, fleeing from the war and settling in South Sudan. While we profoundly appreciate the efforts of the United Nations and humanitarian agencies working to elevate the suffering of the victims of this conflict, we strongly encourage support for the IGAD Peace Initiative to bring about peace to Sudan. Furthermore, we also believe that the international community's support for the victim of the war remain inadequate and unresponsive to the impact on the host communities that are also grappling with serious humanitarian challenges. Therefore, we are calling on the international community to expand their support and closely engage with the government of the Republic of South Sudan to mitigate and navigate impact of war on all victims. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it's worth mentioning that the conflict in the Republic of Sudan has also directly impacted the economic situation in the Republic of South Sudan, with oil production significantly reduced since April this year, given the fact that our economy is entirely reliant on revenues that we collect from the sale of oil that pass through Port Sudan. We urge the international community to double its efforts toward resolving the conflict in Sudan. We further call for more solidarity with South Sudan as it is struggled to overcome and withstand the dire economic impact created by the conflict in neighboring Sudan. Mr. President, in the last 70 years, 500 million people in Africa also have been affected by the impact of the climate change. As a result, South Sudan battled and suffered from devastating impact of the flood and the drought. Millions of people have been displaced and many lives have been lost due to the flood and the drought. Therefore, there is a need to scale up adaptation action and support to ensure an adequate response in context of the climate crisis. Moreover, we strongly urge developed countries to exercise greater leadership by expanding their financial contribution to the required global mitigation and adaptation interventions, as trillions of dollars are needed annually to tackle the crisis, restore trust in multilateral system. Mr. President, South Sudan recently conducted its first voluntary national review on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the recommendation emerging from the findings are informing our immediate interventions. Moreover, our revised national development strategy and annual budget are crafted around commitment to the SDGs. Furthermore, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning and the National Bureau of Statistics, with support from the UN agencies and our development partners, are working to strengthen the capacity of the national statistical system to collect quality and analyze timely and reliable data. The government is actively mobilizing resources to conduct the national population and housing census, thus ensuring evidence-based planning and delivering of essential services to the people. As South Sudan capacitates its statistical system and bolsters its analytical capabilities, the government is using the multidimensional poverty index measuring to guide related policies, designing multi-faceted intervention to improve the life of the disadvantaged group and track progress. Mr. President, in recognition of the role of the women in public life in South Sudan, I am delighted to report to the Assembly that South Sudan is making great strides and improvement in gender equality. The government of South Sudan believes that the active engagement of women in governance and decision-making is crucial and critical to ensuring that implementation of commitment contained in the peace agreement that was signed in 2018 and the Mobutu Protocol, the Action National Plan on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and the SDGs 2030 Agenda and African Union Agenda of 2036. UNCSR 1325 is practically powerful advocacy tool for equal representation in national governance. As a reflection of our commitment to gender equality, South Sudan Transitional Constitution enshrined 35%, which is affirmative action provision for women in all structures of our government. The peace agreement also mandated the establishment of Women Enterprise Fund to support our women, which shall serve as a vehicle for availing resources that can leverage the entrepreneurial and innovative energies of our dynamic female population. We strongly believe that all these initiatives align with the theme of leaving no one behind. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, South Sudan is a young country in terms of its population, with young people constituting over 70% of the population of our country. This demographic reality can be harnessed for a better future through proactive and progressive investment in the youth. The Republic of South Sudan aims to develop a robust education policy that is focused on unlocking this potential through job creation and innovation, and benchmark under the provision enshrined in the African Youth Charter and United Nations Resolution on Youth-Related Empowerment. The Ministry of Youth and Sport in the Republic of South Sudan and our National Assembly are jointly working on legislation for the National Youth Service and Youth Enterprise Development Fund that will enhance the capacity of our youth. Once these two documents are adopted, these two laws shall create the necessary condition for the empowerment of our youth. Therefore, we call on the United Nations and international community to augment our efforts to enhance the level of technical and financial support to the government in the spirit of government agenda and better future envisioned by the Pact for the Future agreed to at the recently concluded Summit of the Future here in New York. Mr. President, South Sudan Universal Health Coverage Service Index is among the lowest in the region and globally. This is attributed to conflict, economic crisis in the country, and consequence of climate change, resulting in a fragile health system. Maternal and infant mortality rates remain the worst in the world. As such, Government of Republic of South Sudan commit to invest in a durable, accessible, and standard strengthening health care system. We are committed to optimal health and well-being of our citizens via a primary health care approach as the most inclusive, equitable, and cost-effective path to universal health coverage, provisions of preventive health service through national programs such as malaria, HIV/AIDS, TB, routine immunization, and maternal and child health programs, including nutritional health service, is crucial for the reduction of the economic burden of health care expenditures for households and the healthcare system in South Sudan. Pandemic preparedness and response through a multi-sector approach but put us on a path to tackle public health emergencies such as responding to the current mpox pandemic and other diseases epidemics in the country. Most importantly, our commitment to address the burden of both infectious disease and rising burden of non-communicable disease as we aim at reducing mortality rate remains our top priority. Succeeding to achieve all the above will promote sustainable development goals of health target of 2030, which will enhance the strategies for Africa we want by 2063. Mr. President, as part of our commitment as a country to transforming education and government of South Sudan recognize every child's right to quality education as well as addressing the issues of access, equity, and inclusion. Based on this premise, the government commitment has been translated into several actions or interventions. Primarily, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit reiterate that government policy of universal basic education for all children regardless of their background or gender in February 2023. This has made a considerable impact on not only in improving enrollment and retention in school, but also in combating early and forced marriages that have been compelled by many girls to drop out of schools. Consequently, we have achieved enrollment and retention of almost 3 million learners at the primary education level, almost attaining gender parity. Mr. President, as you are aware, His Excellency President Salva Kiir, President of the Republic of South Sudan, is the incumbent chairperson of East Africa Community, has constantly emphasized that need for maintenance of peace and security in the East African region. The Great Lake and the Horn of Africa is his role that is playing. The President effort aligns with the theme of this 7th and 9th session of the General Assembly and the Secretary General call in the Summit of the Future. Mr. President, one of the main impediments of South Sudan's full realization of sustainable peace and security is the fact that the Security Council continues to maintain sanctions, individually target sanctions, and the arms embargo despite our call and the call from the African Union and IGAD for this sanction to be lifted. These punitive measures have created a negative impact, restraining South Sudan's full potential by preventing the government from maintaining effective deterrence against negative non-state actors that foment violence and insecurity in our country. Furthermore, potential investors in various sectors believe that South Sudan is under broad sanction and as a result refrain from investing in our country. As a country, we have experienced relative peace and stability for the last 6 years, and continued imposition of these punitive measures is not reflective of the progress we have made so far. Mr. President, for any meaningful peace and security to prevail in the world, we urgently call for reform of the Security Council to be fit for purpose in today's global dynamic and realities. The United Nations has been an integral element in this effort, but it has to evolve in its processes and structures to more optimally address contemporary problems. It is in this context that we join the call for expansion of the UN Security Council to incorporate the voice of the African people in an equitable way that reflects the continent's weight and relevance in maintaining of global peace and order and security. Therefore, I want to hereby state that South Sudan support the African position unequivocally that most optimal way to restructure the Security Council. The reform proposal announced recently, which grant Africa 2 permanent seats at the Security Council without veto powers, is counterproductive and falls short of the spirit of inclusive and equitable global governance that we have been calling for. This only exacerbates that current inequalities and equities and fail to achieve the elusive consensus and cooperation required at the Security Council. South Sudan therefore called for a text-based negotiation which is more viable and will lead to the Security Council with enhanced credibility and acceptance. Mr. President, in conclusion, I wish to reiterate that our appreciation for your leadership of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, as well as express our commitment to advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional del Gobierno de Transición de Unidad Nacional revitalizado de Sudán del Sur. Doy ahora la palabra a la excelentísima señora Celinda Sosa Lunda, Ministra de Relaciones Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia.
Muchísimas gracias. Es una alegría muy grande participar de la 79 periodo de la sesión de la Asamblea General, saludar al vicepresidente. También al inicio de mi intervención quiero saludar al presidente de la Asamblea General, al señor Filimón, como también saludar al hermano secretario general Antonio Guterres y a todas las delegaciones presentes. Presidente y distinguidos y distinguidas colegas, hoy nos reunimos en un momento desafiante para la humanidad. Enfrentamos sino múltiples crisis de amenaza de nuestro presente y el futuro de las próximas generaciones. El cambio climático, las desigualdades, pasando por la pandemia, los conflictos geopolíticos y la crisis de la democracia. Estas crisis se alimentan mutuamente, profundizando las vulnerabilidades y planteando retos que exigen respuestas urgentes y coordinadas de manera colectiva. La economía global actual está agudizando las desigualdades y el modelo de acumulación de capitales basados en la concentración de riquezas en manos de unos pocos. Han incrementado la pobreza, la marginación y la inestabilidad social de muchos lugares del mundo, mientras que los mercados financieros continúan generando enormes ganancias para el 1% de las élites globales. Y millones de personas luchan por acceder a los recursos más básicos. Esta crisis no solo es económica, es también una crisis ética y social que pone en manifiesto las profundas fallas estructurales del sistema capitalista y prioriza el lucro por encima de la vida y el bienestar y la madre tierra. Las guerras, la producción de armas, el inmenso gasto militar y la proliferación de las armas no solo desvían enormes recursos que podrían destinarse al desarrollo sostenible, sino que también alimentan los conflictos que agravan el sufrimiento de humanos. Miles de millones de dólares se destinan a la producción de las armas, mientras que millones de personas carecen de acceso al servicio servicio básico como la educación, la salud, la alimentación y el agua. En lugar de buscar soluciones a los problemas comunes, aumenta la inestabilidad global y obstaculiza el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. La crisis ambiental es una de las mayores amenazas y aún nuestras acciones son insuficientes. El calentamiento global, la deforestación, la contaminación y la pérdida de la biodiversidad están devastando nuestro ecosistema, pero también tienen un impacto directo a la vida de millones de personas a través de fenómenos extremos como sequías, inundaciones y los huracanes que cada vez son más intensos, que afectan a las comunidades locales y a los pueblos indígenas. Presidente, la transformación de las tecnologías sin precedentes con el desarrollo de una nueva tecnología y la inteligencia artificial son avances que están redefiniendo la forma en que interactuemos, trabajamos y enfrentamos nuestra cotidianidad. Sin embargo, esta vulneración, esta revolución tecnológica también plantea profundas preguntas sobre el papel de la gobernanza global en un mundo donde el poder tecnológico se concentra en manos de unas pocas corporaciones y naciones. La gobernanza global debe adaptarse para asegurar que estas tecnologías se utilicen de manera equitativa, ética y al servicio del bienestar de la humanidad, en lugar de profundizar las desigualdades o generar nuevas formas de exclusión y control. Hermanas y hermanos del mundo, frente a esta crisis debemos actuar con decisión para enfrentar colectivamente los desafíos globales. Es tiempo de responder nuestros modelos de desarrollo y fortalecer las instituciones multilaterales, de proteger el planeta para las futuras generaciones y de garantizar que la justicia, la equidad y la solidaridad sean los principios que guíen nuestras acciones, respetando el derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. El sistema que ha regido el orden mundial desde el final de la Segunda Guerra Mundial ha demostrado ser insuficiente para abordar la crisis contemporánea como el cambio climático, las desigualdades, los conflictos regionales, la pandemia y las nuevas formas de interdependencia económica, por lo cual un nuevo orden mundial basado en las corporaciones multilateral efectiva, el respeto a la soberanía de todos los países y la equidad en la toma de decisiones globales es imperativo. Para ello es necesario una reestructuración profunda de las instituciones internacionales como el Consejo de la Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas para que sean más democráticas y representativas. Debemos avanzar hacia un sistema donde las decisiones globales se tomen de manera inclusiva, representando la diversidad y las visiones y necesidades de los países en desarrollo. En este sentido, se hace necesario también una profunda reestructuración de la arquitectura financiera internacional que esté centrado en la justicia económica, la sostenibilidad y la inclusión, creando mecanismos más justos para la reestructuración de la deuda soberana, el aumento de la participación de los países en desarrollo en las instituciones financieras y la promoción de flujos de financiamiento que apoyen el desarrollo sostenible y las acciones climáticas. También es esencial rediseñar los mecanismos de cooperación fiscal internacional, de manera en la que las economías más vulnerables tengan acceso a recursos que les permita enfrentar las múltiples crisis. La reestructuración del sistema financiero internacional no es solo una cuestión técnica, sino una exigencia técnica y política para construir una economía global más equitativa, resiliente y solidaria. La Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible continúan vigentes y representan una hoja de ruta fundamental para enfrentar los desafíos globales más urgentes. Nos proporciona un marco claro para las acciones y la cooperación internacional, a pesar del retraso que los mismos tienen en su implementación. Debemos redoblar nuestros esfuerzos y fortalecer el compromiso colectivo para garantizar que este ambicioso plan se convierta en una realidad tangible y cambie la vida de nuestros pueblos. El Pacto del Futuro debe constituirse en una oportunidad histórica para plantear nuestros rumbos como humanidad. Nos comprometemos a una agenda que no solo aborde los problemas inmediatos, sino también impulse soluciones sostenibles, inclusivas y equitativas para las próximas generaciones. El Pacto del Futuro no debe terminar en una reunión diplomática, sino ahora nos toca llevar estas decisiones, estas letras, para darle un impulso a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y cambiar la vida de cada una de las comunidades, de las ciudades de nuestras naciones. El desarrollo sostenible y el cambio climático representan dos caras de un mismo reto que determina el futuro de nuestro planeta y de las generaciones que están por venir. Actuar no solo significa reducir las emisiones, significa transformar nuestro modelo de producción y consumo, proteger la biodiversidad y garantizar el progreso económico sin dejar a nadie atrás. Distinguidos colegas, Bolivia reconoce a la comunidad internacional como un espacio de solidaridad y cooperación bajo los principios del derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. En ese contexto, rechazamos las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que violan los derechos humanos más elementales y retrasan el desarrollo de muchos pueblos. Expresamos nuestra solidaridad con Cuba, con Venezuela, con Nicaragua y con todos los países del mundo que sufren injustamente estas sanciones unilaterales. Asimismo, expresamos el más enfático rechazo al bloqueo económico, financiero y comercial por parte de los Estados Unidos contra el hermano pueblo de Cuba. 60 años de injusticia no han sido suficientes para castigar a un pueblo que con valentía han enfrentado los intentos de sometimiento y dominación del poder imperial. Estamos seguros que más temprano que tarde la justicia y la verdad triunfarán. Esta injusticia aún se agrava cuando de manera unilateral Estados Unidos incorpora a Cuba en la lista de los países patrocinadores del terrorismo. Cuba debería encabezar la lista de los países más solidarios del mundo, ya que su mano solidaria ha llegado a todos los rincones del planeta con lo mejor que ha sabido compartir con la humanidad. A todos los presentes, durante décadas, Palestina sufre un conflicto prolongado que ha socavado la estabilidad regional y han pedido el sueño de paz justa y duradera. La ocupación, los desalojamientos forzados y el genocidio han llevado al pueblo de Palestina a la devastación y destrucción, creando una cárcel al cielo abierta para miles y miles de personas, principalmente niños y mujeres. La paz y la seguridad en Palestina no se alcanzará sino sin un compromiso verdadero con el respeto a los derechos humanos y el fin del genocidio. Bolivia reitera su apoyo pleno al ejercicio de la autodeterminación y independencia de Palestina con las fronteras de 1967 y Jerusalén Oriental como su capital. Y esperamos que a la brevedad se constituya en un Estado pleno de la Asamblea de las Naciones Unidas. Hermanas y hermanos del mundo, en esta asamblea quiero reafirmar el compromiso de Bolivia con los principios fundamentales de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. Reconocemos a la ONU como el principal organismo multilateral creado para la humanidad, para el desarrollo, la paz y la seguridad, no solo dentro de nuestras fronteras, sino también en el ámbito internacional. En ese contexto, Bolivia reafirma una vez más su firme intención de cumplir todas las decisiones y las resoluciones de los órganos judiciales del sistema internacional. En esas líneas, Bolivia acudió a la Corte Internacional de Justicia de La Haya en un proceso relacionado con el acceso soberano al Océano Pacífico. Al respecto, la Corte insta a Bolivia y a Chile a continuar el diálogo e intercambio en un espíritu de buena vecindad para abordar asuntos relacionados a la salida soberana del Océano Pacífico, cuya solución ambas partes han reconocido como un asunto de interés mutuo. La Corte hizo un llamado para que ambos países podamos resolver sobre la base del diálogo una solución que sea favorable para ambos pueblos con la finalidad de otorgar a Bolivia una salida soberana al Océano Pacífico, del cual gozaba durante su declaración de independencia, con la misma Corte reconoció en el fallo que corresponde. Mi país está dispuesto a entablar el diálogo cuando así lo decida nuestra contraparte. Creemos que el mar es un derecho del pueblo boliviano y de los pueblos. Bolivia hace un llamado a la comunidad internacional para proteger y apoyar a los pueblos indígenas, quienes han sido los guardianes de la biodiversidad y el conocimiento ancestral. Actualmente enfrentamos vulnerabilidades agravadas por las diferentes crisis. Es importante reconocer su contribución para las acciones climáticas, sus conocimientos y sus prácticas son fundamentales y nos proponen un nuevo modelo de desarrollo para vivir bien en armonía con la Madre Tierra. Asimismo, en este ámbito me permito compartir con ustedes nuestras preocupaciones por la calificación negativa de la hoja de coca que para los pueblos indígenas originarios campesinos representan parte de nuestra identidad y de nuestra cultura. Por otra parte, proponemos que continuemos avanzando y profundizando las políticas de género y las relaciones sociales, incorporando el enfoque de la descolonización y despatriarcalización que permitirán transformar las estructuras de poder y las relaciones sociales que han perpetuado las desigualdades de género, la opresión de nuestras compañeras y hermanas. Hoy, a nombre del pueblo boliviano y el presidente constitucional Luis Arce Catacora, reafirmamos nuestra convicción democrática y de bienestar del pueblo boliviano para lograr a la brevedad la Agenda 2030 y el vivir bien en armonía con nuestra Madre Tierra. Lamentamos que intereses internos y externos hoy conflictúen el país e intenten desestabilizar a un gobierno democrático, pero que estamos seguros de que con el apoyo y el acompañamiento de todos ustedes mantendremos y vamos a fortalecer nuestra democracia y la institucionalidad de nuestro país. Bolivia es un pueblo que ha demostrado a lo largo de su historia que su espíritu democrático es incrementable para fortalecer nuestras instituciones y garantizar un futuro de paz, estabilidad y progreso para todas y todos. Es nuestro único objetivo que tenemos como gobierno. Quisiera que me ayuden a decir "Hayaya los pueblos del mundo". Muchas gracias. Hermanos.
Muchísimas gracias a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Hemos escuchado la última intervención en el debate general de esta sesión. Continuaremos el debate general mañana a las 9 horas en este mismo salón. Se levanta la sesión.